Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Anyone Part 2-4 Chapter 13:13. As soon as Hawks had been in contact with anyone, his phone hadn't stopped ringing as whoever he had talked to had made sure to keep him busy, sending him to everyone calling for an immediate help. Sometimes, it was for nothing. But more often than not, he was taking care of more accidents and more confrontations than he could have found with his patrols. In a couple of days, Hawks had already proven that with his speed and his experience, he was a force to be reckoned with, impossible to compare with well-meaning civilians. But he hadn't inserted himself into the community yet. He had gained some information about how anyone worked, but not enough. I told him I wanted to help people and anyone made sure I could only do that and nothing else. He needed to gain their trust. He needed to climb the ladder so he could access the inner circle. And he needed to find information about the villain who was stealing All Might's power. A detail the Hero Commission had finally revealed and that he would have liked to know long before he had met the scarred fire user. It explained how someone so young had wiped the floor with death arms, and it was frightening to imagine that somewhere, a vigilante was slowly becoming as powerful as the symbol of peace. Hawks' phone biped again, making him alter his trajectory. A teenager who had lost control of his quirk and who was freaking out. This one would take time. I am going to miss the start of the sport festival, he mentally sighed. 30 minutes before the sport festival's start, everyone in UA was preparing themselves for the rare chance of being noticed by pro heroes from all over the country. Everyone, except for Todoroki Shoto. Since the school year had started, the son of the number 2 hero had been 3 steps ahead of the rest of the class. To Bakugo Katsuki's endless frustration, he didn't try to make friends with anyone in school. He left as soon as the classes ended. He had been a force to be reckoned with during the USJ attack, and he was single-handedly focused on being the best. And so far, he had proved that he was, refusing any distraction. So when he asked Iida how long he had before the sport festival started, only to go out in the hallway with his phone in hand, under the indignant exclamation of the class rep, Toru had no choice but to follow him to know what was happening. It was a life-or-death situation. Curiosity might have eaten her alive, after all. By the time she had taken off her gym uniform, only leaving the hero costume underneath, Todoroki had called someone, his back to her, arguing with whoever was at the other end of the line. I am just saying we were supposed to handle that together, the boy who had frozen her feet to the ground during their first hero training said, outraged. That was the plan. A pause. I wasn't that busy. Who the hell is he talking to? If you're not going to wait for me before doing something insane, you could at least tell me afterwards. No, you're not telling me now, you were busted, he mocked, and there was just a hint of fondness in his voice that contradicted Todoroki's always cold personality. Exactly. That's all I'm asking. Then, the person at the other end of the line said something that made Todoroki Shoto, the person who had frozen the skin of her feet to the floor, smile. I don't need luck but thank you, Todoroki said before hanging up, while Toru was trying to keep this image engraved in her mind forever. She left and went back to the locker rooms before anyone noticed she was gone. It didn't entirely work because Mina raised an interrogative eyebrow at her, but she thankfully didn't say anything out loud. And by the time Todoroki came back into the waiting room, he was as cold and as distant as before. Dabi was already eating some popcorns when Yami came back from his phone call upstairs, just as the sport festival was about to start. The teenager, his phone still in hand, sat at the bar, a notebook already on the counter. Dabi, his boss said, his eyes glued to the giant TV screen that had been brought into Kurogiri's domain for the occasion. The only snitch I tolerate is Kurogiri. What is he talking? Oh, the Hawks problem. In Dabi's defense, he had thought Shoto was already aware of it since those two tended to do their illegal and dangerous missions together. What did he snitch about? All for one asked, a shark who had just smelled blood in the water, looking at Dabi's with an intent that gave him goosebumps. Dabi opened his mouth, already ready to mention Hawk's name because some atavistic instinct was screaming at him to do anything to have the predator look away from him. And Yami slammed a handful of popcorns in Dabi's mouth before he had the time to utter a word. Nothing, the teenager said while Dabi was choking. Behind the bar, Kurogiri started to gently hit him on the back to prevent him from dying, while Yami didn't even show an ounce of remorse. Oh, it's starting. While Dabi was still dragging himself back to the land of the livings, helped by Kurogiri, the only one with some human decency in this place, all for one stopped looking at Dabi and paid attention to the screen. He might be probably less about watching UA's young hopes and more about the hand in front of his mouth and how he was blatantly forcing himself not to laugh. Once he was certain that Dabi wasn't going to die and dirty his bar, Kurogiri didn't manage to focus on the sport festival. Not when Sensei and Yami were having a running commentary on every student's quirk, managing to easily guess the drawbacks, the applications, and the potential improvements. They were actually better than present Mike at his job. Dabi and Kurogiri shared a glance, just to make sure that they weren't the odd ones here. Relief swept through them both, because in a chaotic world, there was nothing quite like the shared camaraderie of the people who had to be the reasonable ones. The two first events of the sport festival weren't to thin the herd, unlike what most people thought. It was actually the place where students who didn't have flashy quirks could show their wits. But of course, when one had been trained by the number 2 hero, subtlety wasn't needed. Shoto won the first event, an obstacle race, by running like a man who was used to outrunning heroes, the cops, and anyone chasing after Vigilante, but also by catapulting the explosive boy away from him right before the finish line. He also won the cavalry battle, making the same explosive boys team slip on ice at the last second. There had to be some story between them. Dabi would ask him about it later. At no point did Dabi wonder why Shoto wasn't using his flames, because the right side was the one he favored and also the best way to stop his competitors without hurting them. Until the third event, the tournament, Dabi knew that something was wrong before Shoto started fighting, in the way Yami got really quiet and intense as he watched the first fight. Even before Shoto threw an iceberg at his opponent, which meant there had probably been some paternal words of encouragement not too long ago. Then, the fight against the bird boy. A high mobility that allowed him to avoid several of Shoto's too impressive attacks. A waste of power, especially when he needed to fight several other students later, and for a moment, both boys disappeared, hidden under the ice. Whatever happened underneath, Dabi and the rest of the country saw Shoto dashing out, running almost to the edge of the ring right as something broke through the ice. The bird's quirk, bigger than it had ever been, roaring as it propelled himself in Shoto's direction. At least until it took an icicle the size of a telephone pole through the chest. A horrified silence fell on the Colosseum Ua had created, the mighty pro-heroes frozen in shock as the bird boy fell to the ground while his shadow demon slowly shrank and curled onto himself. But Dabi knew Shoto had more sense than to assassinate a classmate on live television. The jury was still out if he would kill someone where he couldn't be seen. On the screen, Dabi's little brother jogged to his classmate and crouched by his side. They talked for a moment, the other boy still on the ground and not willing to move from there, until Shoto gave him a hand and helped him stand up. The heroine Midnight, the referee, quickly announced that Shoto had won through forfeit. The cameras almost missed the moment where both boys bowed to each other, showing that there was no hard feeling, the kind of stupidity the hero society loved. To Dabi's concern, Shoto had still not shown any sign of his fire. By the time his match with Bakugo happened, Shoto had used his left side as much as he could to warm himself, taking full advantage of the specificities of his vow. Never use his left side in battle, but out of it, he was free to melt his ice or chase away the cold. And yet, he had barely stopped shivering when Midnight announced the start of the last fight, the fight that would end the tournament. Shoto was acutely aware of his father watching, his face twisted in scorn and furor. The power from his right side flared up. Bakugo knew he had something planned, so he hunted him through the arena. Explosions following Shoto, making his ears ring and his bones protest from the shockwaves, but he was always fast enough to protect himself with ice. Ice wall, ice shield, icicles trying to pierce at Bakugo and that he always avoided in time. A real game of tag that reminded him of Midoriya's moves. Shoto had trained enough with his friend to know only two things could stop him, higher speed or overwhelming force. As soon as there was some distance between them, something that was earned by a hit that made his ears ring and his inner sense of balance beg him to just lie down on the ground for a second, Shoto unleashed the full power of his quirk, ice engulfing a quarter of the arena, trapping the other boy in a coffin of ice. A coffin that he escaped with a scream of rage and explosions almost as violent as Bakugo himself. But he didn't notice how the breath escaping his mouth was pure condensation. How the temperature had dramatically dropped and how moving furiously was the only thing keeping him warm. Shoto's vision was starting to feel blurry, as he was the one in the epicenter of the cold zone. He didn't move when Bakugo jumped in the air, ready to pull a howitzer impact. A move that turned Bakugo into a tornado so the buildup of oxygen would fuel the explosion. Except that Bakugo's palms never detonated. Shoto saw his face when he realized what was happening. How he had jumped in the air, using only his leg strength, and that despite his explosions failing him, he was too far from the ground to have the time to avoid Shoto's outstretched hand. A hand covered in frost, like most of Shoto's body, because he had used his quirk to create an iceless cold that was spread through the arena, preventing Bakugo from sweating. Because as much as he trusted his classmate to never give up, he also knew that his incredible determination was fueled by anger, the kind that made him lose track of human limitation. Extreme temperature shock. Shoto slapped Bakugo's chest, focusing the intensity of his quirk here to brutally lower the core temperature. The backlash hurt Shoto's already weakened body, more than he would care to admit, but he pushed through the pain, smothering the flames begging to be released. His opponent made a brave effort to remain conscious, but for someone who wasn't used to deal with cold, such an intense change of temperature tended to brutally take people out of the fight. Still, Shoto jumped back as Bakugo crashed into the ground, still struggling to reach him. He passed out on the iced ground a couple of seconds after his landing. Todoroki Shoto wins. As Todoroki was receiving his medal from All Might's hands, at the top of the podium, Dabi was shivering with rage. Inferno more Inferis. We need to talk. After getting away from the podium with an enraged and muzzled number 2 who had perfectly recovered, and from All Might's hug that tasted like dramatic irony considering Shoto's role in the loss of his quirk, he got away. The world was blurry and he still felt horribly cold, but it was worth it. It had to be. His old man called him immature and told him that this childish rebellion would cost him if he kept being so stubborn, but it didn't change the fact that he had been wrong. He had assured that Shoto would reach his limits, and Shoto had proven that he was more than able to win the sport festival without using Endeavor's power. He somehow got home, wearing a very warm sweater created by a worried Yaoyorozu, and he dragged himself to bed, and under the blankets. He could have stayed awake, he could have kept going, but he didn't have to, so he had the right to sleep a little. At some point, his sister entered his room. She tried not to make a noise, but her steps were heavy. He could have sat up and talked to her, but that seemed unnecessary. Fuyumi put another warm blanket over him. Ruffled his hair, something no one had done since, for a long time. It was supposed to be a quick nap to regain his strength. He woke up the next day, in the early afternoon. Izuku was at home when he learned about Ingenium. One of the many alerts concerning every pro-hero in this country pinged on his phone, and he checked it absent-mindedly, expecting another heroic deed, maybe something with a video he could analyze with glee. Instead, he discovered that the pro-hero Ingenium had become the latest victim of the hero killer. Found in an alley early this morning, alive, but no one knew if he would make it. Stain. Usually when a villain met the path of a hero, it was as they were in the middle of an illegal activity like a crime or at least fighting with another villain. When they targeted heroes, it was either personal or they wanted to prove something by targeting a high-ranked pro. Even the USJ accident hadn't been outside this pattern because idiots trying to take on All Might weren't as rare as logic should dictate. What had surprised everyone was the fact several villains had been here. But Stain didn't follow this pattern. He went after pro-heroes, sometimes letting them alive. A lot of people thought it was because those heroes were considered worthy, but Izuku didn't share this opinion. After all, the dead were pitiful witnesses while the livings were the best to spread his motives. Something heavy fell on Izuku. It suspiciously felt like an evil immortal snuggling him while reading above his shoulder. After a cry of distress, a noise of disgust, and a daring escape, Izuku managed to get away while All For One was pondering about the state of the current hero society. They used to call those kind of people what they are, maniacs. And to catch them faster, he complained like the old man that he was, before looking at Izuku, his gray eyes stealing over. Be careful when you run around for anyone purposes. He is targeting heroes, not villains, Izuku reminded him. All For One smiled, as if he found it adorable that Izuku called himself a villain. The condescension might have annoyed someone else, but Izuku could understand that for a supervillain, what Izuku had done was small potato. Don't be naive, he gently chided him, as if Izuku should know better. The hero killer thinks he is a man on a mission. He will kill anyone interfering with it. Dabi's apartment was what a charitable soul would have called shabby. It was in an awful part of town. It was paid in cash because there was no real contract. The only reason why he didn't have problems with neighbors was because he carefully cultivated his image of a crazy pyromaniac with a cremation quirk, and it was empty and cold most of the time. But somehow, when the two little menaces weren't at the bar or pulling some crazy stunts, they loved being there. But 2 days after the sport festival, Shoto arrived dragging his feet, obviously anticipating the reason why Dabi had called him. He greeted him from afar, then hovered in the living room. Of course, someone who didn't know Shoto would have thought he was being aloof and indifferent, but really, past the patented Todoroki mask, it was obvious he was on the defensive. Dabi didn't get up, preferring to stay on the couch. He hated the idea of walking to Shoto and to loom over him, no matter how irritated he was. Why are you not using your flames? He had briefly thought of Shoto not being able to use them. A mental block. Something that would explain why he was willing to be covered in frost during battle, risking hypothermia and frostbite just like Fuyumi when she used her quirk. But he had observed him during this fight, saw how Shoto had controlled himself not to use his flames, clenching his fist the same way Dabi refrained himself from using his fire unless he really needed to. I chose not to, the masterpiece confirmed, at least, not in battle. You chose not to, Dabi repeated, hoping that the words would make sense now that they were in his mouth, but such idea was still beyond the spectrum of Dabi's comprehension. Why? Any hesitation or unease disappeared from Shoto's face, determination once again shining in those cold eyes of his as he told Dabi about his vow. How he could never forgive Endeavor, and how he would prove that he could become number one and surpass All Might without Endeavor's power. Dabi could have laughed, but it wasn't funny. Someone else could have listened to the anger raging within him and exploded, but he despised such stupid demonstrations of emotions. People who expressed their anger with a booming voice and in expressive ways were idiots who had the self-control of a child, and Dabi couldn't allow himself to fall that low. A deep breath. He was monumentally angry, but his anger was something cold and sharp that sustained him, something he fueled and on which he had complete control. Because in a world of fools and willfully blind people, he couldn't afford to lose sight of the truth. You have the perfect quirk, he reminded the Todoroki masterpiece, his voice so cold one could have thought he has his twin's quirk. Who cares where it comes from? It's a tool. A tool that you need in order to avoid perfectly avoidable frostbites. I can handle it, Shoto declared as if woe was enough, his head high with this typical Todoroki pride. The kind that came with knowing they were the elite. The kind Tuya had before he was replaced with the better option because he was defective. I won, didn't I? No, you can't, Dabi growled, his voice low and every scar in his body furiously itching with a cold tingle. Cold, because that was what happened when one was burned too deeply. A hellish heat, then a cold nothing because the nerves were dead. As for winning the sport festival, you were fighting a bunch of kids who have been training for a month at most. As someone who works for anyone, you know a school tournament doesn't prove anything. There are no pretty rules of specific areas when you fight someone. There are no civilians staying away. The only thing you proved is that you are willing to hurt yourself as a point of pride. He leaned forwards, still on the couch, controlling himself not to walk to his brother and shake him by the shoulders until this determined and stubborn expression disappeared from his face. Dabi couldn't understand. He just couldn't understand how the golden child, the one who wouldn't be devoured by his own quirk, refused to use it fully. Have you ever noticed the scars on Fuyumi's body? He continued, and it wasn't to help Shoto anymore. It was everything that had killed Tuya spilling out. Have you perhaps failed to notice mine? Do you think it's fair that Yami is constantly in danger of breaking his bones every time he uses his quirk? All of them, fighting against their own quirks not to be destroyed by them. Some being more successful than others. It felt like being mocked for every of Dabi's shortcomings, how he had failed being up to the task again and again. But with 5 words, his irritation washed away. "I can't let him win," Dabi's little brother whispered, and there was something haunted in his words. Endeavor's quest had plunged Dabi into insanity, long before he had reduced his former self to ashes. Replaced. Not enough. A failure. Weak, stupid enough to try to win a prize that never existed. But he hadn't been the only victim of this madness. "If I use my flames, it means he gets what he wanted," Shoto said louder, vulnerability gone. "It means that everything he did to our family was worth it." Dabi stood up, walking to the brother he barely knew. Anger was hidden again, and only the pure tranquility that certitude could bring remained. He held out his hand, his fingers brushing Shoto's cheek, then cupping it. His brother stayed still for a moment, then slowly leaned into the contact. "Let him win," Dabi said quietly. Shoto's eyes widened. It should have been comical of his brother's stoic face, but he could be forgiven to not believe his ears. Dabi hugged his brother. "Use the pain he gave you. Use his power. Hone all the experiences, all the skills, everything this bastard passed on us. Let him think he won. Then, use his own flames to burn him alive." The day after the sport festival, Todoroki had called Izuku and asked for them to meet. It had ended with a lunch on top of one of their favorite roofs, an occasion that should have been fun and dedicated to congratulations because his friend had won UA sport festival. And yet, Todoroki was obviously in a pensive mood, silent as they finished their meal. Something must have happened, be it at the sport festival itself or after. Had Endeavor said something? From what Todoroki had told him, he was the kind to absolutely corrupt such beautiful victory. Todoroki will tell me what's bothering him. He isn't the kind to hold back when he needs to talk. Izuku was about to shudder, but he refused to and straightened up. At this altitude, the wind was so strong that its cold was piercing through Izuku despite the perfectly adequate jacket he had put on. He could have texted Kurogiri to warp him a scarf or something warm in a moment, but the more he thought about it, the more certain he was that it wasn't worth the teasing all for one would unleash on him as soon as he heard about it. And he would. Kurogiri and Izuku's roommate were constantly together those days, looking for whoever had attacked the USJ or at least going through the underworld and leaving a trail of terror and ass-kicking. "Did you see the news about Ingenium?" Todoroki suddenly asked, thankfully interrupting his thoughts before they gave him a headache. "His brother's in my class." "Yes, Iida. Izuku had seen him during the sport festival. Poor man. Even if you know that pro hero is a dangerous job, it's not something you can prepare yourself for." "I wouldn't mind," Todoroki mused out loud with a concerning dreamy look on his face before snapping out of it with obvious regret. "But I do doubt Iida had the same concern." Awkwardness claimed the silence again as Todoroki was looking down at his hand, his expression getting more somber by the second. "You're the 9th one for all holder. Be brave, or at least, be direct." Do you want to tell me something?" Izuku's friend looked up. Then, he said everything, about the sport festival, how he had made sure to be number 1 again and again, how he had proved his power, then an entire conversation with Dabi this morning. He almost repeated each word, as if they were engraved in his memory. "What do you think?" Todoroki asked a stupefied Izuku once he was done. "Well, my first question would be, is Dabi serious about murdering Endeavor or is that just a charming filial exaggeration? Your arms are crossed and you look angry, so do you really want my opinion about your vow or do you want me to be your best friend and say amen to everything you're saying? Am I allowed to tell you that if you hadn't avoided me, we would be in the middle of plan A and none of this would be happening? What do you want?" he carefully asked. "What is your goal?" Todoroki didn't hesitate. To be the number 1 hero. To surpass All Might without using anything belonging to this bastard. "Unless you also stole your quirk from a top hero, I don't think you can say half of you belongs to him," Izuku joked to lighten the mood. Todoroki stared at him. "Not that I would judge if you did." Todoroki stared harder. "Plan B, then." Izuku leaned towards him, channeling Small Might 1541, the quirk specialist. He needed to deal with facts, not emotions, because those were treacherous. "When we first started talking to each other, you only mentioned an ice quirk with drawbacks," he reminded him. "I was convinced you were dealing with an ill-suited quirk, while you actually have the most beautiful and one of the most powerful quirks I've ever seen. Moreover, it's a stable quirk that your vow is unbalancing." Todoroki didn't ask questions if he wasn't ready to hear the answers, so Izuku agreeing with Dabi didn't bother him. "You never tried to convince me to use my left side," he remembered. "A smidge of the brutal honestly of Plan C, now. Because I know you will eventually use your flames," Izuku said, a certitude born from experience keeping him calm. "One day, it will be a matter of survival. One for all taught me that in those cases, the body goes 100%. "Is that all you're thinking of my determination?" Todoroki mocked without managing to completely hide how upset it made him. "I have complete faith in your strength of will. But everyone has their limits and if you continue on this path, you will soon reach them." Shoto's old man had said the exact same thing. Midoriya was his closest friend. His only friend. They had shared things with each other that no one else could know. They understood how logic wasn't that important as long as they reached their goals. When Midoriya had decided to mess with All Might in the hope of gaining an unconfirmed legendary quirk, Shoto hadn't believed him, but he has still helped so he would be safe. If Midoriya didn't believe in Shoto, he would have to convince him. "You have All Might's quirk. Will you feel better if I proved that my ice is more than enough against it?" Down to Plan E they were. "Well, it's been quite a while since we trained together," Izuku accepted. "I know just the place." Reckless avatar of chaos. Don't wait for me tonight. Me. What are you doing? Reckless avatar of chaos. I'm busy. Me. Doing what? Reckless avatar of chaos. Being busy. It was a little before midnight when Shoto arrived to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, a misleading name that would lull the tourists into thinking it was a beautiful place only for them to realize that this was an unofficial junkyard. The walls of trash were so high that the lights of the city were barely reaching the beach, and they were lucky tonight was a full moon, or Shoto would have had to set something on fire beforehand to be able to see anything. Despite the moonlight, Shoto almost didn't find his opponent. More precisely, for a mad second, he wondered if the form sitting on a giant American fridge was a new type of gargoyle, before realizing that it was just his friend wearing a black hoodie and not bothering to greet him. Until one of us either touches the water or is sent out of the beach, Midoriya proposed from his perch. Midoriya liked high places. Or if one of us is stopped more than 10 seconds, Todoroki added, because he didn't see himself dragging a Midoriya trapped in an ice cube to the sea, or give up. The white-haired boy jumped from the fridge, one for all propelling him through the air, and several meters away from Shoto. He landed without disturbing the sand, even if physics dictated that the impact should have been violent. Then, he turned towards Shoto, a smile on his face. 3. Midoriya called. Midoriya was good. More often than not, as he was training in UA, Shoto regretted him not having him at his side. He would make an incredible hero. 2. Todoroki answered, placing his feet, but Midoriya hadn't started training since infancy. He hadn't been trained by a top hero either. 1. They both said at the same time. 4 Chapter 14:14. Ice jumped at Izuku, big enough to swallow him whole, fast enough to convince some part of his brain that it was eager to devour him. He wasn't quite fast enough to avoid it entirely, but that didn't matter. He knew Todoroki, he knew how he fought, and he knew that with enough speed and a good timing, one could break through the ice. 15%. Izuku kicked through the wave of ice a second before it took hold of him. For a very stressful moment, he thought he had underestimated how thick the ice was, but the twinge of panic made him push through it, and he escaped the attack before jumping behind a pile of trash. Midoriya disappeared from his sight, but that didn't prevent Shoto from throwing more ice in his general direction, trying to find him. In a perfect world, he would have frozen the whole beach and be done with it, but Midoriya would escape this kind of half-hearted moves. Midoriya, who had one for all. Shoto had no doubt that he would one day surpass All Might. And Shoto also knew that he had to be the one to surpass Midoriya. He could help him, believe in him, like him, but Shoto was the one who would become number one. For now, Shoto was stronger than him. Or at least, he was stronger than him as long as he didn't feel inclined to break all his bones and get an earful from Ao, their medic. That was why he had chosen a field where he would have as much cover as he wanted, hoping to push Shoto to exhaust himself trying to catch up with him. He is efficient. He will try to end the fight as soon as he can. It means that he will show up if I give him an opportunity. Shoto started running in direction of a high point, climbing on a pile of detritus while using his ice to stabilize the whole thing. Here, I am trying to take advantage of the altitude to find you and smite you from above. It barely took him a couple of seconds to reach the summit. He could have taken longer, but there was no need to advertise the trap, and with a little luck, the obscurity would hide the trace of frost around him. Come on. Shoto got his wish and more as Midoriya signaled his position by making a higher and more unstable pile of trash fall on him, in all its disgusting glory. When All for One warped near Izuku's location, he was fully expecting fire and brimstone, or at least, a defenestrated pro-hero. The little one tended to find problems, pour gasoline on it, before throwing the matches in the air so someone else could pick them up and burn themselves with the resulting explosion. He was thankfully warped with enough distance between the ninth and him so Izuku wouldn't notice him and try to bury him under a mountain of trash, just like he was trying to do to his friend. All for One used flight, a quirk taken from an American pro-hero which allowed his user to be covered by an aerodynamic barrier that protected from harm, cold, and heat, and launched himself in the sky, keeping an eye on the two teenagers. Apart from the fact that it was exceptionally late and that they were outdoors, it didn't seem to differ much from their usual training. Is Izuku mellowing out with age? Or maybe this society had brainwashed him enough to think that using quirks in public places was enough of a villainous act to allow him to sleep at night, contented because he had done his quota of mischief. Don't they know the woods are better for this kind of training? Ice quickly recovered the sand and the trash, always a hair away from Izuku, who was deploying treasures of agility and speed to escape Todoroki's power. Even more interesting, he didn't bother fighting Todoroki face to face, preferring to hound him down, forcing him to waste his strength, while using the environment to his advantage by either hiding or throwing some abandoned piece of furniture at his opponent. Izuku knew how to adapt to his environment and how to take any opportunities, unlike All Might, who was nothing more than a brawler, simply throwing his strength around without any grace, only counting on the power of one for all and hoping for the best. All for One floated tranquilly just under the clouds, and he decided that it was nothing more than the usual sparring session and that he didn't have to cancel his meeting with an old associate with whom he had to have a conversation about consequences and what gravity could do to a human body. He warped away, unaware that in a couple of seconds, Todoroki Shoto would get tired of Izuku hiding and decorate the field in ice spikes. As an ice spear, one of many, pierced the trash pile behind which Izuku was hiding, the tip piercing at the place where he had been a second ago. The one-for-all holder decided that he needed a new strategy. He had counted on running circles around Todoroki until he froze himself. It was only a matter of time, and that would allow Izuku to avoid accidentally hurting his friend. But he had misjudged the field. The beach was bigger than the UA arena, and as Todoroki kept chasing him, the activity kept him warm. He might even be able to last long enough to beat Izuku, convincing himself that his fire was something that could be ignored. This was going to kill him. Probably not today, but one day, he would be fighting a villain, and by the time he realized he needed his fire, he would be too weakened to survive. It wasn't that Todoroki didn't care about what would happen to him, but because he was arrogant. It was probably not his fault, not when he had been called a masterpiece since his quirk had manifested, but he was convinced he would always find a way to win. Just like All Might. Plus Ultra. But Izuku was one of the rare persons who knew that the symbol of peace coughed up blood every time he was surprised and that he was missing organs. What kind of friend would he be if he let Todoroki walk on this road? Todoroki got tired of waiting for Izuku to attack, and he hunted him through the beach, attacking at the slightest sound. And since Izuku had to climb on piles of various junks or jump from one hiding spot to another, he couldn't help making noises in the silent night. However, quickly, Todoroki's incredible power had covered the place in ice, some of them massive constructions. Slippery, but stable, and one could climb them without making any noises as long as he was willing to ignore the scream his frozen skin made every time his bare hands touched the ice. Thanks to the little icebergs his friend had thrown with abandon at the start of the fight, Izuku quickly managed to reach the sea. In his hand, he had a plastic basin, collected from the smelly treasure box around them. When Midoriya attacked again, jumping from above, Shoto was ready. He created an ice arch, a nice enough shield, and when Midoriya crashed through it, both feet first to break it, he was welcomed with enough ice to throw him away from Shoto. Not much, speed was of the essence. And as soon as he crashed on the sand, Shoto stomped on the ground, ice spreading from his right foot and rushing Midoriya, trapping him where he was before he had the time to use this insane speed of his to escape. He was too focused on Midoriya to notice what he had let go in his brutal change of trajectory. He just saw something from the corner of his eye and he caught it by pure reflex. He just had the time to realize he was holding a basin before glacial seawater drenched him. The pain it brought so brutal that it didn't even register for a moment. His body just knew what kind of damage water would inflict on someone evolving in a cold epicenter. A moment later, his senses caught up with him and it was like every cell of his body was trying to curl up on themselves, trying to escape the sudden cold. He hadn't even had the time to get used to it, to let himself be numbed by it. For a second, he stumbled, just fighting with how awful everything felt. He should have trusted Midoriya to hasten hypothermia without using a quirk, be it his or Shoto's. Midoriya, who was still on the ground, fighting to get rid of the ice coffin he had been trapped into. His elbow had just managed to escape, the skin red and raw, when Shoto managed to steal himself. A second at most. He had enough time to add more ice, to make sure Midoriya stayed put for 10 seconds, and he would win. But Midoriya didn't try to escape, he just whipped his arm so his hand would face Shoto. And he flicked his middle finger at him. Not only was Shoto not expecting being thrown 2 meters into the air, stopping only because some part of him that didn't need to think anymore summoned an ice wall in his back, but nothing could have prepared him to the wind the blast created. It was as if 1,000 knives had attacked his skin. Even worse because of the ice Shoto's right side had produced. For a terrifying moment, he wondered if the ice wasn't going to rip his skin from his flesh. As if he didn't have enough scars. His left side was screaming at him to just use it, to protect him from this. Exactly what Midoriya wanted. The crazy bastard finally managed to escape the ice, slightly wobbling on his feet. The landing or the ice must have affected him. So, the bearer of All Might's quirk said, "I got serious for 2 minutes and you're already about to freeze. You didn't manage to lay a finger on me yet." Annoyance shot at him. "How is that holding out strategy going for you?" Midoriya asked. Shoto breathed, condensation escaping his mouth. He could still feel his fingers. His back was against the seashore. Midoriya had moved him so he would be easy to send into the ocean. But if Shoto was fast enough, he could still win. Izuku had failed his landing. He was forcing himself not to shiver. The air blast he had used, at 20%, had been above his limits and his fingers were bruised. If they had been simply sparring, it would have been enough to stop the fight. How ruthless must I be to make him see the truth? The sea was close enough for Izuku to hear the sound of the waves on the shore. Throwing Todoroki there would be complicated since he could keep himself anchored thanks to the walls of ice he was creating at his back. Air blast is out for throwing him into the water. But it was more than enough to worsen the damages made by the cold. Honestly, Izuku didn't need to win the fight. Todoroki using his flames would be just as much as a victory. He should let time do its work, helped by the freezing water that had already covered Todoroki in frost and as many air blasts as possible. Make it last. Izuku took one step, more to check if his body was correctly responding than anything else. Unfortunately, that step was on a patch of ice that definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. Izuku's foot slipped on the ice without his permission and without asking him his opinion, and suddenly, he was falling while Todoroki had him in sight. His landing was undignified and about to be a lot colder, but he didn't waste a moment, already scrambling away. "Going back to your feet will take too long, you might fall again." He flicked his finger, taking advantage of the sliding lane the quirk had created. Air blast. The power, 20%, bruised his fingers, but the brutal impulse propelled him backwards on the iced lane, just in time to avoid Todoroki who about to drop an ice cube the size of Texas on him. The fact that Izuku completely lost control of his movements and landed in a pile of trash before having a bicycle falling from said pile and on his head, didn't take anything away from his quick thinking. Just from his dignity, He had barely finished the thought when Todoroki's ice jumped at him, Todoroki in tow as he was running at full speed, all his previous exhaustion seemingly forgotten now that he had the possibility to send Izuku into another ice age. Izuku, still sitting, looked at the bike that had bounced from his skull to land on the ground next to him. He grinned. Shoto could have ended the fight if a bicycle-shaped missile hadn't crashed into his chest, sending him tumbling back, a snarl of pure rage escaping his throat. Ice englobed the damn thing, then did the same to the distance separating him from his opponent. Things became a blur after that. Shoto didn't know how long they fought. He just knew it was furious and merciless. The fight might not have gone so far if they hadn't been regular sparring partners. They knew each other's limits. So when Midoriya escaped ice with scratches and more bruises, Shoto knew that he had barely noticed it, and when Shoto's body starting to numb and his movements to slow down, Midoriya didn't show any mercy, because as long as he was moving, the fight was still going. Things became simpler. They were finally facing each other, Midoriya trying to grab him, and Shoto trying to trap him with ice or to slow him down by projecting cold at him. There wasn't enough distance to take the time to think, to elaborate strategies. Only the present existed in that moment. It tasted like freedom. Midoriya's movements weren't betraying any hesitation anymore as he danced around Shoto, his arms red because of the cold, his knuckles and forearms scratched to hell and back because of how many times he had broken through the ice to hit him. Every time he moved, wind followed him, biting at Shoto with 1,000 fangs. As for Shoto, he abandoned the massive use of his power, privileging speed. He ripped Midoriya's warmth piece by piece and they both knew that it was only a question of time before Shoto's ice trapped him again. And this time, Midoriya wouldn't escape it. That made Midoriya impatient. He could have run away, taken more distance to use those damn air blasts on him. Instead, he put more strength into his punches, trying to break through the walls of protection. His fist hit Shoto's shoulder, making the thin layer of ice that had formed on it explode, pain finally reaching him. Shoto ignored it, and when he punched back, without his quirk, putting his hip in the movement, his right hook hit Midoriya's ribs, the one he had been unconsciously protecting since he had drenched Shoto in water at full strength. He had known Midoriya wouldn't expect him to stop using his quirk and to fight with his bare hands, but the results went beyond his expectations. His balance lost, Midoriya twisted his body, moving his arms to try to regain it, but between the violence of the punch and the frozen ground, he didn't have a chance. He fell abruptly on the ground and Shoto lunged, ice already starting to form. Midoriya's fist went through the frozen ground, with a violence that horrified the very small part of survival instinct Shoto had at the idea of what that strength could do to a human body. His hand moved again, a blur, and sand was thrown in the direction of Shoto's eyes. Still moving, he didn't have a choice, not when he was carried by his momentum. He moved his head to avoid it, exposing his left side, preventing himself from immediately freezing Midoriya. Giving him half a second for his insane friend to put his hands to the ground and propel his leg, so fast it almost became a blur, near Shoto's face. The kick never touched him. The air blast it produced, more violent than anything Midoriya had done before, sent him flying, airborne. For a moment, Shoto was too stunned to react, but he did notice that the darkness at the edge of his mind receded and that delicious warmth licked at him. When he landed, his left side was on fire. The ice had already been shimmering under the moonlight, but the flames brought it to a different level, illuminating the beach and turning an unofficial junkyard into something straight out of a strange but beautiful fairy tale. Izuku managed to stand again, first by putting a knee on the ground, then back on his feet, more because the wonder of this sight compelled him to take a better look than because he was in a real hurry. In front of him, Todoroki did the same. The frost on his skin was evaporating, leaving without a trace even though on anyone else, it would have left damage. But Todoroki was loved by all components of his quirks, unlike Izuku or Dabi. There was something beautiful about a fire in a dark night. Todoroki, flames still growing, so bright for Izuku's eyes which had become accustomed to the semi-darkness, put himself in his usual ice-throwing position, more ice spreading from his right foot. While his fire grew stronger, "You're insane," Todoroki said, his face not expressing anything, be it anger, sadness or relief, but there was a real fondness in his voice. His back was against the sea. "That's nothing new," Izuku reminded him as he put himself into a fighting stance. It wasn't over. One for all. Full cowl. Shoto didn't think about how disappointing this situation was. How he had thought that if it ever happened, it would be a conscious decision. A voluntary surrender. Not his body choosing for him right before the cold did too much damage. He didn't even think about his father, even though his shadow had loomed over him since he had discovered his quirk. Instead, he called both powers, fire and ice, with all the energy he could muster. His eyes never left Midoriya. He was feeling at peace. The air around them changed as Shoto's quirk was influencing the wind, more and more power being called. In return, One for All was roaring inside Izuku, spreading through him, as much as he could, about to burst and to unleash the same kind of devastating power. Until something strange happened. One moment, Izuku's brain was seeing the quirk, fascinated by the display of power, those flames that were shimmering and mesmerizing, illuminating the ice, proving that it was an incredible quirk, just like Izuku knew, and something in him burst with joy because his friend was finally using his full quirk and it was magnificent. And the other, the tiny lizard living in Izuku's brain, slightly scorched, gone through hell, started to draw his attention to the fact that he wasn't fireproof and that unless he intended to use 100% and break all his bones, he needed a plan or he was going to die. Oh. Suddenly creating a very high heat in a place that had been thoroughly frozen could cause an explosion, especially as the wind created by several air blasts and the one brought by the sea brought more oxygen to the mix. It was something an adult who would have been observing the match could have noticed. That same adult, if he hadn't been busy elsewhere, could have warped the boys to safety. It was something Todoroki Shoto could have noticed in time if the cold hadn't slowed down his reasoning skills. The cold, and several blows to the head. He noticed what was happening when he saw Midoriya Izuku running into the opposite direction. He wasn't fast enough to stop the reaction. The blast devastated the beach, sending everything it contained violently flying. Shoto was included in it, the explosion shattering the ice wall in front of him and his back shattering the one behind him, and he crashed into the sea. That had been 12 meters away from him. He immediately jumped to his feet, ignoring the pain, his muscles screaming in agony, and he started running. Midoriya. Shoto didn't know where he was. The topography of the beach had changed because of him, and Midoriya was nowhere to be seen. His imagination brought him the image of Midoriya's broken body crashing on the sand, in the shadows. Midoriya, he screamed, hurting his throat. His heart was beating so fast it was the only thing he was hearing. His heart beating like crazy and the sound of his blood being pumped into his veins. His fire came out, inattentive to see better in case shadows were hiding him from his sight, but still nothing. Shoto was breathing, fast now that he thought about it, but it was like the air wasn't reaching his lungs. Izuku, he called out, his voice weak, only the silence answered him. A cold that had nothing to do with his quirk spread through him and pain, unlike anything he had been through, crashed through him. Until he heard a muffled noise on his right. Slowly, like in a dream, Shoto turned. He saw trash moving from a large fridge that was lying on its back, the same fridge Midoriya had been sitting on when he had arrived. The door brutally opened, almost ripped from its hinges, reminding Shoto of a coffin, and Midoriya, none for the worse, graciously got out of it. The door was locked from the inside. He grumbled without even looking at him, his quirk still activated as he had to use it to escape. His friend got out without betraying any hint of pain or unease, but he shut down the door again and sat on the fridge like it was a bench, his shoulders betraying his exhaustion. I had actually kept that thing near the shore so I could throw it at you if there was a problem, but this makes a good hiding spot or panic room if you need it. But I had forgotten it couldn't be opened from the inside unless you have enhanced strength. Shoto just stared at him. Did you know I had a plan that didn't involve fighting to make you use your flames? Midoriya continued, still not looking up. I actually had 4 of them. We could be eating pizza while I'm showing you a PowerPoint about your quirk. He didn't know if he was insanely relieved or if he wanted to strangle him because this dumbass didn't seem to realize that Shoto had thought he was hurt or worse a moment ago. Izuku finally looked up. Looked around, at what was left of the beach. Here and there, things were on fire. At least, none of the metal pieces had turned into shrapnel because of the explosion. Oh, this madman quietly said. Both, Shoto realized, it's definitely both. He dropped to his knees. Midoriya was by his side in a second, his hands on his arms, checking for injuries. The flames disappeared just as Izuku was touching his friend. Not that it was needed since he had approached him by the right anyway. Both boys knelt in the sand, some of Todoroki's weight on Izuku. He didn't seem hurt, but he was probably even more exhausted than Izuku was. Physically but also mentally. Todoroki leaned more and more on Izuku, his body still shivering because of the punishment it had been through by being deprived of the flames. The one-for-all holder, also cold, wondered if it wouldn't be better to get away so his friend could summon his fire again and get warmer, but his instinct whispered against it. They stayed like this, in a half-hug, while Todoroki was resolute to stay still and not say a thing. But Izuku wasn't good with silence, so what I wanted to say is that your quirk allows you to regulate your temperature by using your left side when you draw ice, and your right side when you use fire, he started mumbling, because quirks were comforting and because Todoroki never interrupted him or found it creepy when he went on a quirk rant. Since those protections are dependent on imbalance, and protect you when your resistance to extreme temperatures fails, this is the proof that you actually have 1 quirk and not 2. Todoroki's head slightly moved, which probably meant something like that. Oh please, do continue. After all, your side job is to analyze quirks and you know what you're talking about since people pay you for that. What I'm trying to say is that your power is your own. You don't have your father's quirk and your mother's quirk because they don't work that way. You have something new, which only belongs to you. For a moment, Todoroki didn't do anything. He didn't move, didn't talk, didn't show any sign that he was hearing what Izuku was saying. Then he said the most annoying thing he could have uttered. Couldn't you have said that sooner? It left Izuku speechless. He was aching all over. He was insanely cold because someone's brilliant plan to use a quirk that put him through hypothermia at Mach speed was to throw icebergs around like they were candies on Halloween day, and now, someone had something to say about what Izuku could have done. The audacity of this man. Did something compel you to wait after the bloody fight where we almost died in a firestorm before telling me that, or did you just want to see my quirk in action? Todoroki continued, still not raising his head but dripping sass like there was no tomorrow. For a moment, Izuku seriously considered stopping to hold half of this dead weight and to push him in the sand with a noise of disgust. You're the one who challenged me, Izuku reminded him. Not even a hello, or how are you doing, first. You just got all offended and decided you had to fight me. Not even me, but the one who has All Might's quirk. I have no recollection of the events in question, this false friend said, proving that bad faith wasn't lethal, even in such incredible quantities. You know what, I wasn't going to bring it up but you're covered in seawater, so you probably fell into the sea, and that means I won. Congratulations. You were beaten by a quirkless boy who received his quirk not even half a year ago. No one knew how long they could have kept bickering, but they were interrupted by a strange noise. It suspiciously sounded like police sirens, getting closer and closer. Midoriya took Shoto's hand. That was his only warning before his friend activated One for All and dashed out of the beach, dragging Shoto behind him as if he was a helium balloon. Ryuko, Dragon Hero, had been visiting a friend when the explosion had happened, and she was the first one to arrive on Dagoba Beach, her other and more massive form not hindered by meager considerations like traffic or speed limits. If she had looked just outside the beach, she would have seen a boy with a speed quirk dragging another by the hand, before brutally stopping and excitedly pointing her to his friend, in the universal, "Look, it's Ryuko," gesture all her fans had. But since she immediately flew to where the explosion had started, trying to see if someone had been injured, and how many people were involved to have created such destruction, she didn't see the second boy picking the fanboy up by the back of his shirt and dragging him away from the crime scene. It was technically early when someone knocked on Dabi's door. Someone who almost met a fiery and deserved death but who turned out to be his boss, who was protected by the most terrifying quirk user ever known to men, and his little brother who was mostly fireproof, so why bother? They both looked exhausted. Yami wasn't covered enough for the weather, his usual hoodie's gone, but the temperatures weren't low enough to explain why the exposed skin was red because of the cold. As for Shoto, he was half shirtless, the left half. They both reeked of trash, but a special mention went to Shoto, who also managed to smell like a wet dog. Dabi sighed, not paid enough for this chaotic bullshit and not having the patience of dealing with this little sibling bullshit. Another one of his brothers had used up all his tolerance for chaotic tendencies after 1 a.m., before Shoto had even been born. What happened? He asked. They both looked at each other, silently communicating and deciding that Dabi didn't need to know too much, which meant several laws had been broken somewhere. We had a conversation, Yami explained with that innocent face of his that had fooled so many, hiding that he was pure craziness and well under an angelic appearance. Are you injured? They shook their heads. Good. Then, go home. And Dabi slammed the door in their face, before locking behind him. No one could prove that he was smiling because Shoto had used his fire, but no one could prove otherwise. Todoroki and Izuku looked at each other, shocked and appalled to see that Dabi would be cruel and unreasonable enough to leave them out in the middle of the night. Then, they both started to pat their pockets to locate their keys. Todoroki was the first one to find his set and unlocked the door before sneaking into the apartment. Dabi found them as they were locking the door behind them because it wasn't an especially safe neighborhood. Harsh words were said by the young adult, and Izuku took a moment to acknowledge that Dabi wasn't an older teen but an actual adult. Probably because of the late hour and a lack of caffeine. Really, he couldn't blame him for such relentless flow of inane questions such as, "How did you even enter? No, you can't sleep here. And, when did you even leave sleeping bags in my apartment?" 10 minutes after breaking into his place with keys they weren't supposed to have, the two teenagers were curled up in their sleeping bags and they were dead to the world because of an obvious case of quirk exhaustion. As for Dabi, he had accepted his fate. However, he still wondered when they had managed to leave clothes and sleeping bags on the last shelf of his cupboard without him noticing. Whatever had happened, Shoto had obviously used his left side. That was a step on a road that would protect from frostbites or from being killed by his own quirk. That was more than enough to earn him a pass at waking up Dabi in the middle of the night. He made sure that there would be enough food for the breakfast tomorrow. For a moment, he considered taking Shoto's phone to call Fuyumi and to warn her that he was sleeping at a friend's house, but the thought only crossed his mind because he was severely sleep-deprived and he pushed it away as soon as it was born. Dabi went to sleep, not noticing the man who had warped into his home. A man who had just been informed that the beach on which he had left two teenagers that were supposed to know better had been devastated by what the police thought to be several individuals with powerful quirks. All for one made sure none of them were hurt, then waited on the eldest Todoroki's couch for the sun to rise or for sleep to find him first. Going back to Inko's home would have been a waste of time. After all, since he had left Tartarus, not even once had he managed to sleep without Izuku nearby. 4 Chapter 15:15. Shoto had always risen with the sun. His training started long before his breakfast and there were simply not enough hours in the day to waste them in slumber. Even working for anyone hadn't altered his sleep patterns. It had just taught him to make do with less sleep, while still waking up early. The day after the sport festival was one of the only times when he had slept way past 8 a.m. He had felt like he had slipped into a coma and woke up feverish and feeling awful because his body was bringing his temperature back to balance. This morning managed to be worse than the aftermaths of Shoto winning the sport festival with only his ice. He was feeling too hot, his skin too tight for his body, and he had sweated during the night. The guest room, where they were sleeping, had turned into a sauna because he had been unconsciously warming it up during the night. His head hurt. His body hurt. He was feeling grumpy and the idea of actually getting up was unbearable. Even worse, Shoto was feeling weak. So he just waited for his body to stop being so unreasonable, not wishing for Dabi to see him like this because they would both know it was because of a mix of hypothermia and exhaustion that could have been avoided if he had used his flames from the start. My flames, Shoto wasn't sure what to think of it. At the time, it had just felt natural and there was quite a rush when the cold had receded and he had finally used a power he had done his best to seal inside him for more than a year. Shoto still remembered how calm he had been. He had forgotten what Endeavor had wanted to create. He had forgotten his mother's pain and the scar on his face. He had forgotten about Dabi and Fuyumi's worries for his well-being. This sensation, this freedom, as he only existed in the present, he wanted that. Shoto stayed lying on his side, in a blue sleeping bag, and watching a Midoriya who had turned into a green caterpillar during the night. His friend didn't show any sign of being awake. The mass of green fabric, which had completely swallowed this hypothermia-inducing fiend who had to be responsible for Shoto's dizziness, only moved at the rhythm of his breathing. He must have fallen asleep again, something that never happened, because the sound of footsteps was what brought him back to reality. Heavier than Fuyumi's, lighter than Endeavor's or even Natsuo's. My eldest brother. Good morning, Dabi, All for One greeted him from the living room, confirming what Shoto's ears had deduced. Oh, All for One is here too, Shoto thought, proving that he was indeed in a sorry state. Right before he heard Dabi's yelp and the specific whoosh sound of a fire user setting himself on fire. That was how Shoto realized that All for One was here. Are you all under the impression that my apartment isn't open to all? Dabi asked, his voice more high-pitched than usual. Shoto tried to kick the sleeping bag away but he somehow only managed to get tangled in it. What can I say, Dabi? All for One answered, his voice not betraying a hint of sleep. He must have been awake for a while. You're simply too good of a host. We can't help but to indulge in your hospitality. The door was brutally opened, revealing All for One, not wearing a jacket, the sleeves of his white shirt rolled up on his arms, and his hair not styled. It changed him, making him appear younger. The villain was carrying a 4-cup carrier in his hands, and he walked to what Midoriya had turned into the night. Good morning Todoroki, he said as he was kneeling by Midoriya's side. It's a little past 9. You might want to call your family if they don't know where you are. This was, actually a good idea. Izuku, you're supposed to catch up on your work for school today, All for One said before touching where Izuku's hair should have been. The green sleeping bag growled. Not in the usual way human beings did, where it was a figure of speech in order to communicate irritation, but a bona fide snarl that wasn't supposed to come from a human throat. In All for One's place, Shoto would have kept his hands far away and backed down slowly but the villain didn't react and simply put a coffee next to Midoriya. Then, he left, leaving another one by the door. Dabi was also looking at what he was doing, freaked out. Midoriya emerged from his sleeping bag and grabbed the first cup, hovering over it like it was a precious treasure. He wiggled, still half in the sleeping bag, so he could drink with his back to Shoto. Midoriya, your villain is being creepy, Shoto informed him, do something. He's not my villain, he groaned but his heart wasn't in it. Since Shoto didn't want to leave his brother with a supervillain for too long, he stood up without waiting for Midoriya. Pain surged through his body, the consequences of what he had been put through the day before. Not using his flames until it was almost too late always had a toll on him, and it wasn't even talking about the shockwaves and the repeated smelly and blunt object thrown in his direction. Still, a life of conditioning allowed him to hide it. He wouldn't be able to run or to fight at full strength, but he would be able to hide it long enough to recover. And on its way out, he saw another cup of coffee left at the door. Another in the middle of the room. And the last on the table, next to an incredibly big box of donuts. All for One was in Dabi's apartment, in Dabi's kitchen, washing some cups with obvious disapprobation because there hadn't been enough clean glasses. He gave 4 of them to Shoto, who was stiff because of pain, so he would bring them to the table and he grabbed a bottle of orange juice that definitely had not been in Dabi's fridge the day before. How long had he been there? How had he known where Dabi lived? Yami wasn't the type to share information. And how much had he discovered, as he went through Dabi's stuff? All for One ignored how freaked out he was. No, it wasn't that. Ignoring meant acknowledging how crazy the situation was. All for One simply didn't care. He walked to the couch, poured himself a drink, and checked something on his phone while Shoto was already digging in the box of pastries, more used to the craziness of the anyone life. Dabi was wondering if he was willing to risk his life to chase them out and keep all the donuts for himself when something who vaguely looked like Yami got out of the guest room, his hair a mess that might have a life on its own and a glare that could have rivaled with cremation. The teenager didn't pay attention to them and he swooped on the coffee left on the ground, by the door. He found the other coffee and picked it up in his other hand, then he walked to the coffee table, where the last coffee was waiting, before he apparently realized that All for One had left caffeinated breadcrumbs for him to follow. You're not as funny as you think you are, the supposedly smart leader of anyone said. That's plenty enough as far as I'm concerned, All for One, delighted. Izuku didn't let go of his cups of coffee, he had picked them up, they were his, now. You can probably put one down, Dabi, this fool, told him as he was attacking the chocolate donuts. At least, until All for One leaned forwards to take 2 and the fire user decided to be somewhere else. He doesn't trust us, Todoroki explained. Neither of us drinks coffee, the leaf juice drinker noted, as if that was enough to let them approach his morning nectar. And yet, he still doesn't trust us. Izuku nodded before turning towards the only other person who could steal his coffee and enjoy it. Is there a reason why you're here or is that just the usual stalking? I came to make sure no hero would surprise you in your sleep after the stunt you pulled on the Dagoba beach, the bane of his existence mocked. How ungrateful of you. Izuku froze. So did Todoroki. What happened? Dabi immediately asked as if he was expecting heroes to join them for breakfast. All for One did some manipulation on his phone before showing something to Dabi. Something that made his eyes widen and Todoroki's face, next to him, suspiciously blank. For some unfathomable reason, they decided to fight each other and one of them tried his best to pulverize his opponent. I would usually suspect Todoroki-kun since flames were involved but I refuse to underestimate Yami's innovative spirit. Oh, coffee to drink. Can't talk. Too busy drinking coffee.
That didn't prevent Dabi from showing the phone to Izuku. On it, one could see a photo of the beach, which had suffered some damages. Way more damages than Izuku remembered, actually, but it had been at night and the police was there, so he hadn't paid too much attention at the time.
It also appeared that the explosion had been violent enough to actually clear a massive spot of various trash, the photo showing a beautiful image of the horizon.
Was that your way to answer an anyone request to clean up the beach? Dabi asked, dumbfounded. Shoto stayed mostly quiet as Dabi was grilling Midoriya and All for One was mocking him. Or maybe not. There wasn't the sharp edge of mockery here. It was the softer version. He needed to think.
Yesterday had been a blur. He had been focused on his goal. He had been determined to win. He had given everything he had. He had used his flames. Now, as he was calmer and with the memory of the utter tranquility that he had lived through as he willingly used his flames in battle, he had the advantage of hindsight. And he didn't like what he was noticing. Shoto had been the one to ask for this battle. And yet, Midoriya had reacted to it in a way he should have considered long before he put a foot on this beach. What about letting me choose the place and finding somewhere with a lot of hiding spots?
Somewhere that couldn't be more unlike the UA ring that was giving you a massive advantage. Oh, those air blasts. I am sure it's a coincidence if I've never showed you that before. Think nothing of it, just as you shouldn't think anything of how I could have stayed hidden and tried to take you out from a distance. Instead, I chose to fight face to face right after drenching you into cold water, so you would have no choice but to use your flames to survive, just like I had told you.
Shoto remembered the fridge that Izuku had admitted placing at a specific place in case of need. Was that something he had found as he had arrived on the beach? Or had he prepared the field long before the fight, finding anything that could give him an advantage?
I forgot. He did so many insane things that I forgot that the reason why he is still alive is because he is a strategist. And after the fight, Midoriya had dragged him to Dabi's place, helping him to run because Shoto was unable to keep up. Because he wasn't as fast, but especially because he had been exhausted at the time. While Midoriya himself could have kept fighting. If Midoriya had been hurt or got tired, he had obviously recovered during the night and he could have undertaken any mission right now. That is, if All for One hadn't been hovering, while Shoto was forcing himself not to show his exhaustion as he would need at least a day to recover. Because Midoriya is a vigilante. After the fight, he has to be in a good enough state to run away. He doesn't have recovery girl if he goes beyond his limits in order to win. Shoto looked at Midoriya who had just finished his second chocolate donut and was looking with suspicion at the one All for One was offering him. An understandable reaction because the villain had an amused smile on his face.
In how many ways did I actually lose this fight? I need to learn to control my fire, Shoto said after All for One and Yami warped away.
Yes, you do, Dabi confirmed. Once Izuku had enough caffeine in his system to stay awake and alert, he cleaned himself up and grabbed his laptop because he needed to finalize his research for an internship. He had chosen his high school because they didn't mind many absences as long as they were justified and had great online courses. However, anyone would become suspicious if a student missed so many classes without justifying of any extra activities.
Researching the companies that interested him wasn't a problem. He already had his mind on several of them. But he quickly realized, as he typed and retyped, that he absolutely had no idea how to write an email in a professional setting. He started searching online for that. His usual mo when he needed to learn a skill before he realized something. All for One, in his kitchen, preparing something that smelled heavenly good, noticed Izuku was staring. Yes, you're an adult, Izuku realized out loud for the first time. Until now, the teenager had only classified him as a cataclysm or as a stalker. I have been around for quite a while, yes, All for One mocked. However, there was adult and adult. Could Izuku trust this man as an accomplished member of society who knew how to navigate in a world of social graces? No, definitely not. Izuku went back to his researches and his drafts of emails. Alas, All for One was now curious and he abandoned the pan to come and look over Izuku's shoulder, a hand on the back of his chair. What is it? I need to write an email in adult. I found a quirk counseling company for my internship. All for One leaned more, his hand now on Izuku's shoulder, and the leader of anyone made him understand that he needed some space by violently shrugging. The villain took the hint and sat next to him instead of hovering. Isn't the quirk counseling the job of the state? It's the only worthwhile policy they implemented and they gave it to the private sector? Once again, Izuku was reminded that some of the policies he had lived with all his life were actually pretty recent. All for One didn't know about the quirk counseling companies or the paragons, even though he had thought the last one had been there for at least 20 years. Well, they have a contract with the government, Izuku explained. The quirk counseling for people under the age of 12 and the evaluation of one's quirk in any new development is free, but you pay for the quirk analysis. Under the age of 12, quirks are influenced by emotions. What do they think happens at puberty? People were more tolerant of young teenagers not perfectly controlling their quirks because of that. Well, they were with nice quirks, harmless quirks. Dangerous and scary quirks didn't always receive the same consideration. That was why Izuku had started to have a small but reasonable income with quirk analysis. There are associations that help people with low income, he chose to say instead. Oh, and you're going to join one of those. All for One looked at the drafts and started correcting them, weirding Izuku out because that seemed so normal. One of those brave organizations that help little people. Absolutely not. All for One looked at him, surprised. I am going to join one of those bullshit organizations where I can easily do the minimum of work so I have a good excuse not to be at school and more time to invest in anyone. Izuku didn't sleep a lot, but his days weren't getting any longer and he needed to find time, one way or another. That's almost reasonable of you, All For One said, incredulous. My homeroom teacher thinks I have a frail health with all the days I'm skipping. I have to find a way to buy time before I get a home visit. For some reasons, that made All For One smile. And being surrounded by quirks is far from a chore for you, he added. That too, Izuku admitted. Izuku was so busy finishing his email that he didn't pay attention to the news of a notorious money launderer found dead in the morning. Someone had dropped him from a building. Several times. Katsuki left his house on Sunday and just walked. Anywhere would have been better than this suffocating atmosphere where his mom was mocking him about not being the winner of the sport festival despite his speech at the start of it, and his father who continued to not react, to pretend that Katsuki wasn't living a fucking lie. He had lied to All Might. He would have to continue to lie, hoping that no one would ever learn the truth. The strength, the source of his pride, wasn't enough anymore. It was as if he couldn't breathe. It was as if he couldn't do anything, useless, pathetic, and Katsuki was none of that. It felt horribly similar to the sensation of the slime villain holding him under his control as he was slowly killing him. On Monday, Shota didn't fail to notice that Todoroki Shoto, winner of the sport festival, continued to eclipse his classmates when it came to fighting abilities. Even Bakugo couldn't keep up, to his great and loud annoyance. It was clear that Todoroki had been trained by Endeavor, but he also had something more. Something pragmatic that was supposed to be found with people who had field experience. They were more driven, knew how to evaluate situations, and they had something that simply couldn't be taught in school or on their own. Did Endeavor take him on hero work? That would explain the obvious gap in experience, something that kept him apart from the rest of 1A but that seemed too far-fetched, even for the number 2. Shinso, sitting next to Uraraka and ignoring whatever Ito was telling him, was staring at the two boys who were going through the obstacle of the race as if they barely existed. There was open envy on his face. Shota took note of it, recognizing the feeling he had once felt. One could love their quirk while being aware of how easier their life would be if they had a flashy power. Especially as Shinso had discovered his limits during the sport festival. Because of the USJ attack, Shota had noticed Shinso's weakness, if only because it was obvious, but he hadn't helped him with it, distracted by his time in the hospital. He would have to take care of. He was suddenly distracted by Todoroki speaking tranquilly to Bakugo. If Shota had gotten used to the screaming of the exploding boy who had taken not winning the first place personally, Todoroki himself rarely acknowledged him. And it was even rarer when he taunted him back. What made you think I was at full strength? A sharp light and increase of heat that had to be produced by Todoroki's left side, a power he had never used until now, illustrated his words. The scream of rage that followed quickly drew back Shota's attention to his two most troublesome students. As he was changing after some vigilantism on his lunch break, Izuku noticed once again the enormous bruise on his side. It started from his thigh and climbed up to his ribs. As he has tried to absorb the impact of his landing, during the weekend, it had turned to a deep purple color. Like every time, he couldn't help but to poke at it. And just like every time he had touched it, he couldn't help a little, ow, and be surprised that it hurt. Once his inspection was done, he left his vigilante attire in a corner of the storage room above Kurogiri's bar, and was about to get down and ask Kurogiri to warp him back to school when his phone biped. Snowdrift. Bakugo is now aware I can use fire. His scream of rage was so loud that it hurt his throat. Small Might 1541. I've known him all my life. It's physically impossible for him. Snowdrift. And I'm telling you my homeroom teacher had to send him to Recovery Girl. Small Might 1541. Did you see her use her quirk? This is so cool. Unlike Gladiolus, she can heal by using the subject's strength, so she isn't in danger of exhausting herself. I would love to know more about her quirk, but everything is classified. But I do know she visits hospitals when Aizawa-sensei, still covered in bandages and certainly not in any state to teach, told them about the internships. Hitoshi didn't expect to receive a single offer. He had taken one step on the ring, his one chance to show what he could do, right before Bakugo had ejected him with an explosion. But instead of the usual piece of paper with the name of a couple of agencies who might have chosen him, he received a letter. From the Hero Public Safety Commission. Hitoshi read the letter without understanding any word, so he had to reread it to confirm that yes, the Hero Commission, the one who named the exemplars, was offering him an internship and a special program for additional lessons. They even added that they had been impressed by his quirk and how they would be honored to have Hitoshi working with them. The rest of the hour was a blur. Half of him couldn't believe it, not when he had barely made it into the tournament, not for long, not even showing what he could do. Unlike the amazing display made by Uraraka, half mad with happiness and excitement. This was his shot. This was his chance to be seen and recognized, and for people to finally stop looking at him and pronouncing the words, villainous quirk. This feeling only lasted until the end of the class, as their teacher got out of his sleeping bag and asked for a moment of his time. Hitoshi braced himself. He was not disappointed. There are a lot of advantages in working with the Hero Commission, his teacher started. They are going to dispatch you on several types of situation, so not only will you have the experience of the field but you will also know the different types of activity a hero can do. So far, so good. Why'd I sense a but? I would like to delay your acceptation to this internship. Hitoshi blinked. During this moment, less than a second, several replies came to mind. How about no? Why in the hell would I do that? I got an internship. If you try to prevent me from progressing as a hero, you will have to kill me first. Thankfully, the stupefaction and pure outrage prevented him from exploding before Aizawa-sensei explained what he meant. If you say yes, it starts now. This will be a time-consuming program, where you will also be taught how to use your quirk. But as far as I'm concerned, you already have a good control over brainwash, and what you need to do is to catch up in terms of physical abilities. The anger died down. Train with me during this week of internship then until the summer, Eraserhead continued. That was something else. That wasn't him being condemned to catching up while the others accumulated experience. That was a very generous offer from a pro who had actually thought of his situation and who wanted to help. Eraserhead was a hero who didn't have a physical quirk, just like him. Working with him would be an incredible chance. But abandoning the hero commission, doubt set inside Hitoshi. Thank you. He had to make his teacher understand that he realized what it meant, that he was thankful for the offer. Can't I do both? You can't. Trust me, even not sleeping doesn't make days longer. You simply won't have the time. Hitoshi gulped down. No hero is a one-trick pony. What will you do if you can't use brainwash? I will find a way. It was said with more assurance than he really had, and it was noticed. Optimism suits people like All Might who were born with powerful and flashy quirks. People like us had to get smart and work harder. That was the thing. Hitoshi was tired of being the one who had to work harder. The one who had to find ways to compensate for his quirk because it made people uncomfortable. Working harder didn't work. If Shinso had just done his best like a good hero during the exam, he would never have passed. Instead, he had used his quirks on other candidates. Helping them, organizing them, and sometimes using them to take down robots. Aizawa-sensei saw his hesitation. I am not trying to punish you, Shinso. I am giving you my opinion as a pro. In the end, the choice is yours. Ultimately, Hitoshi's decision was easy to make. He was in UA and he needed to prove to everyone he belonged here. He couldn't play it safe. He sent 2 emails. One thanking Aizawa-sensei for his offer and explaining him what he was going to do. And the other to the Hero Commission, accepting their generous offer. They answered 1 hour later. Hawks was working 3 jobs at once these days, and to say that he was tired would be an understatement. Even the quiet bliss of a good flight wasn't enough to erase the weariness of flying around at high speed, working for anyone while being completely cut away from anything that could interest him. He needed someone with enough standing on the server to choose if they decided to listen or not to anyone. After a careful exploration of the server, he found someone well-liked, a discreet presence that anyone seemed to know at some level or another. Whoever they were, Hawks had started talking with them, and little by little, his interlocutor had stopped running circles around him, and he could now share his concern about auspicious disappearances. People with specific quirks, the kind that could take away someone's quirk or vitality, were vanishing. And a lot of them seemed to be young and male. It could be a coincidence. Quirks like those weren't extremely appreciated, and someone could have decided to impose some eugenic sense of morality upon them. It could be the thief, that person who belonged to anyone, eliminating competition. Villains had done worse. Or it could be someone discovering that the symbol of peace had been hurt and was now delivering a reckoning. In any case, this was a purge, and Hawks didn't want any innocent to become a victim, so he wanted them to be warned. He was landing when he received his interlocutor's answer. They were thanking him, and even though they didn't want to reveal which user had this kind of quirk, they were worried and promised that everyone would receive a warning. Spicy McNuggets. One more thing. I don't mind if anyone knows about the situation, but there is no need for them to know the information is coming from me. The last thing he wanted was for the administrator to drop in this channel to warn them against the pro-hero. His interlocutor replied almost immediately. Small Might 1541. I respect the privacy of anyone who talks to me. I won't tell a thing. Hawks smiled as he started walking, his feather floating around to make sure that no one was paying attention to him. Technically, no one would be surprised to see a hero patrolling, but it was rare to see Hawks walking. Even rarer to see him knocking on someone's door. Someone who played dead until he got tired of Hawks being loud, annoying, and impossible to ignore right in front of his secret lair, apartment. The very recognizable colleague of the thief opened the door, pissed beyond measure, but he should feel lucky. If he hadn't been there, Hawks would have broken in and left the file anyone had asked for as a gesture of goodwill on his kitchen table. Let's see how you feel when someone breaks into your home and leaves you a present. Hello, dear colleague. He greeted the fire user, a file in hand, for your boss. If he couldn't progress on the server in itself, he could put more pressure of a pretty obvious member of the inner circle. Inferno more inferis. I am going to murder you. Anyone. What did I do this time? Izuku's favorite kind of mission was when someone called for help and, by the time he arrived, a bunch of anyone members had already showed up and driven the threat away. It left him with warm feelings in his chest because anyone was building something on which people could rely on even if he wasn't here. A community. With the mission finished in the best way possible, Izuku had met Todoroki so he could pass the file containing every detail about the Numu and the USJ attack on Dabi's behalf, then for an impromptu strategy session that one could have mistaken for 2 friends going to the new waffles place that had just opened. Why are you so interested in Hawks? Todoroki asked with his legendary sense of timing, just as Izuku had his mouth full of waffle, chocolate, marshmallows, strawberries and whipped cream. Apart from his quirk, I mean. The last part was clearly to call Izuku out, but he ignored it because Todoroki had every right to be concerned. Especially now that Hawks had proved he knew where Dabi lived. A place that was a safe haven for them. Of course, it wouldn't have been a problem if Dabi had worn a mask, just like everyone and anyone. It didn't matter. Now that Izuku had invited a hero, obvious mole into their group, he was responsible of him. There has never been a paragon as perfect as Hawks, Izuku explained. His control over his quirk is incredible. His popularity is off the charts. He isn't only a hard worker, but he is also good at delegating, which explains how he can have so many activities without collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Those are skill sets that can help anyone, and with the information he can give me, I see no reason not to use him. Todoroki Shoto took one look at him, nodded, and gave him a blank look. You want an autograph, don't you? Izuku gasped, offended and appalled that he would be suspected of such a thing. As if he was the kind to be blinded by some cool quirk and a top hero. He was anyone. A real villain, who was beyond such meager considerations, and he made it clear in a vicious rant. Though he didn't deny that an autograph would potentially be appreciated. As Todoroki was being chastised by Izuku, listening to him and repenting on his faults, he pointed his fork at Izuku's waffles, wordlessly asking if he could taste one. You're asking me that right after calling me out for being a hero nerd? Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Am I wrong? Izuku squinted at him. I think anyone can benefit him, he later corrected Todoroki as he was shamelessly stealing a piece of his waffles without even having the decency to choke on it. I think he needs to slow down, to be in contact with the people he saves, to see the hope and the gratitude in their eyes, because if he keeps giving so much of himself, he will burn out. Spare me that look, Todoroki. And having a network of people who can help him without the HC breathing down his neck can't hurt him. And if he betrays us, his reputation can be crushed. Indeed, Izuku mentally agreed a little too quickly. I wouldn't do that, he affirmed, not trying to convince himself but simply reminding himself that he was more than his cold anyone persona. I like heroes a little too much to end their careers when they can still help people. But if that can keep him from selling the people I love to the Hero Commission, he doesn't need to know about my scruples. 4 Chapter 16:16 Chizome killed the boy as he was sleeping in his bed. Ryugi Tanaka didn't look any older than 15, his soft and black wavy hair ruffled by his sleep, and he was a monster who died with his throat sliced, without waking up because of the drug put in the late snack he had ordered to the room service 2 hours ago. Not even his quirk, which allowed him to take people's life to live longer, could protect him against something so innocuous. It wasn't Chizome's favorite method but it would do. He cleaned his knife on the part of the sheet that wasn't gorged with blood, noting that despite the fact Ryugi was older than Chizome's father, he kept looking like a teenager into his death. It had been so utterly complicated to find him. Ryugi had lived for a while, accumulating money and high-placed friends, but his taste for luxuries had been his downfall. A high-class hotel might be perfect for anonymity but it didn't guarantee much in terms of security. Chizome's job wasn't done, so he walked to the bathroom and to its oversized bathtub, before taking the chemicals he had brought in his bag. Once he was done preparing it, he carried the body to it, making sure not to drag it despite how heavy death had made him. In a couple of hours there would be no trace of the parasite quirk in his holder. Chizome then grabbed the blood-stained sheets, turned the mattress to hide the blood, and made the bed again with what he had grabbed in the laundry room. He couldn't afford to have the murders of people with parasite quirks coming back to him, no matter how necessary they were. Izuku opened his eyes, his body completely still, his mind alert, and he looked around, his senses hunting for any movements in the dark or any sound in the night. It wasn't the first time he woke up like this, anxiety curling inside his stomach, ready to fight. It had become a part of his routine during the first month after stealing One for All, but it had stopped, sometime after All for One had moved in, now that he thought about it. He trusted his roommate to react faster than him and to make a lot of noises if All Might ever came knocking on Izuku's door. The teenager shifted in his bed, moving on his side then on his back. He punched the pillow to give it a better form. He went back on his side. Ultimately he realized that he wouldn't be able to fall asleep before drinking something. He got out of bed, grabbing the warm 13 hoodie on his way out, put it on, and walked silently to the door before opening it slowly. He didn't bother to turn on the light in the hallway. It was his home, he knew where everything was and he didn't need any light to walk through it after nightfall. Izuku almost jumped out of his skin when he saw something that wasn't supposed to be there, sitting against the wall, right beside the door of his bedroom. He declined his brain's first suggestion that it was some demon about to drag him to the hell where quirk thieves burn for eternity, frantically switched on the light in his room, and discovered All for One, creepier than usual. He didn't have his jacket but apart from that, he was still in his day clothes. He was sitting on the floor, his back to the wall, one knee up, and his eyes were closed. All for One didn't look up at Izuku but his body language did this thing where he didn't need to move to acknowledge him. I can't sleep, was his only explanation, as if it answered any of Izuku's burning questions such as does that happen often? Do you just hang out outside my room when I am asleep? Do you even sleep? Is it upside down like a bat or do you just crawl into a coffin when you need a nap? Izuku didn't say anything and went to the kitchen. He grabbed 2 cups, the one with the white cat and the green rabbit, made some hot cocoa with marshmallows and took back the whole bag with him, under his arm. The noise made All for One open his eyes but he didn't react when Izuku walked back to him, which confirmed the teenager's suspicions. His face when Izuku gave him a cup of chocolate, wonder and astonishment, all rolled in one. All for One took the cup and almost spilled its content when Izuku sat next to him, tranquilly drinking his own beverage. Why are you not sleeping? The villain asked, playing with his cup instead of drinking the excellent hot chocolate made for him. He wasn't fidgeting. His moments were precise and voluntary. Someone trying to pretend he was completely focused on the conversation instead of actually being in a very dark place far away. The tension saturating his body was quite telling. No specific reasons, Izuku didn't quite lie. Fear left its trace on people. If Izuku, at only 15, was on edge, he wasn't sure he wanted to know what would keep a man who had been around for 2 centuries awake at night. Especially as he had spent the last decade in a dark cell, hooked to a machine, in complete isolation. After that, they didn't utter a word. They just sat there, side by side, drinking their hot chocolate in a peaceful silence. To his great embarrassment, Izuku woke up in the early morning, in front of his room, using All for One's shoulder as a pillow. The villain didn't mention it for the rest of the day, but his smug smile was more than eloquent. Gwen. I know you were busy preparing for your internship, but did you take a look at your budget recently? Small Might 1541. What's wrong with my budget? Small Might 1541. You must be kidding me, thanks, Gwen. Like a cat who had heard the sound of a tunic being opened, Dabi found Izuku while he was fighting with his budget in the bar. Oh, he commented with a grin when he saw Izuku surrounded by papers, furiously calculating how much money he needed to avoid any bad surprises. Does that mean we are at this time of the year where we steal everything that isn't nailed to the ground? Anyone dealt more in favors than in money, but it didn't prevent Izuku from accepting donations and taking little commissions when he helped people find each other. Thankfully, the dematerialization allowed for the server to function at minimum costs, but Izuku also insisted to pay people what they were worth, such as lawyers when someone needed help, or even Gwen, who was guaranteeing the safety of the server and covering Izuku's tracks. That was why Izuku wasn't especially proud of it. A lot of the budget was supplied by freeing cash or valuable objects, something Dabi loved helping with. Stealing. You steal stuff to finance your illegal activities, just admit it. Not this time, Izuku answered, ignoring Dabi's surprised look. If you wanted to keep a decent budget for rainy days, it might be best to find some cheaper labor than someone you would feel obliged to pay well. Gwen. Good luck for your internship, Small Might 1541. Thanks. Izuku presented himself 15 minutes early to the Bright Quirks agency. He was wearing the formal version of his uniform, with the vest and everything, and he had even made a valiant attempt at taming his curls. He was so nervous that his stomach was doing strange things, which didn't make any sense because he had broken into Tartarus and fought heroes, so an internship shouldn't be that stressful. At least, until he wondered if anyone in the quirk counseling agency had a quirk that would allow them to realize that everything he had said was a lie. Maybe that same hypothetical quirk could indicate that Izuku's power, which definitely wasn't quirk analysis, belonged to the symbol of peace. For a moment, the leader of anyone considered calling Kurogiri so he could warp him back home, but All for One would know he had fled and Izuku simply couldn't live with that, so he knocked at the door. Realizing too late there was a ring bell, then entered. The man at the reception was very nice to him when Izuku explained why he was here, but he also told him that the boss, Higurawa-san, wasn't here yet. So he invited Izuku to take a seat in the waiting area because it shouldn't be long before he arrived. So Izuku did. He waited, and waited, and waited some more. 45 minutes later, Izuku was politely ignoring that the receptionist was in full-blown panic and how the poor man kept sending emails on his computer, probably desperate for someone to come and see the intern. A woman in her 40s finally arrived, the sounds of her heels resonating in the open space. Dark eyes, dark hair tied in a ponytail, red skin, and a pair of elegant horns that made her appear even taller than she really was. She paused in front of Izuku. A polite smile on her face, but it didn't manage to hide her annoyance, easily visible in her sharp movements and how she was holding herself. Izuku did his best to suppress his middle school flashbacks, with annoyed adults who didn't have any time to waste coddling him. She introduced herself as Yukimura Raiko and told him that her quirk was resistance without going into the details. She vehemently assured him that they were happy to see him, but that since Higurawa-san had been delayed, she would be the one guiding him today, if he didn't mind. That left Izuku dumbfounded. How could anyone mind being surrounded by quirks in a place whose goal was to explore the possibilities hidden within them? Izuku's enthusiasm turned out to be a mistake as he realized that Yukimura meant that, after the visit, she would give him his first file and would observe him as he counseled someone. He thought he would have more time to familiarize himself in the job in order for no one to doubt that he had a quirk analysis quirk. Several things just weren't done. Interns weren't left alone when they arrived. People in charge of the students said to them were supposed to show up on time. And, under no pretext, could they make a student from Kohaku, a high school that the Hero Commission was using as a recruiting ground, think that they were unprofessional. But Higurawa Kai, the man who had hired Raiko, had health issues and his son, Higurawa Shinji, was the one supposed to replace him. Alas, he hadn't changed his habits and showed up at work only when it suited him, so now, Raiko had to pick up the slack. Bright Quirks had several activities that included quirk discovery, counseling for varying ages, pro bono activities, and so on. Akatani Mikumo, despite having the perfect quirk for their activity, seemed nervous and shy, so she decided not to put him in front of young children and exhausted parents. She also vetoed the dangerous quirks. Not that people with those would harm him on purpose, but a child from a prestigious school with an intellectual quirk probably wouldn't know how to handle himself if something went wrong. In the end, she chose one of their pro bono cases, a 13-year-old girl with a telekinesis quirk who wanted to know if her telekinesis quirk was strong enough for her to be a hero. As soon as Akatani Mikumo made eye contact with the client, his entire demeanor immediately changed. The anxious white-haired boy was gone, replaced with someone calm, assured, and brimming with a tranquil confidence. He started by assuring that yes, she could be a hero, which wasn't the best way to start those kind of sessions, but he immediately backed it up by mentioning several heroes who had a similar quirk and showing her several videos on his own phone. Then, they talked about her quirk, Akatani having already memorized the content of the file and bombarding her with questions, obviously fascinated with all the applications. They tested the quirks to its limits, in one of the rooms designed for it, be it the range, the number of objects she could take control of, the weight, and how much concentration was needed. From that, Akatani made a training program so she could make her quirk stronger, but he also took the time to insist on how she needed to learn to multitask while using her quirk. He proposed several clever solutions like reading poetry she didn't know out loud or doing homework while she was levitating bottled waters. He also told her to join a dojo or anything that could allow her to acquire the stamina needed for the hero course, and then, gave her several YouTube channels for exercises to do at home or outside without needing to pay for anything. When he turned towards Raiko and asked what he had forgotten, not only didn't she have anything to add but she would later admit, once the client was gone, that she hadn't thought of advice this kind of free resources to her clients. I should have known that a Kohaku student would be that good. As soon as Yukimura-san asked him if something in particular interested him, Izuku put his greedy little raccoon hands on the pro bono files. Most of them were villainous quirks or mutations, the kind that were handled quickly, and it usually meant there was a lot more to discover. Izuku couldn't wait, but before he did, Yukimura-san showed him there was an extinguisher in the desk assigned to him and how to use it, for some reasons. 2 days later, Izuku would send her a thank you email for teaching him how to save his eyebrows from an incandescent quirk. He would hear her laugh from across the hallway. Inferno more infairies. Is Yami sick? I haven't seen him running around in a while. Snowdrift. He is having fun at his internship. No, your child doesn't have a scary awesome quirk that turns him into a swarm of rats. What your son has is an awesome quirk that turns him into a swarm of cute and efficient rodents. That's not a lie and that's better on a CV. Your school said that? In an email? Well, aren't you lucky? You can press charges for discrimination and get money from it. I even know an association that will help you. Don't worry about the flames. I asked you to do that here because the room is fireproofed and it's not a little fire that's going to ruin my day. Trust me, I had worse. You went through worse, that spontaneous combustion right next to you? Izuku took a deep breath and showed his most innocent face. So, about that quirk, I really think that, of course you can become a hero. Do it for all the people who didn't believe in you and mocked you. Do it and think of their faces when you will have their license. Spite is an excellent motivator. Don't be afraid to use it. No, you don't need the fancy sneakers from the Hawks line designed for speedsters. They might resist to an insane level of friction but they cost a fortune. Shop Ingenium. Or even better, go to this place. You get normal sneakers for 100 yen because those shoes that are unfit for sale but very fit to wear, especially if you're going to ruin them training. I know you have a Komodo dragon quirk, but did anyone thought to check if you actually had any poison? We think our child might be quirkless. My grandmother was. Izuku didn't think of that doctor who had told him to give up on his dream. Instead, he focused on the parents of the 3-year-old they thankfully hadn't brought for this appointment. They were simply looking for advice. I see, Izuku started, making sure his voice was calm and appeasing. It seems a little premature to determine that, but if it's the case, she will be disappointed. Remind her that you love her and that civilization was built by people for whom the age of quirks was nothing but a dream. That seems so simple when you say it like that. Izuku didn't think of his mother crying and apologizing when he had asked if he could become a hero. It is, he assured, and there was a little too much of his anyone voice in his words, because he needed to be heard, so he quickly hid behind his Akatani mask again. Nothing can replace intelligence or hard work. Most of us don't use our quirks in our everyday life, except as a party trick. We grant too much valor to quirks in general. Izuku didn't think of All Might telling him he couldn't become a hero. But he did think about his brief time in middle school. But one last thing, he warned. Don't take her to a doctor to get tested. Find a quirk that can't be proved, blame it on an uncle or a grandparent, and pretend she has a quirk in public. What? That's the opposite of what you just said. The scar on Izuku's back started to tingle, not painful, but a constant reminder. I said being quirkless didn't matter, but we need to be realist and admit we live in a discriminatory society. No need to give weapons to small-minded people to hurt your child. You're developing a good reputation. Yukimura-san congratulated him after a few days. The compliment would have made Izuku blush, for who knew how many hours if she hadn't made him feel like a fraud a second later. No wonder from someone with a quirk such as yours. In 10 words, it hit him that without the quirk he pretended to have, they would never have left him on his own with clients. They wouldn't have given him so many responsibilities from his first day. And a sadness that he had never suspected washed over him. My aptitude for quirk analysis, just like yours, was developed with experience. I spent 2 years working as quirk analyst, helping people to understand the limits of their quirks, and for others, how they could go beyond them. I spent even longer dissecting any quirk I could lay my eyes on. Work, experience, and passion. Those are my weapons in this job. For the same work and the same result, would you say such a thing to someone quirkless? Thank you, Yamakura-san, Izuku smiled, pretending to be embarrassed by the compliment and not utterly tired. Congratulations, you actually have a magnetic quirk and not a telekinesis quirk. Yes, you're absolutely right. This is a wind quirk and not a telekinesis quirk. You're the third person who's come in this office, sat in this chair, and who has been told that they have a telekinesis quirk because things go up in the air around you once in a while. Who told you that? Give me the name, I just want to talk. Izuku met the man who had graciously accepted for him to intern in this beautiful agency on his 3rd day, While he was in the restroom, already changed into a new shirt and checking that he still had his eyebrows, one of his clients had brought his child who had an absolutely fascinating quirk. She could create dust and set it aflame. Alas, by the time she proudly exclaimed that she could set it on fire with a thought, Izuku had been in the middle of that cloud of dust, just as a spark created a chain reaction. Thankfully, he had grabbed the small child and jumped out of there quickly enough, but the explosion still had shaken the walls of the designated testing area and sent adults running in their direction. Those same adults who had not reacted when Kami had compared Izuku to All Might, thinking it was just a child exaggerating how fast he was. In any case, this tall man with icy blue eyes greeted him, introduced himself as Higurawa Shinji, and congratulated him because he had heard that despite his lack of experience, Izuku was a fast and efficient worker. As a symbol of trust, he decided to give him a mission that was reserved to the official analysts. Akatani-kun, holding a red file in his hand, was very quiet when he knocked at Raiko's door. The contrast with the bright young man who was loved by his clients and who was absolutely adorable every time he talked about quirks was almost shocking. She immediately left what she was doing, alarmed, because something had obviously happened. Her first thought was that it was a client. Not someone who had accidentally scared him with his quirk but who had been voluntarily aggressive or given him the creeps. She had left him alone in the office of a coworker on paternity leave, assuming that he knew he only had to raise his voice for Katsuma and Raiko to run to him, but it had been stupid not to make things clear from the get-go. Instead, Akatani-kun explained what Higurawa Shinji was expecting of him. Couples about to get married could ask an agency to look at their quirks and tell them what kind of powers their children could develop. What had started as a way to know if some mutations could put the child or even the expecting mother at risk had quickly become the prelude to many quirk marriages. The controversy on quirk prediction had quieted down several years ago, but it didn't mean it had died down. Raiko did it, because she thought that when someone brought a child into this world, it was better to know every possibility. Takuma and Watanabe refused. But it was not the kind of things you gave to a high school student. She took the file, assured him Higurawa had made a mistake and not to worry about it. When Izuku arrived to the office the next day, the file had reappeared and was waiting on his desk. Yukimura-san really tried, the echoes of her discussion with Higurawa resonating in the hallways, but in the end, Higawara was above her in the hierarchy and Higurawa's own boss, his father, was on sick leave. When Izuku told him that he did not feel comfortable with facilitating quirk marriages and would not do this, Higurawa threw the file on his desk, papers flying everywhere. Do your job if you don't want your school to hear about this. That's how the adult world works. Izuku stayed in the office that didn't belong to him, looking at the file and what it represented. He had frozen when it had been handed to him. He had tried to say something, unease saturating his brain, words crashing into each other as he tried to explain that he shouldn't do that, shouldn't have to do that, but he had been ignored, Higurawa even commenting that his quirk was perfect for it. Suddenly, he was back in middle school as he tried to explain that it wasn't normal, that he needed help, and he was reminded how he didn't fit, how there simply wasn't a place for him in the world, and how no one could help him. He thought he had left that behind him, so why had he frozen? Izuku felt pathetic. Powerless. Exactly how he had felt after he had tried to help Kachan as he was being suffocated by the sludge villain. Or when someone had electrocuted him for mumbling. No one reacting to it, as if he was invisible. As if nothing wrong was happening. Izuku didn't know how long he stayed like this, falling in the well of dark memories he apparently hadn't managed to forget. But at some point, he took a deep breath. And he remembered that he wasn't the same as when he was in middle school. He remembered that he was a villain. Izuku reminded himself that he didn't have to put up with this kind of bullshit. Small Might 1541. I want every dirty secret Higurawa Shinji has, please. Gwen. Well, someone is busy, don't you already have something planned for today? Small Might 1541. I can multitask. A timid knock at his door brought Shinji back to reality and to his office in his father's company. He passed a hand on his face, tired, and opened a file in front of him so he would look busy. Come in. Akatani opened the door, moving with a fluidity that reminded Shinji of his kendo instructor. Then he closed the door behind him. To Shinji's satisfaction, he was holding the file that had caused his ridiculous dispute with Yukimura. I can't wait to see what someone with such interesting quirk managed to do, Shinji smiled, holding out his hand. Unlike what Yukimura suspected, he didn't feel any animosity against Akatani. It didn't matter that the kid had the perfect quirk for this job, the quirk Shinji's father had and that he hadn't passed on to his son. But as an adult, he felt it was his duty to help him get rid of any naive delusions. No matter how good he was at his job, he was a child and he had to obey adults. Akatani meekly gave the file, waiting to know if Shinji would be satisfied, but honestly, he knew it would be perfect, just like he knew that Akatani would cave in and do what was asked. So he didn't expect to open the file only to see that its content had been replaced with copies of his mails and his texts. Extracts of his bank accounts, the official one and the hidden one, but also the one from Bright Agency, detailing the transfer from one to the other. His life, every dirty secret of his, lovingly put together into one red file, for everyone to see. When Shinji looked up, Akatani wasn't there anymore, because Akatani was a child. A high school student who kept geeking about quirks, shy and plain. The boy who was looking at him had eyes so cold that his gaze was burning through Shinji. He stood straight, his head high, a tranquil but implacable power emanating from him. You seem to be under the impression that it's a privilege to intern here, Akatani said, and his voice sent chills down Shinji's back because there was nothing in it. No warmth, no anger, just this suffocating cold. It's not. You're not paying me, so you aren't owed my best. You've been nothing but distant to the point of negligence, so you aren't owed my respect. You also think that your intellect gives you the right to be arrogant and scornful with others, so you aren't even owed my manners now. Shinji could only listen. He could barely breathe, so to talk or to move was unthinkable. He has a fear quirk. He has to. So here's what's going to happen, the boy who wasn't one explained. I am going to make my own hours. I am going to get paid for them, 50% of what my clients pay. And you are going to say I make full hours to my school. That's insane. This wasn't supposed to happen. He couldn't do that. He simply couldn't. No, that's blackmail, Akatani corrected him, his green eyes staring down Shinji's soul. If you don't, your girlfriend will find out about your fiancé and your fiancé will find out about your girlfriend. Your father will find out about the money you embezzled from the company while he was lying in bed, and honestly, I don't want to do that to a sick old man, but I will. As for our colleagues, I will give them the content of those mails. I know it's only petty comments, but I doubt they would appreciate working in such an hostile environment. Shinji just stared at him. I am not robbing you, Akatani added. I know what I am worth. I know what my work is worth. And I know that I don't have to put up with this. The boy leaned back just a little, his hands in his pockets, and Shinji managed to focus again, his instinct ceasing to scream at him that he was about to die just long enough for him to realize he was trapped. None of that information could get out or his life would be ruined. His father loved him, but he wouldn't hesitate to cut him out of his will to help him go back on the right path. So, slowly, he nodded. And just like that, the boy shifted into the Akatani Mikumo had met yesterday. A well-crafted mask he never would have suspected if it hadn't been taken away so violently. He is hero commission material, he realized. I thought he was just a quirk analyst, but Kohaku grooms hire execs. Maybe they are already forming him. Now, if you will excuse me, Higurawa-san, I am expected somewhere else. Akatani apologized with a nice and polite bow. Have a nice evening. It's only when he left the room that Shinji started breathing again. He hadn't realized he had held his breath this whole time. Stopping Avad transporting funds wasn't easy, but it wasn't the main challenge in what anyone had asked of Hawks. The real difficulty was not to be identified despite a very well-known quirk and bright red wings. First, he destroyed every light and camera, which immediately made the driver panic because he couldn't see in the dark. How unfortunate for him. Then, since he couldn't break through the armored door, he pierced through it with enough sharp feathers, even though the effort made his mind drain. The driver never had the time to grab his gun and he was promptly ejected from the van, though his impact with the ground was obviously softened by 5 feathers holding him safely. His partner in the back soon followed him, though she didn't even try to fight back, simply going limp and curling into herself to mitigate any impact, so Hawks could have bet she was the one who had leaked the itinerary. It wasn't the first time Hawks was stopping a van going at full speed, but it never missed to elevate his heartbeat. He gave his brain half a second to convince itself that he wasn't going to die in this coffin on wheels as it crashed into the wall, metal screaming and reducing his hollow bones into fine powder, and he got out of this death trap on wheels. The phone that had appeared in his apartment next to a box of chicken nuggets was already in his hand. Spicy McNuggets. Done. He made sure not to brag about it. The last thing he needed was for this organization to decide he needed to do something worse to show his loyalty. Anyone. Thank you for your generous contribution, Hero Hawks. I would advise you to take 5 steps away from the van. Hawks jumped backwards instead, gliding through the air as he had no idea of what was going to happen, but when the leader of an illegal organization told him to back off, he listened. Black mist formed over the van, covering it carefully at first before it swallowed him whole, making him disappear while Hawks could only watch, though a feather did find its way inside the van. Just in case. He had already suspected they had a warper with them because similar robberies had happened where the vehicle had disappeared instead of being driven away, and that made anyone even more dangerous than expected. Warpers were rare, just like healers and people with intelligence quirks. They knew their worth, and one of them using anyone was either a villain who had no interest in working legally, or a lieutenant. If this was the latter, the villains from the USJ had a warper. Someone who could send people and bring them back, with the appearance of some dark mud oozing from them. Now that Hawks was looking at it, he could confirm that it didn't seem to be the same type of warp. Of course, its appearance might change depending on who or on what it was used. Since lagging behind at the crime scene would have been especially stupid, Hawks started running, the sensation strange as he had lost the habit. When he jogged, it was with his wings in his back, acting like a parachute and slowing him down, but also an assurance that he could fly away at any moment. The number 3 hero turned robber didn't summon his feathers until he was hidden behind a building, and it was only then that he soared in the sky, carried by his quirk. Only to see a lone form on a rooftop, a pair of binoculars in hand, watching the driver and the other guard that Hawks had evacuated a couple of minutes ago. The binoculars were either infrared or the watcher had a good night vision, because there was no way he could have seen anything with all the lights down. As a devoted servant of the people, Hawks decided to reassure the watcher in person, helped by a descending current. To his disappointment, the watcher wasn't startled when a masked weirdo with giant wings landed right next to him, but it might have to do something with the fact the watcher was a masked weirdo with binoculars himself. Masks, helmets, and other ways to hide one's face weren't exactly a common sight nowadays, but no one was surprised when someone decided not to show their faces. It was a relic from a time where human had a stricter definition, When small-minded and scared people worried when their neighbors weren't completely humanoid. Even now, some people simply disliked stairs. Long before Hawks was born, a fashion company had developed a special type of hood with a large collar and had grafted some sort of veil on it, completely hiding one's face without hindering one's eyesight. The success of those clothes had depended less from an envy to hide mutations in public than from the mighty need to have a cool hoodie where one's face seemed obscured in shadow, making its wearer look like a video game assassin. Such black hoodies were nowadays often seen where vigilante from anyone intervened, and Hawks had no doubt that anyone themselves had sent someone to keep an eye on him. "It's a lovely night, isn't it?" Hawks greeted him, without removing his Oni mask. The Red Wings and the Quirk might have told the Watcher who he was, but Hawks had a hunch that vigilantes appreciated their masks and illusions, in Rome. "A little cold," the Watcher admitted, his voice young and male. Something Hawks had already suspected from his size, the way he was holding himself, and the Ingenium sneakers. The thief is a teenage boy, a voice in his mind reminded him. The simplest way to know would have been to throw him from his building and to see what kind of quirk he used before the hero caught him at the last second, but as it might compromise his future relationship with anyone, Hawks decided to be patient. Especially as, from what Death Arms had told him, the thief had been extremely calm under pressure, while this kid was a ball of nerves, tense energy running through him as if it was taking everything he had not to run in the other direction. Maybe he had it all wrong. Maybe it was a low-level member who could easily be sacrificed if something went wrong with the pro-hero. "If you will excuse me, Mr. Hawks," the boy said before taking out his phone and using the clamor app. The angle was a little awkward, but Hawks managed to read the exchange nonetheless. "Wormling 9. He found me. Anyone. I expected nothing less. Please, thank him on my behalf." It was only when he started to open his All Might backpack, putting him in the front so he could keep his eyes on the hero and have one hand available, that Hawks realized what the thanks was about. "Tell our boss that I didn't do this to be paid or even to be filmed committing a criminal activity." Hawks smiled to attenuate the impact of his words while still making him understand he wasn't an imbecile. The kid froze. Hesitated. "I can keep the money if you want, but you were already filmed robbing a fun transport anyway." The cameras were destroyed. Hawks knew that because the first thing he had done when he had been given this location was to check the blueprints of this section and to study any road and any security system on it. "Yes, the cameras belonging to the city," the kid confirmed, his whole body language screaming that he wanted to be anywhere but here. "The one that had been infiltrated and put on a loop so no image could lead to you. Not the infrared ones that were placed down there." This little, not that it mattered. The Hero Commission was fully aware that he would have to dirty his hands, but he hadn't expected them to be so well equipped. Hawks made a show to look in the direction of the street down below, and the kid confirmed what he was saying by showing him the pretty good video on his phone. At no point did he realize that one of Hawks' feathers had sneaked on him. "On behalf of anyone, I sincerely thank you for your contribution, Mr. Hawks," the kid bowed. "I will erase those images from my phone and they won't resurface unless anyone has the proof you betrayed the trust of this community. We apologize, but your activity forces us to be careful. May this night be the first step of a durable friendship." Then, Hawks smiled, already planning another visit at Dobby's. The kid didn't answer, touching his phone again, and sending a message to someone without even looking at the screen. A moment later, a portal of darkness had opened behind him. He bowed again in front of Hawks and turned his back to him, still unaware of the feather sticking to him. That should have been enough, but Hawks had almost nothing on this organization and his curiosity got the better of him. "Why are you doing this?" the pro-hero asked. "Working for anyone?" The boy paused. At this moment, Hawks saw something more than an uneasy teenager. He could have sworn the Watcher was smiling, and there was something about him, an aura of quiet strength, as he knew what he wanted, and that made him at peace with who he was. "Pro-heroes don't have the monopoly of wanting to help people," the teenager answered a moment before he was taken away. Hawks didn't fail to notice that the warp gate was the same black mist that had taken care of the van, and not the black liquid witnessed during the USJ. He sensed the destruction of his feather 2 minutes later, as if someone had taken an especially heavy rock to reduce it to nothing. Izuku finished reducing the feather to red powder under his heel, sent another message to Kurogiri, and left for the secondary location once he was sure he wasn't followed. The last thing he wanted was to lead heroes to his mother's apartment, and worse, to the villain that lived there. Well, the other villain. The worst villain. The insane villain. Izuku made sure to never warp too close to his apartment, and as soon as he was in his neighborhood, he took off his hoodie, put it in his All Might bag, and sent a message to Nagisa to thank her for pretending to be him while he was right in front of a pro-hero. And at the second where he pressed the send button, he started geeking out because he had been in front of pro-hero Hawks. Number 3 hero. Quirk. Adamantine wings. He had stopped a van on his own and with ease when it took Izuku 3 persons and several close calls with the asphalt or wall. The effort he had made not to bombard the pro-hero with questions about his quirk had probably cost him a year of his lifespan, but it was worth it because he had witnessed an amazing display of an amazing quirk, and as soon as he arrived home, every detail would go into his notebook. He would make sure to include the obvious night vision and speculations about what this lone feather could have done if it hadn't been destroyed. Locate him? If that was the case, was there a limit to its range? His thoughts were interrupted by a delicious smell floating in front of his apartment, a scent reminding him of childhood and happiness. He unlocked the door, only to see all for one in the little kitchen, surrounded by several plates of cookies with chocolate chips. Izuku could only see his back, but there was tension in his shoulders. "Are you stress baking?" Izuku asked. wondering if he had to evacuate his own apartment because that was an industrial amount of cookies and there was still more in the oven. No, it's a bribe destined to an especially stubborn and troublesome associate, All For One explained as he furiously kept stress baking. I had to go on a business trip. What's your business? Izuku innocently asked as he started circling around a plate of cookies. Please, do remind me why you were out this late, the villain inquired instead of answering like a normal human being. Yes, that's what I thought. It destroyed any remaining scruples of his and Izuku started attacking the plate. Those cookies tasted like pure heaven. They were soft and warm and delicious. Izuku inhaled the first one and he nibbled on the second, trying to make it last. I will be gone for 3 days, All For One continued, still cooking with his back to Izuku, unaware that a small part of his bribe was being attacked. Izuku wondered if he had the time to move out in 3 days. If there is a problem, call Kurogiri. He is staying around specifically so there is at least one adult I trust who will make sure you don't starve to death in my absence. You're aware that I managed to survive on my own for a while before you arrived, right? One shouldn't count too much on luck, and that's why I'm offering this. The villain grabbed the plate closest to him, finally turned around, and showed it to Izuku only to realize that half a plate had already met a tragic fate. Said plate was promptly confiscated, to Izuku's horror. In exchange of your promise to calm down when it comes to attacking heroes and generally jumping head first into troubles, All For One growled. You are bribing me into staying out of trouble? Common sense and threats don't seem to work, so I am forced to be ingenious. I can't believe he dares to talk to me about common sense. But Izuku thought about it, considered how late he was with schoolwork. And it wasn't even talking of his lack of sleep. Todoroki will be busy on his internship, Izuku nodded. Spare any catastrophe, it should be a calm week. 4 Chapter 17:17. Endeavor's office was needlessly large, a waste of space for an agency who had so many sidekicks, but Shoto was willing to believe that it had been built to accommodate the ego of the incandescent hero. I must admit that I am surprised to see you here, Shoto, his old man said, sitting behind his desk and unable to hide his smug smile despite his words. I thought that you were determined not to have anything to do with me? A wave of annoyance washed over Shoto. He repressed it, of course. It shouldn't have been so difficult, not when he had done so for his entire life, but this man had a gift to burn away all his patience. Or do you want to keep proving to me that you don't need to use your flames? Endeavor continued. Despite what his old man believed, Shoto was well past the stage where he felt the need not to use his fire in battle. A near hypothermia on a beach had made him accept that this power belonged to him, and he had been training with his brother in order to catch up his lack of experience. However, he wasn't past the petty amusement of making Endeavor fume as he kept making him think he wasn't using his left side. Detective work, he conceded to answer. Detective work? It's your specialty, isn't it? You didn't rise up through the ranks thanks to your charisma after all. I'm here to see what I can learn in this field. Dabi could teach him everything he needed to know about Endeavor's techniques. Ua could teach him how to act as a hero. Anyone had given him experience, be it for fighting, for handling civilians, or for solving problems. But none of them had any experience in investigation. The best they had was a problem magnet and several people whose go way to find answer was to annoy people until someone tried to beat them, then to interrogate the fool. That's a start, Endeavor grinned after a moment of hesitation, obviously happy. What I wouldn't do for anyone. Get ready, then, we're leaving. Where going? Shoto asked. Endeavor's grin widened. I am going to show you what it is to be a hero. Izuku stretched at his desk, trying to get rid of the fatigue. He had barely slept since All For One had left, too busy claiming his own apartment back, only eating cookies, and answering to anyone requests when he wasn't completely immersed in the joy of analyzing quirks. He loved it. He loved taking a quirk apart, discovering what made it tick, revealing its secrets. It was like a puzzle that never became frustrating, a riddle constantly evolving. But most of all, he liked helping, the way people smiled at him as they talked about their quirks. He liked making them happy. Izuku got up, took his pile of files, quickly read through them to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, then he crossed the hallways to knock at Yukimura's door. Come in. The teenager found her at her desk but not on her computer, her pencil flying on a piece of paper. The page almost completely black with ink. Just like him, Yukimura preferred to write her ideas on paper to assimilate them better. Hello. Izuku greeted her even though it was the 4th time they had seen each other today. I'm returning the files you gave me and taking the rest, if you don't mind. Yukimura paused, her pencil in the air, and she stared at him. You finished those files? Izuku nodded. You finished making the analyses of all those quirks and you found the notes I asked you to look for? You did all that? I did. I have never researched articles from other quirk analysts, so I am not sure it will be useful, but I sent you those by email. Well, thank you, Akatani-kun. You can put those on the chair and go home. What? I have nothing else to give you, she explained, reassuring Izuku that he wasn't being punished for doing the job too quickly or something like that. So congratulations. You finished early. Go home, have fun. Izuku tried to protest. The research she had asked him wasn't the best he could do, and maybe she needed him to reclassify the library. He had noticed that some files weren't at their places. Yukimura Raiko gently but definitively kicked him out of the Bright Quirks agency, ordering him to relax and to enjoy the benefits of doing one's job well and efficiently. But if enjoying the benefits of doing one's job well and efficiently was a concept that Izuku, as a villain with a vigilante activity, understood, relaxing wasn't something he was familiar with. So he left Hosu by train, not wanting to bother Kurogiri, then walked home, He didn't even use full cowl. After all, why not finish the day as Akatani Mikumo? Izuku went back to his disturbingly empty home and put the TV on so it wouldn't be too quiet. Then, he grabbed his softest hoodie, the 13-1, and lay down on the couch. He fell asleep in a second, probably because he was comforted by the fact no villain would transport him back to his room just because he had the audacity to nap in the living room. Exactly 2 hours after nightfall, 6 brainless beings appeared in Hosu. Their handler gave them 2 orders: scatter and destroy. And they obeyed magnificently. Shoto had barely put a foot in Hosu when parts of the town started to burst into flames. That's how Midoriya must feel all the time. He had the time to think just before he created a wall of ice to separate civilians from a villain who could have been the lighter-colored version of the Numu in the USJ. Endeavor and the rest of his sidekicks immediately reacted, his old man fighting the Numu and the rest taking care of the civilians, evacuating the zone at high speed. Shoto was ordered to stay back and watch, which contradicted everything he had learned while working for anyone. Standing down was nerve-wracking, but at least, he could use his ice to make sure the Endeavor agency wouldn't contribute too much to the many fires starting out. Until he heard a hero screaming the name of his class president. Snowdrift. I need to find Iida Tenya in Hosu, now. Izuku had one eye opened, only one, and had been woken up a little too abruptly by Todoroki's alarm. No matter in what mode his phone was, if Nagisa or Todoroki sent him a message via the server, Izuku heard it. How do I know this name? Iida, ah yes, Sport Festival. Quirk, Engine, Ingenium's brother. Anyone. What does he look like? Snowdrift. He is dressed exactly like Ingenium. I think he is after the hero killer. The administrator of Anyone posted 3 photos, 2 of Ingenium in his hero costume and 1 of Iida Tenya, from the sport festival. In a second, every member of the server, not only those who had asked for help and who were signed up to offer services, but everyone who had ever come in contact with the server received a notification. Those photos were forwarded to everyone who had ever mentioned living in Hosu, people remembering and making sure that anyone who could help would see them. All the eyes anyone had in Hosu were wide open, knowing who to look for. Izuku hadn't finished putting his vigilante outfit on when the first picture arrived, showing a teenager wearing Ingenium's armor running. Caffeine addict. A picture of a teenager in armor, taken through the glass of a window from a cell phone. I saw him. Nowadays, phones could give their GPS location to anyone who knew how to look for them, turning them into a perfect way for a vigilante to warp exactly where someone asking for immediate assistance was. Izuku was warped down the street, already running, frantically looking for one hero student who had apparently decided to fight a serial killer whose modus operandi was to target fully trained heroes with far more experience, but if Todoroki believed that Ingenium's little brother was in danger, Izuku trusted him. But Iida Tenya was already gone, his quirk allowing him to cover a lot of distance in very little time, and he could have gone in any direction. Orange shield. An extremely blurry picture of someone wearing armor. Here, Izuku was warped close to a wall this time and immediately saw the hero in armor. The adult in a high-tech and extremely chromed armor who certainly wasn't Iida. Count. A selfie of a young man wearing a bright blue shirt with short sleeves despite the cold, followed by what appeared to be the same brainless villain seen in the USJ. Help. Kaworu's quirk was a resistance to the cold, which was absolutely useless against some shirtless psychopath whose brain was exposed as he was trying to murder him. Running every morning was far more useful. At least, until the villain got bigger, now running on all fours, and in a second, he was on him. But he never reached Kaworu. Instead, the college student heard the familiar sound of someone falling on his face at high speed, and when he looked back, he saw a hooded figure standing on the villain's back and shoulder after somehow slamming him on the pavement. But not for long. The villain slapped the ground with both hands, propelling himself upwards and moving so fast Kaworu barely managed to follow the movement. But the vigilante had already jumped away, as if gravity didn't have much of a hold on him. Kaworu braced himself, ready to help now that they were 2 against 1. The vigilante gave him a look, and even though his face was completely hidden by shadows, that was a "what the hell do you think you're doing?" look. Kaworu took the hint and ran away. The last thing he saw was one of anyone's vigilante running away in the other direction, followed by a villain twice his size. Kurogiri yawned as his phone biped again, messages from anyone asking him again to warp him at specific GPS coordinates. Back in his days working for All for One, he had been used to be mistaken for a taxi and had stopped questioning this kind of orders when speed was of the essence. He would later regret not asking Yami what he was doing. Panic was washing over Izuku, waves after waves, dread threatening to stop his heart, because he couldn't find Todoroki's classmate. He had the sneaking suspicion that Iida Tenya had indeed been at the first location only to run where no one would see him. Izuku kept running, of course, checking all the alleys isolated from the center of the town, the kind of place the hero killer favored. His phone wasn't saying anything anymore, and maybe that meant that the Anyone members had the good idea to evacuate. But it could also mean that Ingenium's brother had found the hero killer. Alone against someone who specialized in ambushing pro-heroes. Izuku's feet were barely touching the ground, full cowl roaring in his veins, just searching frantically, terrified. Terrified because someone could die because he wasn't fast enough, because he wasn't efficient enough. Because he wasn't a hero. And then, he heard it. A scream among many, the sound not enough to draw his attention as a city was burning and people were being chased by Numas, but what Izuku recognized was the emotion within it. The same uncontrollable anger he had felt several months ago. When he had learned that Eri had been taken from the people who loved her. The criminal, Izuku, flung himself in the air, crossing 1, 2, 3 roofs so fast that he could feel his body protesting under the strain. "Who hurt my brother?" Tenya saw the blade coming. Unbridled rage was barely allowing him to raise his head to look at Stain, but as he was going to die, he wanted the hero killer to see all his hatred, to see the grudge that would survive Tenya's death. And as the blade was about to strike him, he saw something else. A shadow from above, as if the night itself had flung itself at them. Stain couldn't have possibly seen it, but he somehow sensed it, reacting so fast his blade became a blur. He spun, putting all his momentum in the movement, his katana about to cut his new target, only for a horrible noise to echo into the night. Tenya didn't realize what it was at the time. He just saw Stain jumping back, a snarl on his lips, his sword suddenly in his other hand, and he slashed the air with it, threatening to give a similar fate to anyone approaching. It's only when he saw the blood starting to blossom on the fabric covering his shoulder and the way he was holding his right wrist that Tenya realized what had happened. What he had heard had been a cracking sound, as the hero killer's wrist had been snapped by the impact of a kick, the same impact making him lose control of his sword and hurting himself. As for the shadow, who wasn't a shadow at all, he was standing in front of Tenya, one of his arm raised in a declaration of protection. Tenya's mind, probably because his organism was swimming in adrenaline, focused on two things. The newcomer was wearing Ingenium sneakers from the Speedster line. And his quirk was a power type. A special one. So close, Tenya could feel the energy emanating from him, wild, barely controlled, and frightening in a way an atavistic part of him couldn't ignore. That was raw power, eerily reminding him of the USJ, when All Might had brushed past him. "A hero? No, you're a vigilante," the hero killer said, not acknowledging the pain of his broken wrist, "and a kid." Izuku had misjudged the kick. More exactly, he had jumped first and taken care of his trajectory later, which was an especially stupid idea when a blade was involved. If he had waited a moment, made sure to be more efficient, to fully use the effect of surprise, Stain wouldn't have been able to jump back, standing over a hero Izuku hadn't seen until now. Native. Quirk, suspended animation. Good at taking care of the injured while waiting for the ambulance to arrive. Not hurt for now, not moving either, and clearly a hostage. It wasn't because the hero killer's katana wasn't by his throat that the threat wasn't limpid. "I will give you the same choice I offered this one," Stain declared, pointing his sword in Todoroki's friend's direction. "Leave. Don't stand in my way. I can show mercy to children." "And let you kill them?" Izuku asked, his mouth extremely dry. They made their choice. What will be yours? They were paralyzed, which was either a quirk or a poison on the blade. If it was the latter, Stain had needed to cut them. If it was a quirk, it could be anything. He could blink only for Izuku's body to fail him and to be at the lack of mercy of a serial killer. He would have taken the risk if it wasn't for the two persons depending on him. Behind his veil, Izuku smiled, because sometimes, a forced grin was the only way to counter the fear. One wrong move, and two people would die because he was too powerless to save them. "I still have a chance." Tenya tried to move, pushing his body, his muscles screaming under the effort, but they were still locked, refusing to help him stand up. "I still have a chance to kill him. For his brother. For all the heroes who had died because of Stain. For all the families crying for them. For the pain that wouldn't disappear before justice was delivered for his brother. Before the hero Ingenium was the one to kill the hero killer." "Take him and run," Native screamed. "Run before he kills you." But the vigilante didn't run. He spread out his arms, slowly, not to be threatening but to draw everyone's attention. And when he spoke, they could only listen. "Hosu is burning. Villains are roaming the streets, hunting people down. Now is not the time to fight." The shadow of doubt pierced through Tenya's hatred, just for a moment. Not because of the words used, but how they were said. As if the truth couldn't be clearer, as if the path to take was limpid. For just a moment, the sound of the blood in his ears, the veil of red in front of his eyes, receded. "Let's walk away. Let's live another day. We can still fight when people aren't in danger. Let's use all of our lives for something greater than ourselves. That's the right thing to do." The revelation hit Tenya like a train. Hosu was burning. People needed heroes, and Tenya had just abandoned his post in the middle of a crisis. "The right thing to do," the hero killer drawled, as if he was tasting each word. "The right thing to do is never the easy one. They can't be allowed to walk out. They are weak, unworthy of their titles of protectors. They must be culled, for the good of this society." "You would kill anyone and twist your logic to suit your needs," Tenya growled. Strangely, among everything he had told the psychopath who had maimed Tensai, this was the thing that sent him in a rage. "I kill for a greater purpose. I kill to purge the darkness, be it fake heroes chasing after glory or threats allowed to remain unchecked because our leaders are too complacent to do something. Someone has to do the dirty work." Izuku's mind made a connection. Maybe it was because of how someone proud to ambush heroes had suddenly gotten extremely defensive about what he did. Maybe because he still had Hawk's warning at the back of his mind, about a specific type of teenagers disappearing these days. In any case, it was certainly because Stain's spiel was eerily reminiscent of the justification of someone who saw some types of quirks or inherent threats. Are you the one who made all those people with parasitic quirks disappear?" The surprise and the sudden calculation in Stain's eyes were worth more than any words. "Why?" the vigilante whispered, as Tenya was wondering what the hell they were talking about, because he hadn't heard of anyone disappearing. It was a small word, barely audible, and yet, horror saturated it. But Stain heard it. He whipped his word in front of him, religious fervor lighting up his features. For All Might, he said on the tone a believer would use to speak the name of his God. For the greatest hero, the only one true and real in a world of fakes. The hero whose light was stolen. That's why he needs people like me. People who live in the darkness, to protect the light. As someone who had met All Might, Tenya had no doubt that the number one hero would be horrified to hear this, but he didn't have the time to dwell on it, because something about the vigilante's entire presence shifted, or snapped. All tension left his body, a puppet whose strings had just been cut, and he threw his head back, laughing. There was despair, and laughter, and sadness, and a trace of insanity in this sound, and Tenya felt goosebumps spread over his forearms, under his costume. Well, isn't it your lucky day? The vigilante laughed, putting a hand on his chest. Power exploded out of him. I am the one who ended All Might's legacy. Chizome realized what he had just said. Stain screamed, his sword moving in position. The vigilante died under Tenya's eyes. The first slash dug through his chest and took out his arm, but he survived that. Stain then cut him, piece by piece, carving him and slicing him until he was only a lump of flesh. But that wasn't what killed him. No, he died slowly, drowning because of the blood in his lungs, and the hero killer watched until the end. And he ran at him, faster than anyone had the right to be. But the vigilante suddenly wasn't there anymore. The hero killer's bloodlust washed over Izuku, registering without slowing him down. Another human being wanted his death, but that was nothing compared to what meeting All for One in Tartarus had felt like. It was even possible that living with the villain had numbed him to such influences. His lack of reaction didn't prevent him from running like hell, away from the screaming lunatic with a dozen of blades, and up the wall. Full cowl, 10%. Climbing vertically was a matter of speed, balance, and luck. Izuku had just enough of the latter not to crash his nose against a brick wall at high speed, and adrenaline did the rest. He almost propelled himself upwards, his hand slamming the edge of the room, and he managed to jump on the ledge and to take a running start. It didn't prevent a knife from flying right past him, then another. A glance behind him showed him Stain, his ascension not even finished, but already trying his best to kill him. Completely forgetting Iida and Native, just as planned. Focus on me. Only see me. Because everything was made simpler now that Izuku didn't have to keep an eye on two potential collateral damages. And so the hero killer did, running after him on the roofs, while Izuku kept going at half speed, enough not to distance him and think he could catch up with him. He wouldn't. Izuku was fast, faster than him, and he could lose him on those roofs. He didn't have to beat him to win. Staying alive and making sure Iida and Native would be alright was enough. And then, the realization hit him. What about the other Iida and Native? What about all the other heroes who would die if Stain wasn't stopped tonight? How long until a hero caught him? Would it happen tonight, when Hosu was burning and Numis were roaming the streets? If you don't take care of him, who will? Stain wasn't expecting Izuku to turn back and to suddenly run at him like a maniac. It was fair enough, as Izuku himself hadn't expected it either. He might actually have been more surprised than the hero killer because he had assumed that he was the one in charge of taking decision, but his body had other ideas. You're nothing but a fake, Stain snarled. I know that. His sword almost took out Izuku's arm. Izuku had one for all. He should have been faster, and yet, the piece of metal threatened to rip him apart, his speed and power not being enough to overwhelm the hero killer's technique. Izuku swirled and punched like a boxer, dancing around him. Avoiding the katana again and again, sometimes by a hair. All Might won't take care of vermin like you. That's why he needs me, someone willing to live in the shadows. Someone willing to kill indiscriminately for a twisted logic. The hero killer followed him, his blade almost alive and intent of biting at Izuku like a snake, and Izuku kept leading him where he wanted. Come, if you think you can kill me, Stain screamed, as he had his back to the edge of the roof and the street down below. Izuku faked his balance being off, just a little, but a swordsman like Stain had to notice and he jumped at the opportunity. Literally jumped, because he hated Izuku, and he couldn't not take the occasion to viciously destroy him. One for all. Full cowl. 20%. Izuku regained the right position, Stain's eyes widening at the sudden burst of speed, and he kicked with all his strength. The kick didn't touch Stain or even the sword, but the air blast landed, right as Stain's feet weren't touching the ground, and he was propelled him through the air, his arms spread out to try to regain his balance, his sword on the side. But the impact had pushed him beyond the roof and there was nowhere to land. The hero killer never made a sound as he fell 15 meters into the emptiness. A car cushioned so to speak his fall, the vehicle collapsing into a mess of metal and glass, and for the moment, Stain didn't move. Izuku didn't wait for him to do so before he called the ambulance. He activated the voice changer on his phone. Knowing they couldn't trace the call, he told them who was injured and where, and he left, not looking back at the villain. What Izuku had done was more than what he had allowed for Ingenium and all those heroes he had killed. And certainly more than what those people with parasitic quirks were given. Not bad, Mr. Thief. Kosuke smiled from another roof as he stopped filming the unexpected but impressive fight. All Might's quirk wasn't his favorite, but one had to be appreciative of the sheer panache of someone willing to target the symbol of peace. His smile turned into a wince as he noticed the incoming threat and he dropped to the ground in order not to be noticed. The first rule a speedster learned was that inertia was a harsh mistress. Taking corners was a delicate matter necessitating strength, which didn't bother Izuku too much, and brutal stops were just that, brutal. As Izuku was running back towards Iida and Native to make sure they were alright, He found out personally how painful it was to have his momentum reversed by the most vicious kick he had ever experienced. He barely had the time to see a blur of yellow and white from the corner of his eye, right before someone's boot broke something inside his chest. He was flung backwards so hard that he bounced several times before crashing on the roof, all the air knocked out of his lungs. "Hello, young man," the oldest hero he had ever seen still working greeted him. "That quirk doesn't belong to you." 4 Chapter 18:18. Then in China, too far away to warp back, All for One looked up from his phone and from his Candy Crush game, a strange sensation making his senses ring. As if someone had just walked on his grave. Or maybe something akin to a disturbance in the force. As an old friend's entire security team would try to murder him about 2 seconds later, he would assume that he had simply felt their killing intense. Unaware of the exact moment where anyone had been warped in Hosu. Shoto heroically stood on the side doing nothing for 5 excruciating minutes until anyone stopped reporting the situation. The only thing that could stop Midoriya from looking for Iida was either death or imminent death. His body moved on his own. Shoto, Endeavor screamed behind him, distracting him. Shoto was looking back at his old man when he saw something from the corner of his eye. Massive, black, an inhuman noise escaping his throat. Numu. Time seemed to slow down as he picked up what appeared to be a piece of a car door on the ground. The teenager seeing everything at once. Endeavor's sidekicks trying to reach him, the Numu about to grab his head and who probably had enough power to crush his skull like a nutshell. Flames at his back as the number 2 hero was already on the move. Shoto was faster than every one of them, ice surging from him and taking half of the Numu's body. Colder than he had ever used before, maybe as cold as Fuyumi's power, he felt the chill to his bones and the Numu himself screamed in agony. Most people assumed only fire could keep someone from regenerating, but frostbites were as efficient. Without losing any of his momentum, Shoto raised his sturdy piece of metal and put his hip in the moment as he hit the Numu with it, ripping and shattering his arm with the sheer momentum that almost made the villain fall. Behind Shoto, the sudden absence of flames and the deafening silence indicated that he might have shown too much, but he didn't have the time to care about that. Ice surged from his right foot, trapping the Numu who was busy trying to regrow some limbs, and the teenagers turned towards the slack-faced heroes. "A friend needs my help. Take care of this," and with that, more ice surged from under him, carrying him at high speeds through the streets. One of the advantages of acting as a hero, student, was that he didn't have to worry about leaving traces. Now Izuku breathed and pain burst inside his chest. He had never broken a rib before, but he was quite certain that this was it. "Focus, Midoriya Izuku. You don't have any time to waste." He pushed through the pain, making sure to look like a man whose chest has almost caved in under the meanest kick he had ever received and as if he couldn't move right now. It was an unsurprisingly easy role to play. Above him, a hero dressed in white except for a yellow cape, yellow boots, and a yellow belt. His voice had been the kind of neutral heroes probably learned to speak in, but his eyes betrayed him. Anger, so much anger. "Do you even realize what you did?" the hero growled, grabbing something behind his back and revealing handcuffs, the ones heroes put on villains with power-type quirks. "He knows All Might. He knows what I did. No, focus. You can't let him cuff you. You can't let him hit you again. Speed quirk and he knows how to use his momentum." The hero grabbed his shoulder and forced him to sit up, twisting Izuku's arm behind his back to put on the handcuff. He apparently didn't expect Izuku to flip his finger at the hero's face, an air blast in tow. He should have. It was no different than a Detroit smash, and it sent the hero stumbling down. Full cowl. 20%. Izuku jumped to his feet and ran at full speed, trying to put as much distance between the hero and him, but a second later, he was on him. The teenager threw himself away, just in time, and avoided being kicked in the spine, which turned out to be a relief as the old man's kick cracked the roof, to Izuku's horror. He wasn't holding back. Of course he isn't. I don't need to be in one piece to give one for all back. Izuku kept running, avoiding a first kick, even another, but not the third. He couldn't follow his movements, not when he was bouncing around him like a murderous ping-pong ball, but again and again, he prevented him from making him fall to the ground. Because if he stopped moving, the hero was going to definitely neutralize him. Izuku swirled and jerked around, not even able to afford the luxury of running in a straight line, not when the hero was dancing around him. What saved him was the lack of wall or any kind of support that would have allowed the hero from bouncing as much as he could have. If he had been trapped in a room or even down in the street, he would have been overwhelmed. Izuku quickly stopped trying to follow the hero's movements. He couldn't, and every time he paused to think, another bruise was added to his ever-growing collection. So he listened to his instinct, reacting to the flow of the fight. He was moving so fast that he was constantly at risk of losing his balance. Somehow, it worked. Izuku avoided when he could, and never blocked up front when he couldn't. Instead, he swirled and redirected the hit, never letting him kick him as hard as the first time. But every time he tried to kick or punch back, the hero not only avoided it but he always managed to land a kick. By some miracle, Izuku managed to reach the roof on which he had tried to escape the hero killer. He looked around, and that costed him a kick to the head, his head ringing under the boot, but he landed more or less where he needed, and he blindly reached for what he was looking for, the spots of lights in front of his eyes hindering him. What happened next was both reflex and the experience taught by hours and hours on the field as a vigilante. He didn't see the next kick coming. He couldn't have. But he sensed it, because this man hated him, and Izuku could sense his bloodlust. So he slashed, with the same knife Stain had thrown at him as he was trying to kill him. one of the two knives that had landed on this very roof. And it found something solid, making the hero yelp as the blade pierced the fabric of his boot. Shoto found Iida before he found Midoriya, bleeding in an alley, obviously trying to move but something was preventing him to do so. Paralyzed, for a moment, Shoto froze at the idea of him being too late, of another member of the Iida family with damage to his spine, but Iida was trembling, fighting against what was probably a quirk. It made sense. It matched Stain's modus operandi. Todoroki, his classmate, recognized him, stupor quickly letting place to relief. There's a vigilante on the roof, fighting Stain. Translation. Midoriya had the bright idea to prevent Iida from finding a serial killer by fighting him himself. Shoto glanced at Iida and the hero he hadn't seen at first, deciding that they weren't at risk of immediately dying on him, and he looked up, hearing the sounds of people fighting for their lives. He ran back, trying to see more of what was going on before jumping there. And for just a moment, he managed to see a cape in bright colors. The bright colors of a hero costume. Shoto confirmed the location of Midoriya's phone again, his meager hope that this was just a mistake mercilessly burned down, and he called his fire, aware that he couldn't allow Midoriya to be captured by a hero. Even if it was just for vigilantism, even if he had only tried to help, All Might would probably personally fall out of the sky when he would hear about a quirk so similar to the one that had been stolen from him. His left side started to warm up. I didn't realize who was up there. I am but a humble hero student who panicked when my friend and a pro hero confirmed that the hero killer was there. Really, anyone could have made that mistake. He had just acknowledged and accepted that this would still be a black mark on his file when the most annoying sound in the world was uttered right behind him. Shatu oh. Shoto looked back at his old man, who looked especially annoyed, and he carefully considered how to push the number 2 hero to recklessly use his quirk first and to ask questions later, so Shoto wouldn't have to. He took 1 second of reflection before pointing in Midoriya's direction. Something here, he screamed. Todoroki Enji had just neutralized 1 Numu, ran after his son, been jumped by 2 other Numas bearing a striking resemblance with a murderous Jack-in-the-Box, and by the time he finally found Shoto, he was slightly on edge. So, when Shoto pointed at the roof with more urgency that he had shown when he had ran into a Numu, he naturally assumed that it was the same kind of villain and threw fire to hold it back long enough for the 2 wounded people to be evacuated or at least protected. The scream of surprise and the flow of insults later calling him directly by name made him regret this decision. Fire brightened the night, making Sorihiko jump in one direction, his wounded foot slowing him down, and the thief jumped into another direction. He blinked furiously, trying to regain some night vision, to see where he was. Only to realize that there was no one else on the roof anymore, the thief gone. Momentum wasn't slowed down by Kurogiri's warp gates, so Izuku more or less crashed in the bar with all the grace of a wet towel. He was back on his feet in a second, adrenaline preventing him from being in a position of weakness, and by the time he looked at the barman, Kurogiri's yellow eyes had considerably widened. For a moment, Izuku could see what the barman was beholding, a beaten teenager with a laborious breath and still holding a bloody knife. Oh no, All for One doesn't need to know about that, Izuku said, almost ripping off his hood so he could look at Kurogiri, because visual contact was important when one needed to convince people. Kurogiri answered in the tone of someone already texting the fiend, his right hand hidden behind the counter. Kosuke was almost disappointed as he watched the thief escape, jumping from the roof as if gravity was a minor detail, or at least inconsequential compared to the terrifying old man he had just met. It wasn't that he was on the hero's side, but he always had a soft spot for speedsters. He simply couldn't help but to root for them. But if one actor had managed to escape, the spectacle was far from over. After all, heroes were so predictable. So, from the roof, Kosuke followed them, cameras still in hand, specially chosen so he could film from afar. The number 2 hero and the old hero exchanged some choice words. The little Ingenium and the other nobody managed to move again. Maybe because Chizome had finally died, maybe because he had ran out of time. In any case, they checked. They all walked to where a vigilante with a stolen quirk had thrown a villain whose very acts were cautioned by the government, the car where he had landed collapsing and the man himself unmoving. Kosuke would have been satisfied with just that. A bunch of heroes gawking at what was left of the man they hadn't managed to catch. Between this and what their Numas had done to the city, he had enough material already. But Chizome apparently had more to tell, and so he woke up, bloodlust saturating the air. Where are you? Searching for the thief Kosuke himself had told him about. Oh, it hadn't been asked of him, but as an artist, he had known what kind of chain reaction it would provoke. Corruption, everywhere, someone must do the dirty work, someone has to purge. He took 1 step, even though his body must have been in pieces after the fall, and the heroes could only stare, petrified because of a bloodlust that wasn't even directed at them. Come, he called the thief, daring him to show himself. Just try me, you fake, the only one allowed to kill me is All Might. The true hero, something you will never be. And on that, he stopped, as if his curse had taken the last of his energy. Kosuke filmed it. The frozen heroes. The monster condemning society. The camera was probably trembling as he couldn't completely contain his excitement, but who could blame him? He only retreated when more heroes arrived, his quirk quickly taking him away from the danger. He was almost out of the neighborhood when a shadow obscured the light of the streets, and he looked up to see the slightly distorted form of the winged Numu. He was heavily breathing and it less landed than crashed at Kosuke's feet. Drops of blood splattered over him as he did, staining his nice jacket. Hey, Be careful. The Numu didn't answer, of course, and Kosuke crouched by him only to see that the wound seemed to have been caused by an ice javelin, still sticking out of him. Heroes are becoming more and more ruthless those days. But since this one had found his way back to him, he could hardly let him hear. Kosuke called for Ujiko, and he waited for Johnny-chan's slimy black liquid to cover the both of them. They appeared in the laboratory, filled to the brim with vats containing mindless puppets, simple weapons devoid of any subtlety or artistic appreciation. In the middle of them, like a father who wasn't satisfied with simply having pictures of his family on his desk, the doctor was working, leaving his work only when Kosuke stopped coughing the foul liquid. 6. He greeted him. How did my adorable children do? Snowdrift. Are you okay? Small Mite 1541. I am fine. Cuts and bruises, and I will feel it in the morning. What about you? Snowdrift. Not a scratch, obviously. Small Mite 1541, of course. And Iida Tenya? Shoto had to shorten his conversation with Midoriya, both to look at his class president, who looked absolutely miserable but alive and with all limbs functioning, and because the chief of police entered the hospital room where the two teenagers had been brought. Not because they were injured though, Iida had needed stitches, but because the Hosu police had felt the need to take them away from the scene. People usually didn't get into too much trouble as long as they stayed quiet, so Shoto didn't utter a word as the policeman explained the damages done to Hosu during the attack and how lucky they had been that the heroes and law enforcement had been so prompt to react. However, he had his limits. Two villains who were apprehended by the heroes were found with severe frostbites for one and impaled for the other. Suragame Kenji, Hosu's chief of police said, looking directly at him. Those villains, Shoto was careful not to call them Numas. Technically, he could argue that he had heard this name at the USJ, but with Midoriya beating Stain a couple of hours ago, he didn't want to be asked how he knew about them. We're attacking the city. The second one almost injured civilians. And yet, you do not have your license. As for you, he turned towards Iida. You abandoned the hero responsible of you and you looked for the hero killer, didn't you? Iida nodded. The chief of police continued a moment like that, talking about the dawn of quirks, of the decision made to make the chaos cease, of a chosen few allowed to use their quirks. Of the police taking the oath to make order reign without their quirks and how only heroes were allowed to use their quirks. What are you trying to say? Shoto said even though he was perfectly aware of what was going on. I need to understand that you are in a delicate position. You both broke the law. If we use our quirks, it was to protect people, Shoto growled. That's what heroes are supposed to do. But when you used your quirks, you weren't in the legality. You knew you weren't supposed to run around. This has consequences, for you and for the adults responsible of you. Wait, Iida whispered in a horrified voice, as anger was building inside Shoto. The situation is simple. If the truth about what happened tonight is revealed, you might have the support of the public, but you will have to face legal consequences. However, as the situation is complicated and since it would be dangerous if a vigilante was known to have taken the law in his own hands, just like you did was left unspoken. You have another alternative. Don't speak of what happened. Don't contradict the official version. The number 2 hero is the one who stopped Stain. You're asking us to lie? Iida asked. Simply to stay silent, Manuel intervened. No one is happy about it, but the media would jump on the story like sharks smelling blood. You both saw what happened because of the USJ. This is not a time where we can allow the trust in the hero society to be eroded. I have caused so many problems to so many of you. Iida's head was hanging in shame. Yes, of course. I can only accept. Good for him. I don't. Todoroki, they're right, Iida tried to say. Shoto glared at him. I do not like to be pressured. Our guardians aren't here. We are minors. And you're threatening us in order to comply. We're not, you will know if I ever threaten you, the chief of police promised with a huge doggy grin. The truth is that we are allowed to use our quirk in self-defense, be it our own defense or someone's else. Or should I call the legal team of the Endeavor Agency to know how an arrest would really end? Shoto threatened him in return. Manuel was looking at him, mouth open with shock, while Iida looked like he had seen a ghost. Maybe because if Sugaramai's glare could have killed, Shoto would have dropped dead on this very spot. But Shoto knew the law, and even more, he knew what he was. An exemplar chosen by the Hero Commission, the son of Endeavor. Someone harder to push around than expected, as far as the chief of police was concerned. Suragame gave him a cold look, obviously weighing his options, and not liking his odds against the Endeavor Agency legal team, who ate policemen for breakfast. But Shoto didn't let him spin that another way. However, he added, I understand why hiding that a vigilante was the one to stop Stain is necessary. It would simply reflect badly on the heroes and the police. I am not willing to be intimidated into doing what's necessary, though. Because that was what had been happening. Carrot and stick, given to two minors right after they had been through a traumatic event. Manuel sighed, relieved that Shoto could show himself reasonable, but the esteemed chief of police wasn't done. You really are your father's son, aren't you? He mocked. Something cold and vicious passed through Shoto, and before he even realized it, he had taken a step towards him. You mangy mutt, a lot of things could have happened in this moment. None of them would have been good for Shoto's reputation. But unlike what Iida's huge gasp seemed to imply, he wasn't about to fistfight the Hosu chief of police. Just to have several words of choice with him. But instead, the door opened. Though, opened wasn't the right word, as it had been locked. Instead, it was more or less forced, revealing a really embarrassed hero behind it. I am sorry. I didn't mean to listen to you, but I thought you might want to. He opened the door completely and the doorknob fell to the floor. In any case, I heard you and giving the credit to Endeavor won't work. Shoto just watched the newcomer, frozen just like the rest of them, but he was pretty certain that he was the only one who had started sweating. Several videos were just released, showing the vigilante fighting and neutralizing Stain. We are in luck that Endeavor didn't already receive the credit. The chief of police grabbed his phone, checking if this was true, and he thanked the pro-hero, leaving to chew out those who hadn't warned him, someone who had taken Shoto's #1 post in the list of people he couldn't stand. And as he did, he left the 2 UA students with the #1 hero. Young Iida, young Todoroki, All Might greeted while Manuel has his back against a wall, the distinct panic look of someone who hadn't been ready to see the symbol of peace on his face. I would appreciate if you could give me some of your time. The hero who was injured in the line of duty is a very old friend of mine. I am personally interested in finding this vigilante. A first video of the town burning, terrifying villains breaking whatever they can find. Sometimes, what they can find are people, only saved in the nick of time by heroes. There is something beautiful in the footage, a terrible majesty, images one cannot look away from. A second video, showing terrified civilians about to be snatched away by a winged villain, only to be saved by an ice-wielding hero. Young, too far away to be clearly distinguished, but he take the time to make sure the 2 civilians are alright before leaving again, as if he is desperate to save as many people as possible. A third video showing someone whose face is impossible to see being pursued by an enraged hero killer, all his rage and madness clear as the light of the day, for everyone to see. The vigilante runs, obviously using a hero-worthy quirk. The vigilante stops and turns back, the world witnessing the moment where he chooses to fight a villain who targets and kills pro-heroes. Whoever has the camera is filming from far away, but it doesn't prevent anyone from hearing Stain calls the vigilante a fake, unworthy. The vigilante doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. Instead, he moves like water, unafraid as he is facing a sword, determined. Heroic, even as he stumbles, anyone watching this gasping as they can see the end. And even more heroic as he somehow manages to win, defeating a villain that no pro-heroes had managed to stop before. A fourth video, showing the hero killer, as he delivers his message, while calling for the vigilante who has stopped him. In movies and series, people with bruised ribs kept running, even a couple of hours after they had been injured. They winced, put on their hero costume or their vigilante apparatus, and they kept fighting. Whoever wrote those scripts was a filthy liar. Now that Izuku didn't have a hero trying to kill him, the idea of simply raising his arms was enough to make him tear up. Breathing hurt like his chest was on fire. Not breathing didn't stop hurting, it just hurt less. In front of him, her fingertips gently put on his neck, Ao was finishing examining him. She had been dragged out of bed and warped in some track pants she probably used as pajamas and a tank top, exposing the tattoos on her arms and shoulders. Of course, qualifying them as tattoos might be an understatement. Dragons, snakes, phoenixes, and other mythological creatures were dancing on her skin, and whoever had drawn them could be proud of what was no less but a masterpiece. With a sigh, she passed a hand in her short blue hair. Congratulations, Akatani. It's the first time you don't call me for quirk overuse. So, he is alright? Kurogiri asked behind her. He had been hovering since Izuku had come back, his phone in hand. He was probably sending a continuous stream of updates to All for One. No, he's not. He has 2 broken ribs, his collarbone is damaged, and he is in shock. I am not in shock, Izuku tried to protest but his voice sounded flat. He had rarely felt so tired. Ao looked down and she followed his gaze, to his right hand and the faint shiver that was possessing his fingers. A second of attention was enough to make it stop, but in exchange, the pain in his ribs flared up. How does that even work? I rest my case, Ao concluded. Now, if you want to argue with your healer, please continue. I just love to be dragged out of my girlfriend's embrace in the middle of the night to make sure the teenage vigilante are not about to drop dead. Izuku chose to shut up. None of what you have is life-threatening. There is not much to do for the ribs except hiding a pillow so you hurt less, and fortunately for you, your collarbone is not broken. All you have to do is to wait a few weeks and it will heal on its own. This includes the bruises that will soon bloom on you like flowers in spring. You're in luck, because I have enough energy to heal most of this. What do you choose? Before, she would have left me after confirming that none of my injuries were life-threatening or debilitating. I must have scored some brownie points with the whole nightmare problem. Izuku considered his options. Ao had a healing quirk, one of the rarest and most sought-out talents, but she had chosen not to work in this field. She obviously had some medical training, but she warned her patients that she wasn't a medical practitioner and that she would send them to the hospital if their wounds were beyond her abilities. He didn't know the details, but he was sure that it was because she used her own strength to heal. Diagnostics were relatively easy, but he had seen her pale and almost fall over that day when he had broken both his legs. Usually, he chose to assume his wounds when they weren't slowing him down, he could handle the pain. But this night, he didn't want to be vulnerable. Tenya's anger hadn't diminished. It was still eating him alive, trying to spread in every cell of his body, but now, it wasn't the only thing inside him. Shame was added to it, the kind that kept him from raising his head as he was interrogated. Confusion and fear were also here, because he didn't understand what had happened. He had been there, he had witnessed it, and yet, nothing made sense. He felt lost, but All Might and Gran Torino, the hero who had been injured, his foot bandaged and moving with a crutch, needed his help, so he told them everything he remembered. He didn't hide that he had searched for Stain and tried to defeat him, how he hadn't been able to do anything against him. How the vigilante had saved him. What he was wearing, black hoodie, something covering his face as if it was made of shadows, dark jeans and ingenium sneakers. How his quirk had felt up close, a power type similar to All Might's, wild and barely controlled though, powerful. How he had talked, how he had laughed, his exact words, and the two heroes had frowned as Tenya repeated that he had announced that he was the one who had ended All Might's legacy. My legacy is people like young Todoroki and you, All Might had told him. Despite what he thinks, no one can take that away. Tenya, reassured, had continued and next told them how he had saved them. How he had tried to resolve the situation peacefully, how he hadn't hesitated to risk his life to protect Native and Tenya, but he had apparently not hesitated to injure a pro-hero. Why? He asked, his voice breaking at the end of the word because he was tired and because it didn't make sense. How can a vigilante act both like a hero and like a villain? Everything isn't black and white, kid, Gran Torino said. It's not because someone shows mercy or kindness once that it's a good person. Just like someone being rude to you or making a mistake doesn't have to be a bad person. Because he is acting rashly, All Might said softly, trying to help, but not caring about who is injured as he does what he wants. Because he is in the wrong and probably can't admit it, so someone has to stop him. Tenya didn't quite flinch but it was close. Wasn't this his exact situation? He had been in the wrong. His actions almost costing at least the life of another pro-hero. But no one had stopped him, and no one would, not after Todoroki had almost jumped at the chief of police's throat, defending the both of them. Not when he hadn't honestly and clearly admitted what he had tried to do. Slowly, he unclenched his fists and took a deep breath. He didn't manage to look at them in the eyes, least of all Might himself, but he did push the words out. I came to Hosu to kill the hero killer, he said, bowing. The only reason why I didn't is because I wasn't strong enough to defeat him. Oh, we know, All Might answered almost absent-mindedly, as if he was thinking about something else while having this conversation with Tenya. As for the class president of 1A, who would probably have to abdicate in shame before he was arrested, he couldn't say what surprised him the most, their lack of surprise or how they barely reacted to Tenya admitting a crime. What? He squeaked. It was pretty obvious, Gran Torino muttered under his breath. It was? I deserve to be punished for this. Maybe. Maybe not, the old hero said, this time clearly. In any case, you won't. Lucky you. Tenya stared at him, unable to comprehend what was happening, his mouth opened. All Might gave a sharp glance to his friend, and when he spoke, all his attention was back on Tenya and he couldn't do anything else but to listen to him. You did this because you love your brother. Because you couldn't abide to know that the monster who had hurt him was still out there, free, the number one hero said, his voice kind, but there was a hint of another emotion under the words. You wanted to hurt him just as Stain had hurt your brother. Even more. In doing so, you became the judge, the jury and the executioner. This was pure vengeance. Tenya nodded, because this was exactly what he had been thinking. Even now, knowing that Stain was alive felt like an insult to the Ingenium's name. I won't lie to you, young Iida. Everyone would understand why you would want Stain dead, but by acting like you did, you scorned a system of laws and order put in place to protect everyone. A system made to protect you from dying in a dark alley but also to protect you from tainting your hands with blood. I have seen heroes abandon all reason and destroy everything good within them because they thought the end justified the means. He thought of the vigilante pointing at the burning town, master of his emotions, knowing what to do, even ready to de-escalate the situation. Rules are here to protect us from our darkest instincts, All Might continued. When you abandon them, you walk away from civilization, and going back is extremely hard. I had never thought of that. Second chances are hard to come by. Trust me on that. Consider yourself lucky and learn from it. And one last thing. Tenya braced himself, but the symbol of peace simply left his chair, took 2 steps, and imprisoned Tenya into the warmest hug he had ever experienced. On behalf of every hero in Hosu, All Might said, let me tell you how relieved we are that you are still alive to learn more every day. Sorihiko watched the youngest Iida, who could have been the carbon copy of his father and his brother, leave before turning to All Might who was still in his heroic form, disturbingly quiet as he was looking at a point on the wall. Toshinori. He prompted him. My only regret about what I did to All for One is that I didn't finish the job, he answered. Well, glad that we are on the same page. Am I a hypocrite for telling him he was wrong to act as he did? The double guessing hadn't happened before One for All had been stolen. Since then, Toshinori agonized over what he said, aware that people could take his every word to heart. And now, he was looking at Sorihiko with the same look he had after Nana's death, when he was desperately looking for the right solution in a world which never offered this luxury. You told him he needed rules to live by. Sorihiko tried to answer anyway. That's the best advice you could have given him. What if he had killed you? Toshinori asked, and he certainly wasn't talking about the young Iida anymore. Sorihiko didn't look at his ankle, stabbed both to block one of his kick and to slow him down. The thief had been fast, even though Sorihiko was certain he had hurt him, fast and smart in how he avoided him. And he hadn't attacked him at full strength. Not when it was compared to the video of his fight with the hero killer, the last kick that had sent him flying. He thinks he is on the side of the angels. The only good news about this mess was that he had been seen fighting and fleeing Numis. He meant All for One and his merry band of escaped villains hadn't found him yet. Do I look like I die so easily? I kicked the ass of someone far more talented with the same quirk, and if that fire-throwing imbecile hadn't been there, I would have delivered him to you in pieces. Toshinori was about to say something, not completely convinced, when the door suddenly opened, revealing the little Iida. I forgot, the vigilante, the reason why he went crazy. He accused Stain of having made people with parasitic quirks disappear. Shoto didn't go far after being interrogated by All Might. He positioned himself near the closest waiting area from which he could see the hallway, and he kept trying to contact Midoriya, but he wasn't answering his phone. He was about to contact Kurogiri when someone approached him, his outstretched hand holding a can of green tea, and Shoto looked up to see the number 3 hero. This night just keeps getting better and better. Did you seriously call the chief of police a mangy mutt? The hero that Midoriya had decided to involve in anyone asked, something close to admiration in his voice. Shoto tried to disappear into his chair, but no intangibility power appeared. Typical. Oh, I am not judging, Hawks smiled, sitting on the chair next to Shoto, his wings in the way, but he somehow made do. A can of tea in each hand. You were right to call them out. And it's pretty embarrassing for them to have a vigilante stop Stain when they didn't manage to find him for years. Shoto frowned. He wasn't aware that Stain had been in activity for so long. And with that, his respect for the Hosu police plummeted even further. How do you know what I said to the chief of police? Oh, news travels fast. Hawks shrugged and he tried to offer his tea to Shoto once again. This time, he accepted, just so he would have something to do in order not to participate to this conversation. I was actually in another city when I heard about this incident. I arrived too late to help take care of the Numas, but I helped looking for the one who took down the hero killer. It's amazing what you can see for the sky. This poor vigilante got beaten down by Gran Torino on several roofs. You can actually see the damage from up there. Old heroes are not to be underestimated. Shoto promised himself not to fight Gran Torino and mercilessly made fun of Midoriya for having his ass handed to him by an old man. Really, he would have done the same for him. I could also see the ice you left behind you. It's so you travel faster, isn't it? Shoto kept drinking his tea, warm and perfect after a long night. Speed is good, Hawks nodded. Especially when a friend is in danger. How did you find him, by the way? Shoto had been expecting this question and he gave him the same answer he had given All Might. That had been the symbol of peace's second question, right after an embarrassed, young Todoroki. I understand your frustration, but you were aware that you need to be friendly with the police, right? I heard Manuel call for him. Since I didn't have anything else to do, I searched for him in the alleys near the center. That's where heroes patrol and where Stain attacks. That's smart. Do you know how I found them? Because you were flying? A good guess, but no, Hawks laughed. I came here because I received an alert as someone on the Anyone server asked for help because Tenya, a UA hero student, was missing. Shoto froze, though not literally, and he looked at the hero who was talking to him about an illegal organization like he was talking about the weather or the upcoming hero ranking. Whoever Anyone is, I think he forgot that when he sent this message to everyone, I would be included in it. In any case, I flew as fast as I could, but I arrived too late because I was accidentally led to a false sighting. My fault, really. I knew that eyewitnesses are rarely perfect. And with that, he took a gulp from his own can. I am not sure to understand. But you went directly to where Tenya was, Hawks interrupted him, and even though he still wasn't looking at him, his heroic mask was gone, leaving place to someone sharp and dangerous. I know that because, as I told you, it's amazing what you can see for the sky. The traces of your ice only stops where you fought this Numu, but apart from that, it was a straight road to this vigilante. So I wondered, is he the one who warned anyone? Or is he one of the vigilante on their payroll? I mean, as the son of Endeavor, people would be fighting to recruit you. And, last but not the least, I wondered if that vigilante had specifically called you to the rescue? Shoto's face wasn't showing anything until he remembered to frown in confusion. There was no proof here, but there was a considerable weight to the words of a top hero. If he asks for my phone, I will destroy it. Better to be uncooperative and stubborn than to let Hawks realize that he wasn't only friend with the villain who had stolen All Might's quirk, but he was one of the 2 people who could always find where Midoriya's phone was. You are an exemplar and the son of the number 2 hero, so really, even though running to fight villains isn't recommended, it's completely different if you are part of a vigilante organization. I suggest you to be extremely careful from now on. Shoto stared at him, and then, Hawks was back to the pro hero that everyone knew, smiling, though, behind this visor, Shoto couldn't be sure that it reached his eyes. Relax, Hawks reassured him as if he hadn't threatened him, probably because he was tired of Midoriya running circles around him. I am also on the server, after all. But if you ever meet this friend of yours, can you tell him I need to speak to him? He has been dodging my calls? For a moment, Shoto could only stare, his mind swirling with ideas, possibilities, half-baked plans to get away from this, to find a way to fix this, but nothing concrete came to mind, so he fell back on what he knew. Don't show weakness. If you're not in control, at least, pretend you are. And with that, just with his pretending, everything became clearer. Incidentally, it confirmed Shoto's growing suspicion that no one really knew what they were doing and that all the adults were bluffing along the way. Hero Hawks, don't take this the wrong way, but I think you have been taking too many double shifts. Ah, maybe, the pro hero laughed, only to be interrupted by Iida finally getting out of the room where All Might and the hero Midoriya has slightly stabbed had been. Iida probably didn't even see them, too busy looking at the floor and thinking so loudly that Shoto could almost hear the thoughts bouncing inside his skull, when the class president brutally stopped, frozen. He looked up, his mouth opened, then he suddenly turned, almost colliding with a wall, before running back from where he had come from. Shoto blinked. I wonder what's going through his head, Hawks pondered. Kurogiri woke up extraordinarily early, but certainly not by choice. The day before, not enough hours ago, Yami had more or less passed out on his couch, and since the bartender didn't actually knew where he lived, He had warped them to the beach house that Sensei had retrieved, before sitting on the couch to rest his eyes a minute or two. All for one opening the fridge only for the light to reach Kurogiri and to startle him awake. Sensei gave him an apologetic shrug before opening a grape juice can and drinking it down. For someone who had taken a plane to go back and who had certainly slept less than Kurogiri, he seemed in excellent form. Does Sensei even need to sleep? All for one was wearing his usual bespoke pants and dress shoes, but he had foregone the dress shirt and the jacket for a black polo shirt, the slight change somehow managing to make him look even younger. He is alive and in one piece, Sensei said. Consider me impressed. Now, tell me what happened. Kurogiri gave a pointed look in the direction of the room in which Yami was sleeping. Sensei smiled, and when he spoke again, he had significantly raised his voice, the sound piercing the bartender's ears that had been made sensitive by sleep. I am going to grab the first hero I find from the street, reduce him to a thin and bloody paste, and paint the walls of this gaudy tower with it. Both men braced themselves, ready for Yami to jump out of the room and to tackle All for One by reflex. Nothing happened. See, he is dead to the world. Quirk overuse and coming down from adrenaline will do that. Now, tell me everything. So Kurogiri did. From the moment he had been asked to create multiple warp gates for Yami to run around, long before he had realized what was happening in Hosu, Tao's healing Yami and asking Kurogiri to keep him warm and rested. All for one seemed surprisingly calm, as if he was more focused on predicting what would be the consequences of his night than to worry about Yami. He must have seen him when I was asleep. There is something else, Kurogiri added. The day before you left, I helped anyone secure a van transporting funds. The protocol, made by anyone himself, is that the van must be warped at a secondary location, the merchandise must be taken out, and the vehicle in itself must be lost. All for one nodded, a faint trace of amusement tugging at his lips, because anyone didn't hesitate to simply take what they needed when the call of the budget was heard. At the time, I didn't pay attention, but I remember a red feather there. I assumed that one of the transporters must have had a mutation quirk, but it's only after I heard that the pro-hero Hawks had flown to Hosu and helped look for the vigilante who took down the hero killer that I remembered his quirk. The number 3 hero, he can fly and telekinetically control his wings, can't he? Can he trace them? Kurogiri wasn't surprised that he knew it. He had reacquainted with the hero ranking since he had broken out, and the top 10 had the most interesting powers. I don't know, he admitted. If it does, I am almost certain the feather was out of range. Was he trying to catch anyone, or was he one of his operatives? I don't know, Kurogiri repeated, but after a significant pause. I see. Kurogiri mentally prepared himself for the news of the winged hero to be found in pieces somewhere. He didn't know when it would happen, but he suspected it was simply a matter of time. Thank you for making sure he stayed in one piece. I am sure that this was quite the challenge. You should get some rest. Izuku woke up in an unfamiliar room, in a house he didn't know, his body screaming in pain, and generally disoriented, especially when he saw Stain's still bloody knife on the nightstand. However, since he had lived through waking up to have a recently escaped and definitely violent villain cooking him breakfast, he took it in stride and got out of bed, wincing as his muscles disagreed with every movement. He took a moment from that. Just accepted the pain, accepted the bruises from being beaten down, how raw his chest felt after Ao had healed him, and the strain his quirk had put on his body. Once he was done, he certainly wasn't less in pain, but no one could have guessed it. Fortunately, he had a vague memory of Kurosawa sending him an email to tell him not to come to the Bright Quirk Agency today, because of what had happened in Hosu. He still checked that he hadn't dreamed it so he could keep sleeping without guilt, and he had been surprised to see that he had actually answered the mail, asking if everyone was alright, with an average of 2 typos per word. With a little luck, she would assume that this was either because he was a teenager or because it had been before 7 a.m. The house was beautiful, modern, and it was decorated with the minimalism that only rich people could afford. For a second, maybe, Izuku wondered if it was Kurogiri's, but it simply didn't look like him. For all he knew, Kurogiri had panicked when he had seen Izuku sleepily drooling in his bar, and he had thrown him to the nearest place with a bed he could think of. Maybe the owners would be back any moment from now on and wouldn't be amused to see a teenager squatting here. Izuku found a compromise by walking through the splendid patio door and onto the beach. He was sitting on the warm sand, calmed down by the sound of the waves rolling on the shores, when he learned that he had been filmed and that the Anyone server was currently on fire, everyone trying to contact him. Curiously, he didn't panic. Maybe it was because of where he had woken up, but nothing felt real. His only reaction was a how nice of them to have cut the part where a senior wiped the floor with me, and he sent several instructions to Nagisa. Izuku didn't know how long he stayed there, but he would remember it until his last day. This feeling of peace, of a world that kept gaining in speed finally slowing down, finally leaving him the time to breathe. A blissful moment that was interrupted by All for One landing next to him. For once, he hadn't warped, apparently out for a flight. Not that Izuku couldn't understand. If he could fly, he would jump on any occasion to use that quirk. Is that what you call a calm week? All for One asked, oddly, well, calm. Meeting a hero killer, the incandescent hero and All Might's ally all at once? Actually, I barely saw Endeavor. I didn't have a choice. Someone would have died if I hadn't intervened. The new Ingenium? As far as I am concerned, it was natural selection at its finest. Izuku looked at him, raising his head. And raising his head some more. A few days without his roommate and he had managed to forget how tall he was. In any case, he raised an eyebrow, remembering the emotion in All for One's voice when he had talked about his little brother. Somehow he doubted that All for One had been the picture of restraint when his sibling had been hurt. However, he doubted that bringing up All for One's dead brother would be considered endearing, so he chose the diplomatic approach. I can understand that you are upset. You broke our deal, All for One noticed, with the same tone the devil would use when talking about a pact signed in blood, promising consequences that he would enjoy. I said, spare any catastrophe, Izuku reminded him. How exactly am I responsible of several multi-quirked villains attacking Hosu? 4 Chapter 1919? Chizome couldn't feel anything beneath his waist. It was as if his legs had disappeared, even though he could still see them. He kept trying to move them. He would look at them, focus on what it felt like to feel anything there, and he would try with all his will, just a toe, even the faintest shiver, to confirm that not everything was over. But for the first time since he had decided to hone his body, to become a weapon, his body wasn't perfectly answering to him and his legs stayed still. Paralyzed. That was the word, the sentence, though the doctors hadn't told it like that. Too cowardly to actually announce the awful truth directly. The damage to your spine after the fall, moving afterwards only worsened your injuries, only time will tell. Hope was a poison, but hope was the only thing Chizome had. So he shut up when the two police officers came for him. A plain black-haired one, and another who looked like a blonde personification of death. The latter didn't say a word. He just looked at Chizome, and the air in his lungs seemed almost viscous under this stare. They asked questions about the vigilante, about the heroes that he had culled, and the other ones, the suspects in his quest to help All Might. And Chizome didn't utter a word, conscious that if there was a deal to be made, it wouldn't be with the police, but with the Hero Commission. They might even be able to fix his spine. He was waiting for one of their agents, aware that they had to send one to cover their tracks. Cowards, all of them, when someone knocked at his door. That person knocked a second time, warning that she was coming in, and a woman with short dark blue hair cut into a bob and wearing glasses entered. She seemed familiar. Chizome couldn't remember where he had seen her, but there was something about her that assured him they had met in some way. There was another woman behind her, and everything about her screamed police officer. She looked at the first woman, as if she was asking if she wanted her to stay, but the dark-haired woman shook her head and thanked her with a smile. The purple-haired woman glared at Stain, as if to warn him not to do anything, and closed the door behind her. What was she expecting him to do? Crawl to her friend and bite her ankles? Hello, the woman said, confirming that she wasn't from the Hero Commission because they weren't so polite. The casual jeans and shirt were also a clue. You don't know me. And honestly, I don't know you either. But I kept my ears to the ground. And when I heard what had happened to you, I felt the need to come. Do you mind if I talk to you? The courtesy felt unreal, and for a moment, Chizome wondered if he wasn't actually dreaming. Morphine could create strange dreams. Still, he made a gesture to invite her to sit in one of the two chairs left in the room, and she let herself fall on it, her shoulders slumped. Thank you. Honestly, it has been I don't even know for how long I have been stressed anymore. The days tend to blur. As if to illustrate her point, she picked her glasses, tried to clean them with the hem of her shirt, failed, and put back the cloudy glasses on her nose. Don't worry, I am not with the police, she assured. Or a hero. I am the one no one ever thinks about. I am the family of your victims. You tried to kill both of my sons. The image of the two ingeniums was summoned from Chizome's memory and appeared in front of her face. They were far from identical, but there was enough to justify this feeling of familiarity. For a moment, he wondered if she was here to kill him. People said that you let him live on purpose, so he would spread your message, but we both know it's a lie, don't we? She said, and she was so calm that it was unnerving. No anger, no sadness, her emotions tightly controlled and not leading her. Too bad that her youngest hadn't learned that from her. My baby, on that, her voice almost broke, but she quickly hid it again and there was steel in her eyes. My son had internal injuries. You slashed him, left him bleeding to death in this alley. He should have died. But Tensai hung on to life. He hung on, even if no one knew where he was. Chizome didn't say anything. She might not have been from the police, but several agents were obviously waiting right behind the door, maybe recording. He didn't tell him how her son had utterly failed in his duty, how he had whined like a child when he had left. Knowing the truth was enough for him. And then, you tried to kill my other boy. My other little one. A child. I wonder how you justify that to yourself. I mean, I heard what you said, this silly little rant of yours. About heroes being unworthy. And yet, here you are, the most unworthy of all, butchering people, children included. Chizome clenches his teeth because of course, she didn't know what kind of sacrifice he had made to protect All Might. She could afford to live in the light, unpreoccupied by how dangerous and ugly the world really was, because there were people like him working in the shadow. The woman leaned in, something cold glowing in her eyes. What makes you competent to judge any one of us, let alone people who risk their lives every day to save others? For a moment, from the first time since the beginning of this conversation, his mind didn't find how to counter what she was saying. That was rage. Rage and hatred and a need to hurt him, barely controlled, for everyone to see. And in an instant, they disappeared as she became the plain woman that had entered his room and asked if she could sit. Don't worry, I am not trying to get actual answers from you. I know what you are. Evil and delusional. You're far from unique. Annoyance stung him. She doesn't know what she is talking about. Here she was, talking about her experience, probably after pulling some strings to find him, in the hope that he would understand what she had gone through. But the truth was that he was aware of it. He knew they had families and friends. But the people he had killed had chosen this path, had chosen those risks. I wanted you dead. God, I wanted you dead, she sighed, almost dreamily. Like someone who had contemplated murdering him graphically several times, which was a little jarring from a woman who didn't look like she had ever killed a spider. When I learned that you were paralyzed, I thought of my son, of course. How ironic, but it wasn't enough. All those people you killed, my heart aches for their families. But it's not like you can be killed more than once. It's not like I could inflict you the same pain upon you, the same horror, the same death you so callously gifted your victims. But I thought about it and I have decided that it wasn't too bad. Oh, really? Chaizome growled. He couldn't help it. That made her smile, the expression not reaching her eyes, and you realized that it was the first time he had talked. Like my son, you won't walk again. Unlike my son, there will be no one for you. My son will be cared for, he will be able to share his pain and his frustration with us, and he will get better. He will get back to his life, and even though he can't be a hero anymore, he will keep helping people, because that's who he is. His life won't be easy, but he will be happy. While you will rot away in a cell, unable to do the most basic thing, your life cut short. She rose up, regal as she was passing judgment on his future, and deemed it an acceptable punishment for what Chaizome had done. I want you to know that from this moment onwards, I won't hate you anymore. You have nothing and you will become nothing more than a pathetic ghost. Do you really think you can forget me? That my shadow won't haunt you every time you look at what your son has become because of me? But before I go, I want you to know that you failed, she added, utter scorn coloring that cold smile of hers. Ingenium will live on. His name will live through my youngest son, a gentle and kind boy, but who loves this brother so much that he was ready to kill you. It will live on through all the people my oldest son saved. All the sidekicks he gave a chance and who also love him. And he will live on, because unlike you, life has still so much to offer him. And for a moment, Chaizome saw what she was seeing. Him trapped, in a cage that wasn't only his cell but his own body, while her sons lived on. While the fake heroes lived on, no one to remind them the consequences of not taking their duty seriously. While the thief kept using a quirk that didn't belong to him. Farewell, Stain, and she left him, alone with his thoughts. She didn't look back. It was as if, to her, he didn't exist anymore. Tenko didn't remember starting to scratch, only the moment when he felt the skin of his neck starting to become raw, threatening to bleed under his nails. He immediately stopped and rubbed the spot, hoping that it wasn't too visible. The last thing he needed was for them to worry about him. He knocked on Gran Torino's door 3 times, didn't wait for an answer, and used his key. He could enter whenever he wanted, but he had learned that it was better to warn paranoid heroes before he barged in, or he could get some very intense stares for a few seconds. Yesterday hadn't been a good day. He had known it would be a difficult one because he had eaten with his family. Not only had this not happened in a while, classes made for a wonderful excuse, but the mood was still down because of when All Might had tried to warn them about All for One and offered him to protect them. Of course, that hadn't gone well with his father, who disliked Yagi just as much as he disliked Tenko's grandmother, and he had barked at him that villains wouldn't be interested in them if Yagi and heroes like him didn't keep hanging around them, turning them into targets. So, things were tense and it hadn't gotten better as Tenko's favorite grumpy old man had been injured on the job by the same boy who had stolen Yagi's quirk. Yagi was already waiting in the living room, sitting on the couch and floating in clothes too big for him, lost in thoughts until he saw Tenko and a smile appeared on his face. He didn't do anything to hide his exhaustion, but it lit up his entire face. The kind of smile that made people automatically smile back because someone was happy to see them. From the room on the first floor, the one where Tenko had slept many times, could be heard the sound of loud snoring despite the closed door. Gran Torino would deny and would introduce his cane to anyone who would tell him, but he was a very loud snorer. How is he? Tenko asked. It's superficial. He will probably feel it for several days, but he will be fine. He contained a sigh of relief and put the taiyaki he had bought on the kitchen table, next to those Yagi had brought. No matter how many sweets were in Gran Torino's house, they always disappeared in 2 days at most. That's good to know. Yagi nodded, but he still looked. Tenko didn't quite have the word. Exhausted was a given. Guilty wasn't surprising because everything the thief was doing, or even All for One when he was unleashing villains on a city, was his responsibility as far as he was concerned. Because he had let One for All be stolen. Because he hadn't finished the job with All for One. Worn down seemed to be the closest term. He didn't have the strength to keep going, and now that he had paused, every unpleasant in his life was coming back to haunt him. If All for One isn't showing up in person, that means his health isn't allowing it, isn't it? Tenko said. The Numas are a good way to keep society on edge, but the media and everyone agree that the heroes did a splendid job containing them. It's not the only thing society is saying, Yagi said, deadpan. But yes, that's a relief. He is probably licking his wounds and clinging to the quirks that are barely keeping him alive. He continued in a more normal tone, not upbeat but the professional one that kept people calm. Tenko made his way to the kettle because this was the kind of moment that necessitated tea in great amount. The kind of amount where one could drown his sorrow in. If society agreed that the heroes had done an amazing job in Hosu, what the thief had done had divided them. Some were hailing him as the kind of people who got the job done. Others didn't forget that a pro-hero had been injured during the altercation, and the Hosu police was being chewed out. Yes, some people are angry that the heroes aren't the ones who arrested Stain, Tenko admitted. But you know that, even if everyone loves heroes, on principle, some people want them to be perfect and can't deal with the necessities of reality. Honestly, apart from Endeavor, heroes are not expected to investigate. The police are in hotter waters. The boy was there at the right time, Yagi said, to Tenko's surprise, but All Might was nothing if honest. I am not afraid to admit it. 2 people would have died tonight without him. I simply regret that everyone else seems to want to forget that a pro-hero was injured by him. Tenko passed his hand near the kettle to make sure it was actually getting hotter, only for the damn thing to choose this moment to whistle, almost giving him a heart attack. I am aware, and by that, he meant that Hibitsuga and him had bickered on this exact point. It's because they are arguing that someone who protected 2 people and took on the hero killer wouldn't have wounded a pro-hero for no reason, and they are right because they are unaware of what he did and why Gran Torino attacked without letting him a chance to run. He poured the tea in 3 cups, forgetting that Gran Torino was busy sawing logs, and he brought 2 cups to All Might before he took his own. They aren't aware of the story, Tenko continued. They aren't aware of who he attacked and of what he stole. And they can't know that, for Gran, it's not about a villain. It's about someone who hurt you. Gran Torino was stubborn, grumpy, addicted to sweets, but he loved fiercely. And others are arguing that vigilantes are illegal for a reason and that it's to avoid this exact same of mix-up, Tenko added, because as the one conscious person in this room who used social platforms, he felt like he had to be the one to keep the symbol of peace in the known. You should see in what state Tumblr is. I will pass. That sounds like a scary place, spoken like one of the natives. I keep thinking about him, Yagi admitted. About what I said to him that day. There is a childish logic in what he did. If he couldn't become a hero without a quirk, taking one was his only option. And as All for One was presumed dead at the time, I had to be the target. Yagi didn't comment on how the kid had even known about One for All, but Tenko knew he was thinking about it. Yagi knew the people he had revealed his secrets to, but even if they hadn't been interrogated, all of them volunteering to tell that to Detective Tsukachi, he knew that they weren't the only one who knew. There were the families of the previous users, All for One, and whoever they could have revealed the secret. As long as it doesn't reach the ears of the Hero Commission. A great quirk doesn't make a hero. Just like a dangerous quirk doesn't make the villain, Tenko pondered, watching his hands, ungloved. To say that the moment when his quirk had manifested had been traumatizing would have been an understatement. He had spent weeks dealing with what he had thought to be allergies. He had been in distress. And after what had happened to Mon-chan, he had been terrorized, running through the streets after he had destroyed part of his home. If All Might hadn't found me, of course it doesn't, Yagi said, and there was a hint of a growl in his voice for a moment, his hand on Tenko's shoulder, squeezing it. As for him, I simply didn't want to sugarcoat this life. Yagi probably didn't notice, but he put a hand on his side, right where All for One had ripped off his guts. Even with One for All, this job did a number on me. Becoming the symbol of peace is a path of constant sacrifice. And in this moment, something happened. People, by definition, weren't aware of their ignorance, and because of their ignorance, they could say things that would be interpreted completely differently by the people they were talking to and who didn't have the same set of experience. But that didn't mean that telling someone older than you that he misunderstood a truth about society that he should have been aware of if he hadn't been privileged was the most pleasing experience. Especially when said person was already blaming themselves. But right now, Tenko had this image of All Might finding the thief, trying to surrender peacefully, and the thief exploding because All Might had accidentally said something inconsiderate. The kid had already flipped out and organized a heist to steal One for All. The last thing they needed was this kind of volatility pointed in Yagi's, or anyone's really, direction once again. Yes, about that, it's possible that he knows about difficult path. Being quirkless is a source of constant hardship in itself in this society. And Yagi didn't get it. Of course he didn't. I have been one. Unless my memory is failing me, it could be tough but not to this point. Maybe in your time, Tenko carefully said because he didn't want to call Yagi a fossil. That was Gran Torino's job. When it was more common. But here, in Japan, quirkless people are heavily discriminated. Even finding good schools is complicated, so finding jobs are worst. And, well, they don't tend to live long. Be it because of mental health or hate crime. Toshinori wasn't surprised by many things. He had a lot of experience as a hero, and that was definitely a scene at all kind of job. Horrible things still wounded him, but they were alas familiar. He was in known territory, knew what to do. He had been aware that, depending on one's quirk, life wasn't always easy, but in his arrogance, at no point had he thought that the situation had changed so drastically for quirkless people. But Tenko told him, in details, how the association he was working for had only just realized that they had to fight for quirkless people because they were forgotten and run down by life. You could become a police officer, he had said to a kid looking up to him, maybe searching for some hope. Only to discover that All Might wasn't only a pitiful shadow of what he used to be, but also that he simply wasn't in speaking terms with his reality. I am not saying that to blame you, Tenko warned. I just want you to be prepared if he throws that in your face when you see him again. You might not have been aware of his reality, but it doesn't excuse what he did. One for All wasn't just a quirk, it was a manifestation of will. It was the will of 7 heroes before All Might, crystallized to make something greater than the sum of their parts. And giving One for All was both an act of trust and love. It was having faith in your successor, faith that they will keep fighting the good fight. It was Shimura Nana's ultimate act of love. She had abandoned so much, but she was also the one who had believed in the dream of a middle schooler and gave him the push he needed to become the greatest hero Japan had ever known and to bring peace to this country. The thief had violated that. Whatever his reasons were, he had attacked Yagi, made him go through the eventuality of his death. Tenko couldn't even imagine what it was like to be confronted with his own end and tricked him into giving One for All. The truth is that everyone has a sad story, but most people don't become villains, Tenko reminded him. And that was something Yagi was supposed to know. But the day apparently was far from over as Yagi, the man Tenko saw as an uncle, admitted what had really depressed him. This was not the last time that my lack of awareness led to a tragedy. And honestly, Tenko hadn't been prepared for more depressing news than the thief escaping Gran Torino, but not without neutralizing his speed in a brutal way. Even the deep rage that saturated Yagi's words wasn't enough of a warning.
Stain had been killing people with parasitic quirks, All Might growled, suddenly in his All Might form. In my name. Horror fought despair fought rage fought a sudden lack of faith in the world.
People had been assassinated in Yagi's name. Someone had thought that they were doing this for the symbol of peace. Those people had been assassinated for their quirks, someone deeming them unworthy enough to just cross all their names from a death list in the faint hope of eventually getting to the one person who might have weakened All Might. There were so many things to say, to ask, to scream, to empathize, to comfort. But Tenko's brain, for this moment, simply couldn't compute the horror, and he realized why he hadn't known why Yagi was so exhausted. Sometimes, there was so much that it just wasn't identifiable. How? Was all he managed to say. There's a leak in the Hero Commission. Someone who told a lunatic about my predicament and it led to children murdered for their quirks. The last purge of this kind happened before I was number 1. I will find whoever did this. And I will make them pay. This has priority over the search for the thief and his links with anyone. All for one? Where is my All Might collection? What do you mean? My All Might posters. My All Might figurines. My hero collection. My hoodies. Oh, those. Where is my collection safe? I hope you enjoyed those cookies. 4 Chapter 2020. The only advantage of destroying all his heat-sensitive nerve endings until it took the consistence of leather was that Dabi couldn't feel himself burning alive anymore. Well, more or less. However, he could still feel his body heating up, boiling from the inside as his quirk was killing him. He could feel the way he was starting to get nauseous and how he was getting more lightheaded by the second. He needed to stop using his flames now and to cool down for 10 good minutes. Maybe we should stop here, he offered. Shoto, leaning forwards as exhaustion was taking his toll, had frost spreading on his right side so he could cool down. I can keep going, his little brother assured, even though he was out of breath. Dabi turned around, walked to the cooler who wasn't cooling much after they had spent 30 minutes throwing fire into the private training room, picked up a water bottle, and threw it at his brother. It bounced off his chest and his half of a shirt with a loud sound, and finally, Shoto admitted that a break wouldn't harm him. He didn't notice that Dabi was at his limits and didn't bat an eye when he poured the content of his own water bottle over his head, something Dabi had counted on. Shoto didn't know what it was like to live with a quirk his body couldn't handle. Worse, he thought he did. His power could be dangerous if he went overboard, especially when he was only using one half, but he didn't realize that Dabi had become a master at bluffing. Pretend it doesn't hurt. Pretend you can keep going. Pretend that you're in control. Almost everything Dabi had been taught was unusable because he couldn't efficiently use those moves in a fight. Throwing overwhelming force at an opponent and finishing in one move was his best bet. Yami would have noticed it. As a fellow unfortunate civilian who had a quirk who could kill him, he couldn't not see it, and it showed. Dabi was starting to get sidelined in the anyone missions. Nothing drastic yet, but he used to be able to pick as many missions as he wanted, and now, he had to wait, forced to rest. So it was a good thing that Shoto wasn't noticing why Dabi didn't leave any choice when it came to pauses, because, when Shoto knew something, so did Yami. Dabi didn't know if they spent their nights messaging each other, but they shared information. You're making progress with controlling your flames. I think we will soon be able to study the super moves. Shoto gave him the faintest smile. Years of not using his left side had left Shoto with a very poor control over his fire, and he hadn't been able to really control the output until now. But training together had helped him and allowed Dabi to brush up his control. He might not be able to lower the temperature of his flames, but he didn't always need them to be massive. Once he was sure he wasn't going to cook himself alive, he offered his brother to continue. They still had the training room for 20 minutes, but strangely, Shoto didn't immediately jump to his feet so he could quickly progress and kick Endeavor from his number 2 spot. Truly, a concerning behavior. Something you want to share with the class, Shoto? Nothing Dabi could have thought of would have prepared him to what his brother next said. Hawks strongly suspects I am a part of anyone and asked to meet the vigilante who beat Stain, and I don't know if I should tell it to Midoriya. Shoto wasn't expecting Dabi to react so vehemently to the Hawks situation. He reminded him that he had good reasons not to immediately involve Midoriya, because the last time someone involved with the Paragon program had breathed too loudly next to someone anyone appreciated, Midoriya had jumped into Tartarus to break them out, only to get a supervillain as a surprise guest. Midoriya tended to overreact and to jump to the nuclear option in those moments. It wasn't like Hawks had any proof, and Shoto had a measure of protection as an exemplar and as a legacy. Dabi had looked at him like he was insane and had reminded him that if he was caught, someone with his quirk and family name wouldn't be kicked out from the hero course, they would grab him and integrate him to the Paragon program to put him back on the right path. Shoto hadn't been aware of this possibility. Dabi dragged his brother through one of Kurogiri's warp gates, bringing him to the bar and to an impatient bartender. All for One was at the counter, leaning forwards, as if they were whispering secrets. From the other side of the room, another warp gate, Yami appearing in his school uniform. Dabi frowned. It was a little late for Yami to still be in those clothes. He tended to change as soon as he was out of school, not wanting too many people to see something that could indicate where he could be found. You have 20 minutes, Kurogiri warned them. I have a meeting, and if you're still here when they arrive, I will warp you to the most random locations I can think of. We will come back later, Dabi said, because they couldn't talk about Hawks with All for One present. He still remembered how he had almost died, choking on popcorns, when he had almost revealed anyone's dangerous game. What kind of meeting? Shoto asked, obviously confused. All for One was about to answer but Yami was faster. Kurogiri offers a place where people can negotiate without fearing for their safety or for their secrets to be spied on. His quirk can both assure safety and privacy. You mean you have an actual job? Shoto asked Kurogiri, as if the idea had never occurred to him.
And to be fair, it had never occurred to Dabi ever. He had just figured that Kurogiri was at anyone's and All for One's beck and call and lived a life where he could warp anything he needed to him. But since both All for One and Yami had been aware of it, he didn't want to look like what Shoto was looking like now. What? Kurogiri stuttered. What did you think I was doing for a living?
Shoto looked left, right, then up, before making a vague gesture at the bar. No, that's a hobby. His little brother looked at Dabi, an offended look on his face, as if he was wondering why he had let him believe that for so long. That would have been the moment to shrug and to take his leave. Am I supposed to point out everything to you? Dabi asked instead, as if it had been obvious from the start. That would never have worked on Fuyumi, and Natsuo would have smelled something fishy, but Shoto bought it, hook, line, and sinker.
After that, All for One had obviously finished whatever he was doing with Kurogiri and he walked to the other side of the bar to pick up his coat before warping away. Kurogiri, already multitasking, created a warp gate for Dabi and Shoto.
Later, Dabi would always thank his lucky star that he chose to linger. It won't take long, Yami said. I need a favor.
But of course, Kurogiri answered, which was a bold choice for someone who knew the vigilante involved in the Hosu incident, but to be fair, nothing could have prepared him for what was next said.
I need an adult pretending to be my father at a parent-teacher meeting, Yami said, like someone asking to borrow some sugar. All for One, who had been warping away, finished to do so and immediately warped back into the bar, to Shoto's absolute delight. He was about to say something but Dabi crushed his foot under his boot, not willing to lose his brother as a collateral of the great anyone and All for One war. Kurogiri blinked several times, as if what Izuku had just asked wasn't simple and perfectly normal for a teenage villain with a secret identity his mom couldn't learn about. And you want me to go? The bartender asked. The mist around him fuzzier than usual, and he was looking behind him. I suppose it's because of our striking resemblance? Izuku raised an eyebrow, loudly and wordlessly telling him what he thought of this excuse. In a world where people could be trains or washing machines, it wasn't unheard for children to take after one parent. I could ask someone from anyone, but I don't want an outsider to know too much about me. Well, you already know I go to that school. I also know where your school is. All for One, behind him, intervened. I could do it. Arg. I thought he had already left. Still, Izuku didn't look back. He had been ignoring him for the past few days and giving too attention was what he was looking for. You can't do it because when you show up to my school and they ask me who this strange man is, he still consented to explain, making sure to speak slowly so it would reach the space between All for One's ears. I will not recognize you and admit that I have been followed for the past few weeks. I will be very upset about the whole ordeal and the school will call the cops on you.
Ah, you're still mad. There was some silence behind him but Izuku didn't care. He was busy staring at Kurogiri and the bartender was busy staring at a point above Izuku's head, probably where All for One's eyes were. Am I supposed to point out everything to you? All for One apparently stole all his hero collection, put them in a safe, and hid the safe somewhere because of the Hosu incident, Todoroki quietly explained to Dabi. Except that when everyone was trying not to make a noise, quietly didn't exist. It just shattered silence, no matter the volume. Midoriya barely has anything to wear now.
Even Izuku himself hadn't realized how many hero merch he had until his wardrobe had suddenly become empty. Oh, have you considered not exclusively wearing hero merchandises? Dabi asked, a smile in his voice, because he thought this was funny. Have you considered not exclusively wearing Hot Topic? Izuku asked back with a voice so cold that it could be used as Todoroki's right side and so vicious that it could be used as All for One's soul. He could feel the anger building. It was gnawing at him, begging to be let out. A part of him wanted to scream at Dabi, to storm out, to use his quirk, to do something, anything. But it was just anger talking, louder than usual, and he pushed it back within himself.
Izuku took a deep breath. I didn't hide it, All for One corrected, calm, uncaring. I left it in a specific location, at their second last near-death experience. I thought it was a good lesson so he could feel what it felt like to have something precious left at the mercy of anyone who could steal it from him. If there is no other catastrophe, he should get it back at the end of the month. Izuku took a deep breath out. And now, he is a little upset because he can't make me say where it exactly is. But really, it's hardly my fault if the first rule of negotiations is to be in a position of power.
The teenager turned towards All for One. The man with which he had a fragile balance. It would have been stupid to risk it for something as benign as a hero collection. Especially as All for One had just revealed where it was. It's mine and I will take it back, he still warned him.
Yami stormed out of the bar, leaving everyone in awe of the brutal moment of anger, and they all looked at each.
He mad? All for One seemed to be silently asking. He mad, Kurogiri confirmed. He mad, Dabi assured.
But All for One didn't seem offended or regretful. Instead, he looked where Yami had left, a glint in his eyes, as if he was pleased with himself to have provoked such an interesting reaction.
Since the unfortunate incident the beach had known, the town had forbidden access to the beach and intended to create a voluntary program so it could be cleaned. However, it was still child's play to go in, if one was willing to stroll in garbage and to climb hills of what people had thrown out. The idea behind it was that, as someone who could both fly and warp, All for One had probably dropped it from above. If it wasn't the case, it would take even longer to find. So Shoto, a cap firmly planted on his head to hide his distinctive hair, helped his friend to look for a brand new safe hiding an expensive hero collection. It would also have been the perfect occasion to talk to him about Hawks. But Midoriya was unusually tense, his short-sleeved shirt showing the bruises left by this night in Hosu and the lack of any hero hoodie to protect him from the chill of the afternoon. He had left his black one outside, not wanting it to smell like trash when he didn't have many clothes anymore. Shoto wasn't good at knowing why people were upset. Maybe it was really because of his collection. But maybe it was because the Hosu debacle had left him on edge, and Shoto had a part of responsibility for it. He was the one who had called him for help. If he had handled it on his own, anyone wouldn't be under scrutiny. And he wouldn't have drawn Hawk's attention. Saving Iida wasn't something he regretted, but it had a price. Is your collection expensive? Shoto asked, because he had never bought any hero merch. Midoriya, still looking out for any safe containing his treasures and his hopes, sighed. You might have noticed that I used to be a bit of an All Might fan. Yes, I caught a glimpse of it here and there, Shoto answered, deadpan. Was might not be the word. Midoriya's relations with All Might were complicated, to say the least, but he still worshipped him. He was still inspired by him. Midoriya kept walking and Shoto followed him, wading in trash. Growing up, my mom and I didn't have a lot of money. When I bought some All Might merch, it was with my mother's money and it was always the cheapest items. Not that there is anything wrong with that, he added with passion. I mean, All Might merchandises tend to offer many items and a lot of them have affordable prices and many cool ones can actually be won in games and stuff. He rambled some more, going into an extensive market analysis, and they stopped in front of a safe, but it was too old and rusty to be the one they were looking for. What I'm trying to say is that, once, buying hero stuff was rare for me. Midoriya went back to track. It was either gifts from my mom or something I won or bought to myself when I had something to celebrate. But that changed when I started to make money with my quirk analyst activity. At this point, my mom had already found a good job, but she was living abroad and I didn't want to stretch her resources. You never know when you need them for a rainy day. Shoto kept listening, wondering what it felt like to be left completely on his own. Even when his mother had been gone, he had Fuyumi. Someone who cared about him, who would worry about him and make sure he was alright. Of course, Midoriya's mother was probably the same. He wouldn't talk about her like that if she wasn't loving and caring. But he wondered how being lonely and having the one person he could rely on so far away had shaped him. When I started to make money, I wanted to put it in the common funds but my mom refused. She wanted me to use it for myself. And so I did. Midoriya continued, and this time, he was talking like someone who was realizing some truths only as they were spoken out loud, as if they were impossible to see from inside his mind. I remember when I acquired each part of my hero collection. I remember which quirk analysis brought me the money. I remember which mission, when I did something good that left me tired, made me decide that I could indulge. I remember which words my mom used when she offered me one. And Shoto understood. It wasn't about the money or any kind of value. It wasn't about All for One. It was because it was Midoriya's, something that belonged to him, and that had been taken from him without care, as if it didn't matter. But those were emotions he recognized, and not something he could put into words. He still tried, though, because words sometimes had to be said out loud for them to gain their full meaning. It's important. It's yours and it's important. Izuku nodded anyway, and now that he had explained why he was upset, he seemed lighter than before. Then, he paused, and smiled. Change of plan. Let's look for a fireproof container. Reckless avatar of chaos. Can we meet? I need to talk to you as soon as possible. All for One warped at the end of the pontoon less than a minute after Izuku had texted him. The leader of anyone had chosen this location because the beach was relatively empty and that was placing them extremely close to the water without being at the mercy of the waves. What had once upon a time been a nice little porch for people to walk on, maybe dive from there, or at least look at the fishes that were swimming in the pure water, away from the shore, was now shabby but large enough to welcome several people in the metal barrel Izuku had dragged there. More exactly, he had brought it, put every All for One's bespoke suits in it, drenched them with fire starter, cracked a match, and was now facing All for One. The villain smiled. Of course he did. He smiled like he found Izuku adorable and wanted to ruffle his hair, and not because of another attempt to steal one for all. Is that an ultimatum, Izuku? He grinned, thoroughly amused. My clothes in exchange for your collection? He took one step towards him, deliberately towering over him. The amusement was still there, but there was now an edge behind it, and some forgotten conservation instinct was whispering to Izuku that it might not be a good idea. Do you feel like you have the upper hand? All for One asked. Words that might have been used with this exact same tone for heroes who had met an unfortunate end. Izuku took a deep breath. It's not about having the upper hand. I am not threatening to burn your clothes. All for One's smile widened. Good. Izuku smiled back and threw the match in the barrel. Because the first rule of negotiation might be to have the upper hand but the second was don't bluff, something Izuku had learned on his own. Flames burst to life, hungrily awakening and spreading on the costly fabric, the light reverberating in every direction. For a moment, Izuku worried as the fire seemed eager to escape the barrel, probably because he had been too generous with the fire starter product, but they calmed down and focused on the bespoke suits with an almost giddy voracity. All for One just stared, his eyes so wide it would have been comical, so still that it felt like if someone had touched him, he would have fallen without moving a muscle. Izuku wasn't an unkind man and left him a moment to deal with the shock. The villain's eyes were still wide when he looked again at Izuku, not even angry, not yet, not when surprise saturated every cell of his body. The teenager's heart was beating so fast it threatened to escape his chest, but what was done was done.
Showtime. Okay, now that I have your attention, let me explain you my reasoning. I can't compromise with you. Not on that. We made a deal. A deal to which I added a condition and that was broken because of villains that I suspect were made from you or by you. In any case, you know something and you refuse to tell me.
All for One blinked, which Izuku considered an encouragement. And now, you made a move on my property. And I can't allow it because, even if I can technically live without it, if I let you have an inch, you will take a mile. So let me be clear. You don't get to punish me.
Only one person in this world had any kind of authority over him and she was abroad. She was the only one who could treat him as a reckless teenager and punish him when he was out of line. All for One thinking he had this kind of power over him was simply too dangerous to be allowed. He wasn't his student. He wasn't under his protection. He was a one-for-all holder. A one-for-all holder who was offering him a lot and he better remembered it. Of course, you might decide to punish me for that too, Izuku admitted. But I advise you to think first, you're enjoying the life you have. You're enjoying being free, you're enjoying not being alone, and you're enjoying the strange peace we have. That's why you're still in my cramped apartment and not in your beautiful beach house. Think about what it could cost you not to respect my boundaries.
Stupefaction was starting to leave All for One's system, and Izuku could feel how guarded he became when he mentioned that he liked their strange domesticity.
Yes, I know your secret. You don't like to be alone. Not after being prisoner of the dark, with only yourself for company, for so long. Once I get out of my room or whatever form of grounding you're planning, I am going to inconvenience you at the slightest occasion. I will burn every piece of expensive clothes you own. I will hide your shoelaces. I will commit arson on your beautiful beach house that really should be used more. I might not burn your books but I will put itching powder on 5 of them so you will live in fear every time you want to read. I will put dye in your shampoo. And Izuku meant every word. That wouldn't be his first crime. That wouldn't even been the craziest thing he would do. And you might think you can prevent it. But I implore to remember who I am and what I do. Or at least, under which circumstances we met. Do you really want to live with that kind of constant pettiness just because you weren't able to keep your controlling tendencies in check? In that moment, the balance between them shifted. Maybe All for One had somehow forgotten that Izuku wasn't a hero, not even a vigilante. He had done things people would have never considered.
And he couldn't allow anyone to push him around. He had actually taken some definite and extreme measures to be sure he wouldn't be at the whims of someone else.
Where is my collection? Izuku asked. All for One studied him, pride, amusement, annoyance and something else fighting on his face. Something that might be him evaluating the probabilities of Izuku setting on fire one supervillain who had overstayed his welcome both in his life and in life itself if he was pushed too far.
Then he approached, close enough to touch Izuku. You can have the safe but you're on your own to open it. Those suits weren't cheap.
Since there had been a distinct possibility that All for One would have stuffed him into said safe and thrown him into the sea, Izuku was quite relieved. However, he didn't show it.
I suppose that the condition of a good compromise is that no one is completely satisfied, he said instead.
All for One shook, as if he still couldn't believe what Izuku had done, before walking away.
You have to admit, he got style. Why have I never thought of that?
Me, I would love for us to meet. Not quite Azula. When? Me, what about now? Dabi was warped to a beautiful house on the beach. The living room, the kitchen and the dining table were all in the same but extremely large space, and there were signs here and there that a wall had been taken down to allow that. In the living room, several shopping bags had been put on the couch, with brands that made Dabi's head spin. All for One was waiting for him, sitting at the glass table and reading a file. A white cover over it was stubbornly refusing to give any indication of what it contained.
So much to learn in so little time, All for One said as he put down the file. It's incredible how the world changed in barely a decade. Please, sit down. Can I bring you something to drink? Water was the safest choice before Dabi realized that All for One would have to get up and look for it in the fridge. That means the villain would have to pass in front of him. He realized that he didn't want the super villain to approach him.
Not without someone else in the room. Most of the time, it was Yami's job, something he had taken for granted because if All for One was usually impossible to ignore, some atavistic instinct recognizing the threat even when he wasn't actively threatening, there was a big difference when Yami or Kurogiri were here. One could convince himself that he was bound by the rules of civilization and that as long as Dabi was polite, nothing bad would happen.
Why is Kurogiri never here when we need him? They usually work together. Dabi took a deep breath, finally recognizing the fear that had set inside him. Somehow, as he kept seeing Yami sassing the villain, he had forgotten that the leader of anyone was enjoying a strange immunity that he didn't share with the rest of them. I was wondering, he started, making sure not to show how nervous he was. He had a feeling that it was similar to bleeding in front of a shark when All for One was concerned. Why are you so calm about what happened in Hosu? I know Kurogiri thought you would be livid. All for One raised an eyebrow, obviously not expecting the question but he still answered. Because this little incident with the hero killer didn't make things worse. On the contrary, it showed that the heroes are not omniscient, the faith in the hero society is once again weakened, and it gave me precious clues about the new group that is using my name. As for Yami being exposed, a smile was tugging at the corner of All for One's mouth. Vigilantes are a strange breed. They're breaking the law and doing whatever they want, but they still consider themselves unofficial heroes. They can't help but to think they are on the same side. Vigilante came in different shades. Some of them didn't realize they were villains and others were more selfless than heroes. Anyone was different. They offered a service, they were organized. They were disturbing in the hero society, and that was why they had a top hero snooping around, wanting to evaluate the potential threat. And Yami himself was different. He had a past with All Might, and if Dabi didn't know what it was, he realized that it worried Shoto and that it was enough for heroes to consider him dangerous. Now, Yami was taught that there is no going back. All for One continued. He can't walk to the heroes and try to arrange things. And he can never hope to be one of them. And Dabi understood what it meant. The more Yami would act as anyone, and the more heroes would track him down, just like what had happened in Hosu. They hadn't tried to talk, hadn't turned a blind eye because he had just stopped Stain. He was the enemy. There would be a point where Yami would be cornered, where his determination and his smarts wouldn't be enough, where he would need help. And All for One was biding his time, waiting for the moment where Yami would have no choice but to ask for help. To be dependent on him because he would be the only one he could count on. What happened to Yami for him to prefer dealing with All for One instead of All Might himself? But we are not here to talk about him. Not strictly. I happened to find an interesting heat resistance quirk upon my travels, that would perfectly suit a new field agent. Someone who is already an anyone and who would inform me about everything Yami is hiding. You're offering me a job? Dabi asked, incredulous. No, I am offering you a quirk that will allow you to stop burning alive every time you use your power. Dabi accepted. He didn't even hesitate. Not when the alternative was to wither away, painfully destroyed by a quirk that had never been suited to his body because a pro-hero had tried to play God with eugenics and had kept pushing him when it had been clear that his experience had failed. No, Tuya had kept pushing himself, desperate not to lose his place. Fear still washed over him as All for One grabbed his head, without leaving him even a moment to prepare himself. Then pain, along with the quirk that would allow him to survive a little longer. The floor was cold under Dabi's face and he could see a dress shoe from the corner of his eye. He looked up and he saw All for One, back at the table, tranquilly drinking from a scotch glass. Oh, I passed out. That's why I am on the floor. Congratulations, All for One smiled at him, you survived. Dabi blinked slowly. Dying was an option. Don't concern yourself with that. The devil he had made a deal with shrugged. Inferno more inferis. I am officially All for One spy in your organization. Anyone? Tell me you at least got a heat resistance quirk out of it. Inferno more inferis. Yep. Anyone? Then, it's alright. I'm not telling you the worst of what I do anyway. Inferno more inferis is typing. 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 Inferno more inferis. You know what, I don't even want to know. But I am curious to know how you managed to negotiate with him and to get your collection back. Anyone? I burned down his suits and I threatened to do the same thing with his life. Smiley face 4 Chapter 21 Opening a safe when one didn't have the knowledge or the experience was far more complicated than expected. Said safe had been warped into Kurogiri's bar as soon as All for One had finally coughed up where it was, to the barman's horror as a monstrosity of cold steel that had spent 2 days on the beach was now polluting his bar. Izuku's heart bled for him, but it had been necessary and absolutely not spitefully motivated by how he had snitched in the second to All for One after the Hosu incident and how he was still playing dead for the teacher-parents meeting. The teenager was starting to have many problems, be it as anyone or as Akatani Mikumo, but the only thing he could control was Midoriya Izuku's All Might's collection, and by the dawn of quirks, he was going to get it back even if he had to progress with one for all until he was able to open that safe with his bare hands. In the meantime, he had other options. He had considered asking Dabi to melt it down. With his brand new heat resistance quirk, blue flames might have been able to melt the thing. However, he couldn't abide the idea of his collection being damaged in the operation. There is also the detail of Dabi still exhausting himself pretty fast because of all his health issues, some reasonable part of him had added. The lizard in his brain had shrugged and kept looking for a solution. He had googled the model of the safe and discovered that the combination that unlocked the whole thing had 10 digits. If he got bored and decided to try every combination, one by one, it would be in the millions. Still, he tried 1,111,111,111, 012345678 12,345,567,890 and even 444444444. Alas, supervillains weren't as predictable as they used to be in movies. Finding someone via anyone who would have the quirk or at the least the knowledge required to open this thing would have been the simplest option, but he hesitated to use the server these days, especially as the video of the vigilante beating a serial killer was still everywhere. He had several accounts but he didn't want to risk compromising any of them right now. He had gone to plan B, which meant trying to kick the safe open, when Todoroki arrived, his friend freezing a moment in front of the brutal spectacle. I can come back later if this is a bad time. Oh, don't worry, Izuku assured. This safe was already going to stay here a while to thank Kurogiri for warning All for One about Hosu. Is everything alright? Oh, Izuku thought when Todoroki told him what had happened with Hawks. Sitting on Nagasa's couch, eerily still and looking at the horizon, the young woman with the spider head could see that the teenager was angry. the kind of cold anger that was simmering right under the surface, ready to be unleashed in the most ruthless way. This was unusual to see him like that. Anger was not something people expected when they looked at this baby-faced kid who looked like he had never done anything wrong in his life. But that was the point. As someone who was hiding the existence of who Akatani Mikumo had been, Nagisa was aware that Midoriya Izuku had been raised in an environment where he wasn't allowed to be angry. Too much emotion would have marked him as oversensitive or as a delinquent, and no one would have forgiven him for not acting perfectly. So now, that kid went to a cold place when he was angry, and it wasn't because this rage wasn't explosive that it couldn't be incredibly destructive. Tartarus had proved that. "You're quite touchy when someone threatens one of your friends, aren't you?" she said to distract Akatani from his dark thoughts while she checked Hawk's location. "This is not the most pleasant feeling in the world," he admitted. "Will you help me?" "Of course I will. After all, you're paying me, but I don't like that we will be the only ones on this operation." Some pro heroes didn't like interacting with their fans. They were either uncomfortable, either scared of disappointing them, or simply tired and would have preferred to ignore this part of the job. Hawks was not one of them. Not only had he been trained to always know how to be liked, but he simply enjoyed interacting with people who liked what he did. So, despite the fatigue, he signed countless autographs on bags, photos, and even on a notebook, took pictures, and when he flew away, he absolutely did not expect for a warp gate to swallow him as soon as he was out of sight. The first thing he did was to fly up, of course. Whatever the warper wanted from him, Hawks had no intention to be a sitting duck by conveniently staying in the same spot. An extremely familiar spot, as the gate had spat him out right above his apartment, as if to remind him that anyone didn't only know where he lived but also that they could apparently always find him. Once Hawks was up in the sky, he sent as many feathers as he could afford, scouting the familiar area to see how many people were here, but no one was waiting for him on the roofs. Instead, the phone given to him by anyone rang. Hawks hesitated. If anyone, who had kept him at arm length, had just warped him in broad daylight, clearly reminding him that he was not untouchable, that meant he had annoyed them. Both a good and a bad thing, and in any case, he didn't want to have this conversation in his home. Despite that one vigilante breaking in, he liked to use it as a safe space, for his peace of mind. So he answered as he was still in the air. "What do you want?" a voice changed by a program asked. "I already answered that," Hawks carefully reminded them, "to help people. You were given what you asked for. Is it anyone's fault if you weren't honest with what you wanted? I came to help and I was blacklisted by everyone on the server, and worked to the bone with what could only be described as malevolent glee. I want to do a little more than that. Yes, you asked to help, and you did. Magnificently. But now, you're asking to meet the inner circle, and we can't help but to wonder why." Hawks started to fly down towards the roof of a building with a pleasant view above the city. He had made a mistake in how he had approached anyone. They weren't the typical vigilantes who wanted to save innocents and fight villains. Or more exactly, they were more than that. Anyone itself had started as a place where to exchange services. They wouldn't care about grand ideals or general discontentment about the hero society. However, Hawks was a great liar. That was why he knew that the best lies had a part of truth. "When I start something, I strive to be the best at what I do. When I study, I aim for a perfect score. When I am on patrol, I answer to every call for help. And right now, my current arrangement with anyone is preventing me from doing my best. And playing with my sanity, you're not using me right," Hawks continued. "What I am doing with you is not different from patrolling for my hero work. I answer calls from people who need immediate assistance, but you're preventing me from accessing those who could really benefit from having someone with my experience on their side. I am the guy you should call when you're dealing with career villains. I am the one who can neutralize them. I have the resources and the training to protect people who want to escape the underworld. You need me. Are you really going to stand for such a waste of resources when I am right here, willing to do the job? And obviously, if you have a problem with a hero, I am the one you should call. I prefer to act as a distraction and set the heroes away from you than to have vigilantes running on adrenaline dealing with pros. It's better for everyone." The voice at the other end of the line didn't say anything, unwilling to betray what they felt, but the opportunity to have the heroes off their backs had to be extremely tempting. "What do you want?" anyone asked once again, but, judging by the tone, they might have well asked Hawks to cut the bullshit. The number 3 hero obliged. "I want to stop being isolated from the server. If you don't trust me, let me deal with one of your lieutenants. I know that you have elite agents to deal with complex situations." "Very well," his interlocutor smiled. Hawks could hear it in their voice. "After all, you already met one of them." Just as anyone hanged up, Hawk's feather detected the specific vibrations of a warp gate being opened on the roof of the building, right behind him. Izuku walked through the warp gate, his breathing even but deep. His anger carefully hidden, anyone left behind, so he would only show the thief who had stolen one for all. Obviously, Hawks had been expecting Dabi. He already knew him in that way, he wouldn't be roasted alive and he could extract information from him, little by little. People talk when they work together. They simply couldn't help it. Instead, he saw the same teenager that had been filmed in Hosu. His hands in his pockets, something about his hood completely hiding his face, and with a body language indicating that he wasn't considering the top hero as a threat. The heroic vigilante who had defeated the hero killer and the villainous thief who had attacked the symbol of peace and who had stolen his power. "Hi," the kid who had showed him that he had been filmed during his heist greeted him. He had completely fooled Hawks at the time. "I'm a huge fan." It oddly made sense. Hawks was the number 3 hero. Even if Dabi was dangerous, someone who had the number one hero's strength was more suited to keep an eye on him. So my congratulations on stopping the hero killer. Is anyone aware that you're stealing All Might's power? The boy inhaled before answering. For this moment, half a second maybe, Hawks prepared himself to attack. That boy had All Might's power. The Hero Commission was after him, but they couldn't ask the help of the police. Anyone didn't mean much compared to a threat against the symbol of peace. But just because of that, the winged hero hesitated. It was too easy. He had just put a foot in the door and the thief himself had shown up to welcome him. For all he knew, he was the one who had asked to meet Hawks. It made no sense to compromise an asset when Hawks already knew who Dabi was and where he lived. And at no point had they mentioned Todoroki Shoto. Maybe it was to protect his identity as a vigilante. Maybe Todoroki Shoto had warned his colleague but not his boss. What if anyone really didn't know? What if the thief had showed up to eliminate the threat and Hawks would now have to face someone who could call the resources of a criminal organization and the power of the number one hero? Be careful. Be really careful. Are your fans aware that the Paragon program takes away children from their parents to give them a decade of glory before they break because of the constant pressure they are going through? The thief asked. Or what about the agents not flashy enough to be paragons, but still useful to the Hero Commission? A lot of people are actually aware of it. They just don't like thinking about it. And didn't you just elude the question? Actually, I did, the vigilante cheerfully recognized while flicking his middle finger at Hawks. And it wasn't to show him the bird. Hawks felt the power contained in that one finger a moment before the shockwave was throwing him from the roof. The strength of his wings not enough to counter it. He let himself fall, out of sight, sending as many feathers he could spare, but still rattled to the bone as a power that shouldn't exist had threatened to break him in half. Worse, he had seen the trajectory of the attack. He had moved in time to avoid it, but the villain hadn't aimed where he was but where he had fled. Hawks flapped his wings, pushing on his quirk to take some speed despite the lack of feathers to carry his weight, and he circled around the building, wondering just how much power this kid had taken from All Might. From the edge of his mind, he felt some of his feathers, sharp as knives, disappear before they could reach the thief. Not destroyed but too far away to answer him, Hawks flew higher, placing himself so the sun would be right behind him. In his experience, it was hard to aim with so much light in your eyes. The thief was waiting behind a warp gate, probably what had devoured Hawks' feathers. His right hand was holding his phone, in order to tell the warper where to use their quirk in order to be shielded. His left hand, the one with which he had created a wind blast, was in his pocket. He didn't look like the same person. Even from there, Hawks could feel the power of his quirk, and for someone who had been trained to see and react to every threat, it was deeply unnerving. Hawks' generation had been taught to love All Might and to believe in him. He was the symbol of peace, undefeated, incredibly powerful, but on their side. Now, they were confronted by someone who didn't care about playing by the rules and who was using the power of the most powerful person of this country. Now, Hawks, and everyone confronted to him, had to admit that this kind of power was almost unnatural, the kind that could break societies. I think we would get along better if we agree that respecting the other's privacy is the best way to go, the teenager that was around Tsukuyomi's age explained. I have no problem with working with you. But abandon any investigation that concerns me. Do not ask about me on the server. And do not put me in a situation where I am cornered and I have no choice but to fight back. Hawks considered the erratic teenage boy who seemed to have exhausted his patience in the first 5 seconds of this conversation and who, a minor detail, really might be as strong as All Might. He made the strategical decision of not pushing him for now. What have you done to yourself? Ao later asked as Izuku was sitting in her living room. As he was holding his hand in front of him so she could see his broken finger, it seemed redundant to say the obvious, but he didn't want to be accused of being an awful patient. I broke my finger, he told her. You know that's not what I'm asked. A thick wad of bills appeared in Izuku's other hand, more than enough to skip the questions. Kurogiri played dead until the day of the parent-teacher meeting, but it didn't surprise Izuku. When the day arrived, Izuku got dressed, went to the kitchen and ate breakfast with All for One. Neither of them felt the need to break the silence, but it wasn't unusual in the morning. After breakfast, Izuku washed the dishes, brushed his teeth, and put his sneakers on. He was at the door where he realized he didn't know where he had put his backpack, but All for One found the yellow bag behind the couch. Izuku thanked him and they left the apartment at the same time. All for One walked to a beautiful car that Izuku had never seen before. The teenager was more versed in hero lore than in cars, but he could recognize something tastefully expensive when he saw one. The villain walked to the passenger side, opened the car door, and waited. Izuku got in. Of course he did. He didn't acknowledge that All for One was doing him a favor. He didn't even say anything. He just sat in this beautiful car and waited for All for One to say something. The villain was obviously torn apart between the need to judge him in silence, the smugness oozing from his every pore, and the need to make fun of him. Unsurprisingly, the latter won in a couple of seconds. I must admit I am curious. What was your plan to deal with the absence of parents at this meeting? I am an appreciated student with a useful quirk and good grades. That's the kind of privilege that allows me to be trusted by a teacher when I explain that my dad is a very busy man who can't predict his schedule. Your help is not as necessary as you think. Being loved by his teachers was as new and strange as having a quirk, and Izuku couldn't help but to love using this privilege, just as he loved running with full cowl. Oh, I am not trying to help you, All for One. It's just that someone has to make sure you don't stab another elderly. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Bold words from someone who qualifies as an elderly. Hebisuga Kei was walking down the hall of the prestigious Kohaku High School, her sister right behind her, when she noticed the man. Or maybe she wasn't the one who noticed him. The snakes that never left her and who all had their own personalities suddenly paid attention, making her pause.
White hair, quite a good face but a little young for a man who had a child in high school, and wearing an expensive costume. He was talking with a young boy who had his back to her and who, from his familiar body language, was telling a parental figure to behave and not to embarrass him in front of his teachers and friends. Kei knew that because she had the same talk many times with her own father and it was the reason why her sister came to parent-teachers meetings instead of him.
Parent and child both looked at them when the Hebisuga sisters approached and Kei realized several things at once. The boy was actually Akatani Mikumo, who hadn't magically gotten smaller, but who seemed to be so because the adult next to him was more tree than man. The expression on the adult's face went from warm and amused to neutral and cold now that he wasn't looking at his son. And they had the exact same eyes. More exactly, in this moment, they looked at the world in the exact same way. Akatani was an extremely nice boy but when he was focused on something or someone, he seemed to see everything. Yuto and she thought it was because he couldn't turn off his ability to analyze quirks. They probably have the same quirk. Hebisuga. Akatani smiled, and behind him, the man in a suit relaxed, taking cues from Kei's friend's body language. How are you? Have you seen Matsuda-sensei yet? We did. And now, off we go to our dear quirk analysis teacher. They both winced, perfectly aware of the love Kei was feeling for this subject. A shame as she had chosen it because it seemed interesting and now, she could barely keep up. Not a fan of quirk analysis? The man next to Akatani smiled. Let's just say that my grades would be better if I had the quirk for it. After all, only Akatani managed to have high grades in this class. Akatani H. Hisashi, my father, Akatani introduced them, and for some reason, Hisashi seemed amused. And this is Hebisuga Kei and her older sister, Hebisuga Saya.
He didn't tell his father where he had met Saya, something both sisters noted. They didn't need to look at each other to agree not to reveal anything about the march. Akatani seemed pretty open-minded for someone who had a quirk that society would love but that didn't mean he got this attitude from his parents. The conversation didn't last long as Akatani literally dragged his father away from them when he thanked Kei for being his son's friend. It was kind of adorable. Saya had taken one look at Akatani's father and she had known that this was an extremely dangerous man. It was in the way he moved despite his size. How he held himself, not thinking himself invulnerable but knowing he could handle whatever was thrown at him. How, despite being perfectly polite to the Gorgon sisters, his real focus was on his son, noting everything, even things the boy wasn't aware of. Even without her snakes supplying her with information most humans couldn't notice, all the signs were there. Kei didn't see it. More exactly, she didn't realize what she was seeing, not listening to her instinct. Too old to automatically trust her snakes and too young to have unlearned society's message that she was overreacting and couldn't think badly of people without any kind of proof. It was okay, she would learn. In the meantime, she would make sure that Akatani Hisashi never learned that Saya's baby sister had dragged his son into a march that had almost turned into a riot. She had a feeling that this man liked being in control of himself but judging from how focused he was on his child, that boy was the trigger that could set him off. All for One was smiling as Izuku was holding his arm and leading him to the classroom where Matsuda-sensei was waiting for them, which was unnerving. As for Izuku's own smile, it had dropped as soon as Hebisuga wasn't in sight anymore. He hadn't been faking his cheeriness but now that his friend wasn't there to distract him, the weight on his chest was getting hard to ignore. Why are you in such a good mood? He asked the bane of his existence. No reason, All for One shrugged. I'm just happy you made friends. Though, I'm wondering, why are you so anxious? Izuku didn't pause. He didn't look up at the man who already knew too much about him. Even if he had wanted to answer, it wasn't like he could explain this feeling of everything being wrong. How could he convey what it felt to see his mother, head down, her fingers fiddling with the leather of her bag or the fabric of her skirt as the teachers were telling her how her son was lacking, subtly implying that there was something wrong in how she acted as a mother. Midoriya needs to focus in class and to stop scribbling whatever in those notebooks of his. Midoriya doesn't fit in the class. He needs to make more efforts. Midoriya's grades aren't as good as at the beginning of the year. Maybe you need to make sure he is working correctly at home? And Izuku's mother never directly blamed for that. But oh, how she blamed herself. She couldn't hide it, every failing of his haunting her and putting her anxiety in overdrive. There wasn't a name for knowing that your very existence was hurting your mother but whatever it was, despite all the years of being homeschooled, he had managed to forget it until now, his anxiety reminding him just because he was back in school for a PT meeting. I am not anxious, Izuku simply answered. Matsuda Mika had been in this school for 5 years but as it was Kohaku, it easily felt like 10. The board wanted results, the students either had powerful parents or were smart enough to have passed the exam and the interview, and the parents made her bear the responsibility of their children's failures. She took a moment to drink some water. A vestigial mutation left her sensitive to dehydration so water bottles were strategically placed all around her class and the teacher room, before she walked to the door, calling the next parent and child duo. Her next guests were, well, she had been curious about them. Akatani Mikumo had an incredible quirk analysis quirk but he was also bright, polite, sweet, and a loner. He hid the last part well, for he had friends and got along with everyone, but it didn't change the fact that most of his lunch breaks were spent outside and without his 2 closest friends, or that he never initiated any conversation aside from greetings. Mika had wondered if it was a side effect of his quirk.
When he focused on his ability, he tended to lose sight of what was happening around him. But for all she knew, he was just a little shy. Akatani Mikumo's father entered the classroom, and if Mika had been talking, she would have gone quiet. She had met parents who were from old fortunes. She had met parents who were politicians. She had even met parents who were on the Hero Commission. Every one of them gave the same impression of being untouchable, and yet, they didn't hold a candle to this man. Next to him, Mika's student seemed younger and cuter, the same way cubs were adorable and how no one wanted to touch them because their parents were never far. His face was carefully neutral when he entered the classroom, and his general body language was clearly communicating that he didn't want to be here. It's strange, he shouldn't have anything to worry about, unless. Her student didn't greet her like his father did, only nodding at her attention, and when he sat, he positioned his chair so he could both look at his father and at his teacher. There was one thing that could explain this specific student's reluctance to see his teacher and his parent in the same room, something Mika hadn't considered until now. Akatani Mikumo was the student with the most absences among his classmates, potentially among the whole first years. Kohaku was extremely lenient about the non-attendance as long as their students weren't falling behind, but those absences were only allowed if the parents authorized them. So far, Mika had received a mail or a note from Akatani Azumi every time her son had come to school. But the teacher had never heard the woman's voice or seen her, and her son had been extremely reluctant at the idea of the both of them meeting. Directly accusing a student of ditching class would have been a stupid mistake, so Mika pretended that she hadn't realized anything and went through the evaluation. Quirk analysis was obviously Akatani Mikumo's strongest subject, but he was also putting a lot of efforts in his other classes. The agency with which he was doing his internship said nothing but praises when he was concerned, and he was appreciated by teachers and students alike. And then, as innocently as possible, she said, "Such results are impressive when we know that you're working from home so often. I am glad that studying online material suits you as much as actually attending the classes. Though, if I may ask, I am curious to know what's keeping you so busy." Gray eyes narrowed as her student's father looked at his son, something steel-like in his eyes. Mika could have well not has been there anymore because he was completely focused on the teenager, who simply stared back at him, his face not showing any emotion. Quite the impressive feat, as Mika herself was starting to get uneasy and to regret what she has just done. But what he said next wasn't what she was expecting. "Your teacher isn't aware of why you're missing class so much?" If Izuku had a fire quirk, the glare he gave All for One would have incinerated the villain. Nothing but a big pile of ashes on a very uncomfortable chair. He would have unhinged his jaws like a snake, and all of his anger would have manifested in a stream of blue flames. Not because All for One was pretending to be surprised, it wasn't like he didn't know that Izuku gave priority to his anyone activities over school, but because since he had entered this classroom, he had obviously been having so much fun. Izuku had no idea how Matsuda-sensei hadn't noticed it. The smugness. The hint of a smile every time she mentioned what a calm and serious student he was. The way his eyes gained a glint every time All for One stopped listening to her and was outright wondering what type of quirk she had. How, he wondered, distracting himself so he would control his need to stomp on All for One's foot. How do people not notice that he is making fun of them? Izuku couldn't blame him for having a mask, not when he had crafted his Akatani Mikumo identity so well, but he felt the right to judge those who didn't seem to look past what All for One wanted them to see. "My son doesn't like to talk about it, but he has a frail health," the bane of Izuku's existence said with such weariness that Matsuda-sensei's eyes were suddenly filled with compassion. The effort Izuku made not to roll his eyes was nothing short of heroic. "It's gotten better through the years," All for One continued without breaking eye contact with him, "but as I keep reminding him, getting better doesn't mean he should overdo it." His eyes then glanced at Izuku's homeroom teacher. "He gets tired easily and he gets fevers when he doesn't rest enough. I would have thought that you were aware of it." "I had no idea," Matsuda-sensei realized, and Izuku could see that she was remembering all those times where Izuku had seemed exhausted or lethargic. It made sense in some way. Vigilanting wasn't exactly good for one's health. What is the exact nature of the problem? All for One opened his mouth, but Izuku never let him the time to answer. "Does that matter?" His voice echoed in the room and brought an absolute silence with it. In this moment, Akatani Mikumo looked at Mika with a coldness unlike anything she had witnessed before. He barely looked like the same kid, but now, he did bear a striking resemblance with his father. She didn't feel the need to ask any more questions about his health when the subject was obviously such a sore point. "An interesting day," All for One later commented, unprompted, as they were leaving the school and walking towards the car. Many parents and students were also leaving, and it should have created a traffic jam, but they were unconsciously parting like a bank of plankton seeing a shark to let All for One pass. "Was it?" Izuku asked absent-mindedly, still thinking of how his teacher hadn't even acknowledged his insolence. If he had even looked at a teacher that way back in middle school, his mother would have been called and informed of his unacceptable behavior. But Matsuda-sensei hadn't even blinked, looking even sheepish as if she was the one who had gone too far. It was eerily reminiscent of how teachers treated Bakugo, with a respect he seemed to innately deserve. "People dislike making error of judgment," All for One explained as he unlocked the car and Izuku let himself fall in the passenger seat. He fought the urge to curl into a ball and nap right then and there. "Your teacher was curious about you and exposed something innocuous you didn't want to reveal. Her guilt and embarrassment will leave you a greater room for maneuver. And you enjoyed watching me squirm as I was wondering what you were going to tell her," the teenager completed. His body felt heavy, as if he had actually done something physical and exhausting instead of simply keeping an eye on All for One, villain, murderer, and boogeyman, talking with his homeroom teacher. Izuku realized what kind of sentence this was and why this might have been a tad stressful for his already fried nerves. Well, obviously, the villain smiled, while doing an absolutely illegal turn. You will forgive me, but at my age, I take my amusement wherever I can. My mental health is just a sick game to you, isn't it? Who am I to deny an old man hopefully reaching the dawn of his life? A very small child whose main hobby is to jump into situations that could kill him, All for One retorted. It's a miracle you lived long enough to get in high school. That said, in which middle school did you even go? Why do you care? I just spent the day helping you and being generally exquisite. Is a civil conversation too much to ask? Izuku could have argued about every word, but he was also extremely tired and he had to admit that All for One had indeed helped him. Aldera Middle School. 4 Chapter 22-22 Izuku was on the phone with his mother when All for One warped into the apartment. Sitting on the couch, the teenager absent-mindedly waved at him, focused on what his mother was telling him about Dubai and her coworkers. Aren't you supposed to be already gone? His unwanted roommate asked, somehow missing the phone Izuku was holding to his ear. Thankfully, his mother didn't notice the unfamiliar voice. The teenager turned his head, showing that he was in the middle of a call. All for One nodded and silently apologized. What about you, Izuku? How is school? Do you eat well? Are you still getting along with your friends?
Izuku smiled. He could understand her hesitation for the last question as friends were a topic that used to be carefully avoided. Why ask the question when Izuku would have to admit that he was constantly on his own? But now, he had several of those and he could almost see his mother beam with pride from the other end of the line when he told her about them.
So the teenager told her about their various shenanigans, of how funny Yudo was, of how fierce Hebasuga was. He also told her about class, about how fun it was to know that his hobby could lead to a job. The conversation soon came to an end, but both Midoriyas were smiling, just glad to know that the other was happy. Goodbye, Mom, Izuku said. I love you, at least, that's what he tried to say, but something strange happened.
All for One had been walking behind him to access the kitchen, which wasn't strange because this wasn't an especially big apartment. Actually, as Izuku kept pointing out to All for One, the oversized villain would have been far more comfortable in his beach house. No, what made Izuku wince and wave his arms in panic was the fact that he had barely said goodbye to his mom that All for One dropped to the ground at light speed, hiding behind the couch as if he was avoiding a sniper. And since he was a very tall man, it made a huge thump sound that no one, Izuku's mom included, could ignore.
Izuku, what was that? The bane of my existence. Izuku looked around, wondering if All Might was about to barge in, before he asked the same question to All for One, silently, and with a lot of arm waving. The villain failed to answer, still on the floor, his face a blank mask that refused to give the beginning of an answer. I put my foot on the table and I accidentally made some books fall, he lied through his gritted teeth. Izuku, I've already told you not to put your feet on the, wait, are you the one who made the books fall? Izuku started to sweat. Actual cold sweat down his back. The last time that had happened, he was in Tartarus and he had just met All for One. Midoriya Izuku, oh god, she used my full name. Did you adopt a pet while I was away?
His hand slapped his mouth before the sound of incredulity and blind panic could escape his lips.
Inhale. Expire. Where is this even coming from? He managed to ask in a normal voice while All for One was still doing his best imitation of a carpet. Well, I know you're alone and I still remember you running after every cat you saw when you were little. Do you remember that time you run so fast after a black one that you crashed into a tree, my poor baby? I don't, and I didn't bring any strays into our apartment. Technically, one followed me home, but that's a story for another day, actually, for never. You promised that if I came back right now, I wouldn't see any cat or dog? Izuku's anxiety shot up with the intention to rise above the stratosphere, and for a moment, he lived in a world where his mom was right behind the door, wanting to make a surprise to her awful son. And he was fine with it. The key was in the lock, so he had his 5 seconds to throw by the window any proof that a villain lived there, and yes, that included the villain in question. Thankfully, there was still an ocean between them and Izuku assured her that no cute animal lived here. This seemed to convince his mom, and he finally managed to hang up and to look at the bane of his existence, who had left the floor and who was now looking at what inside the fridge. So, what was that? All for One didn't bother to turn towards him, his sandwich a higher priority. Didn't you have an appointment? Izuku actually did. Yesterday in the morning, the day after the parent-teacher meeting, All for One had been hugging him, and that must have been the perfect way to look at someone's hair because he had noticed that his curls had a gray-green tint. Apparently, it was the sign that the quirk that kept his hair white was about to stop working. Izuku had shrugged, certain that he still had some time, only for his hair to go back to dark green in the middle of the night. That conversation isn't over, he warned All for One while full cowling to his room. Small Might. Sorry, I am late, I will be there in 20 minutes. He frowned, holding the phone that didn't belong to him in his gloved hand. There was no real name in the contacts, which wasn't surprising since her clients were people who wanted not to be found. Small Might, wasn't he involved? He remembered that name being mentioned in several messages. Only one way to find out. Me. Don't worry about it, waiting for you. Back when changing identity was only a project, Izuku had known that this wasn't the kind of thing he could do on his own. It was more complicated than simply dyeing his hair and calling himself by another name. Fortunately, his own server welcomed people who knew how to do such things. One went to them, explained what was wanted, and they would give a price corresponding to what was needed. They never asked questions, which meant that they didn't care if they were helping a terrified woman to flee her husband or if they were allowing a criminal to escape justice. Neutrality at its finest. Izuku took the train then the bus, his green hair hidden by a cap, and he arrived to the house in the suburbs where anyone had helped to squirrel away several victims of domestic abuse, men and women alike. He knew better than to ring the doorbell and went through the back, his phone in hand as he was about to call Ava so she would let him in. He never needed to as the back door wasn't locked. It might have been more polite to call Ava anyway, but he didn't want to hang out in her garden longer than necessary, so he entered and walked down the stairs leading to the basement. The house was big, extra rooms being used for her clients who needed a night of safety, but she preferred to do her illegal business underground. It was only once he reached the last stair, facing the sturdy metal door, that Izuku realized he should have called because she might be with a client and some of them were extremely twitchy. Ava, I am here. Of course she knows you're here. You just called her name. Are you busy? She didn't answer. Actually, the house was extremely quiet. The teenager stopped breathing, the sound of his respiration potentially covering something of importance, and he listened, for 1, 2, 3 seconds. Until Izuku heard the faintest whine. So low that in any other circumstances, he would have thought it was the product of his imagination, but his mind wasn't quite fertile enough to summon a sound so saturated with fear. He kicked the door, right under the doorknob. As he had said, it was sturdy. It could have been used as the entrance of a panic room, and nowadays, those took into account people with mutation quirks, tougher than normal. But as Izuku had one for all, the thing flew from its hinges with enough noise to wake up the dead. Ava was on the ground, curled into a fetal position, claw marks all around her. The wolf woman would have been invisible without her jeans and her shirt, her fur having the exact color of the wall and floor. Izuku ran to her and fell to his knees by her side, terrified at the idea that she was dead. But she was shivering, her eyes looking everywhere but unable to see Izuku. Her fingers were bloodied, but apart from that, she didn't seem injured. Who did that to you? Are they still here? The words had barely passed Izuku's lips that he got his answer as he heard another door opening, and the sound of one step. That noise should have been enough to let him react. It was at the other side of the room. The teenager had an enhancing quirk, was used to think fast, and he simply had the time to react. But Izuku froze, a cold like he had never felt before reaching every cell of his body and keeping him in place as his brain was saturated with dread. Because that was the kind of cold born from undiluted fear, the kind where you knew that what was going to happen was inevitable. He managed to turn, somehow taking a step, his movement sluggish, having nothing in common with the efficient movements he was proud of, though he never admitted it. Maybe because he knew that what he was doing didn't matter, that there was no difference, nothing would save him. Izuku was going to die. He knew it. He was aware of it, the same way he was aware of the air he breathed or of the energy of the quirk inside him. The punch hit him on the cheekbone, pain exploding on the left side of his face, but it was the least of his troubles as the back of his head slammed into the wall so hard that for a moment, everything became white, no, blinding. Izuku tried to get up nonetheless, half insane with terror, aware that the end was near. His body still made a desperate effort to get away from the man in front of him. As he scrambled away, his vision cleared out, revealing what he already knew. A man larger than life, wearing the same white t-shirt and cargo pants he had on this day on the roof, where he had saved Izuku's life under that bridge, but no smile this time. "Hello, thief," All Might greeted him. "You have something that belongs to me." Izuku tried to reach for his phone. He wasn't sure why. Maybe because getting up and attacking was beyond him. Maybe because he had started to cling to his phone since he had found anyone, since he has entertained the thought that he might not be much but that he was not a Deku when he was part of a network. His finger didn't even reach the black phone that had fallen on the floor that All Might rise his foot before mercilessly stomping down. On Izuku's hand. The pain was sharp and unlike what the teenager had been expecting, but that was the only thing he hadn't predicted. Despite popular belief, general quirk suppressors didn't exist, and without something to restrain someone with an enhancer quirk, the only alternative was to incapacitate him until he wasn't a threat anymore. "This is going to hurt. Was it fun?" All Might asked, his voice frighteningly cold. He seemed larger than life. Inescapable. "Playing the hero, pretending that my power belonged to you?" The next kick hit Izuku's arm, but that was better than his stomach, what All Might had been aiming at, because he had moved again, even though he knew it was futile. His body was moving on his own, still trying to escape. Izuku is 8 and his friends are violently shoving him away, trapping him in a circle of hands and laughing every time he yelps. Laughing at him. Calling him names, enjoying every tear he sheds, every sound of pain he makes. That is how he will learn to be quiet and still, to spoil their fun. Oh, that will never protect him completely, but that will certainly protect him from the worst. But right now, he hasn't learned his lesson yet, and he asks them to stop, hoping that his panicked supplications will alert someone. That someone will help him. Maybe even Kachan. Was it fun beating heroes? Was it fun to feel powerful and strong and to know that I was weakening day by day? Living in fear that the next villain I fought would be the one to put me into my grave because my power was failing me? Was that your plan, by the way? Waiting for me to die because you had stolen my power, only to become the next symbol of peace? It hadn't been Izuku's plan. Not at all. What was the plan again? Why did you do that? Why did you take this quirk? He didn't like to think about it. He didn't mind thinking of how he had stolen this power. He didn't mind acknowledging what he had done with it. But the why had always puzzled him. Izuku is 12, and even though he knows that it annoys people, He isn't careful and starts mumbling about a yate's quirk. A beautiful wind quirk, absolutely suited to a future hero. Especially as her control over it is amazing, even at her young age. Inazuma apparently has enough of this because she slaps his back, in the same way one would swat a fly, and she uses her quirk on him. Izuku doesn't feel the slap. Instead, his body registers the contact, a moment before electricity floods his body. He wants to scream but every muscle of his body is frozen in agony and it apparently includes his throat. He collapses, every nerve of his on fire. No one moves to help him. He is terrified at the idea of dying. There's a boot on Izuku's chest, just under his clavicle. No weight on it but he still had trouble breathing. Something is wrong with his lungs. We both know who you are. You're that same boy on the roof who asked me if he could become a hero and who couldn't handle being told the truth. And now, look at what you've become. Izuku wonders if One for All would directly go back to All Might if he dies here. A criminal, All Might said, and there is pity, scorn and sadness in his voice, all rolled in one. Someone who doesn't hesitate to use violence. You even released All for One into the world. Do you think you're controlling him? You have to know that he is killing and murdering his way back to the top of the food chain, and he does this thanks to you. Izuku is 14 and hell is unleashed around him as every prisoner is trying to get out of their cage, guards are after him, and there is a little girl depending on him. He isn't aware of who he released. He isn't aware that soon, a villain whose hobby is to murder people with their own quirk will swoop in and carry him to safety. He only knows that he is here because Eri was taken from her family, failed and failed again by those who were supposed to protect her. He remembers this unholy rage he felt when he learned that once again, life had decided to be unfair with those who had already been dealt bad cards. You're no hero, All Might said and he was right. You're a reckless, impulsive child, too blind to think before he acts, too proud to admit when he is in over his head, consequences be damned. All of those true. Izuku's trembling fingers circled around All Might's ankle. Some part of him braced himself for the punch or kick about to rain down on him because he once again didn't stay still and docile. Trying to talk proved more complicated than expected and he coughed blood. That couldn't be a good sign, but he is beyond that and All Might is still, very still, his face not betraying anything but Izuku knew that he didn't expect him to still be defiant after the correction he had received. More blood in his mouth. Everything hurt. He was so scared. He just wanted it to stop. I never pretended to be a hero. Oh, Izuku's hero, the one he had mercilessly and selfishly hurt, reacted. And what are you? He was larger than life, the room barely able to contain his presence. His quirk, the one Izuku and him shared, was burning within him, limitless power that the hero could actually control. His mere fury was threatening to stop Izuku's heart. He didn't look like a man. He looked like a demigod or a vengeful angel who had come here to punish him. But Izuku knew All Might. Before seeing him in person, he was already a fan who knew everything there was to know about him and who could even mimic his face. All Might was formidable, yes, but he was human. He had limits. What Izuku was seeing was a crystallization of all his fear, a titan symbolizing his guilt, but now that anger was pushing back the unnatural fear, he knew that this wasn't All Might. One for All roared inside Izuku, coming back to life as the teenager crushed the bones under his fingers. The ankle he had been grabbing snapped with a horrible noise, nothing more than Play-Doh against Izuku's strength. I am a villain, anyone, the ninth One for All holder reminded him a moment before he threw him away with all his strength. Kurosawa Masashi, also known as Nightmare, couldn't prevent the scream that escaped his lips when he landed, his ruined leg colliding with the ground. Nothing more than a mess of blood and white bone, and the prospect of not being able to fix it should have terrified him if it hadn't been for the kid slowly getting back to his feet, his green eyes burning with cold rage. The thief was covered in his own blood and between the beating he had been through the metal pipe Masashi had been holding had escaped his hand when he was airborne and the fear quirk that was saturating his brain with terror. He shouldn't have been able to move. He shouldn't have been able to do anything but to wait for the heroes from the Hero Commission to arrive. Because if Masashi was the one to deliver the thief to the Hero Commission, nothing would be refused to him. He would finally have access to everything he wanted in order to find his wife and his daughter. The boy walked towards him, everything about him promising unbridled violence, and it convinced Masashi to stop playing around. He usually primed his guests, just enough to put them in a place where they would do anything to make it stop, even if it involved revealing all of their secrets. The thief took one more step towards him and that was all Masashi allowed because he was aware he needed to be alive to enjoy any advantages the Hero Commission would grant him. He threw all of his power at the boy. How do you neutralize someone whose quirk can traumatize people by showing them their worst fears? The same way one fought every kind of fear, with knowledge and anger. Izuku knew that this was Kurosawa Yumi's father, who had probably found Eva in order to retrieve the family he had terrorized. He knew that everything he had seen was a lie. And yet, this wasn't enough to stop his heart from beating so fast that it made him physically ill, to warm him up as he felt like the cold has sipped in the inside of his bones, and he felt like he was going to die from a heart attack any moment from now on. That was why anger was needed. It was ugly, distracting, a bad advisor, and generally something Izuku didn't like to feel. But among all the forces in the world, anger was the best solution to get things done. And as Kurosawa Masashi had accidentally reminded him of 11 years of absolute, soul-crushing pain, anger wasn't hard to find. One pro-hero with a mental quirk against a teenager half-beaten to death with more than 20% of a godlike power, who had just access to a decade of repressed rage at once and who had less than a minute before he passed out because of sheer terror. The first kick spun Nightmare across the room, bones breaking under the sole of his red sneaker. The second spun him into unconsciousness. The fourth brought him back to reality. He didn't stop there. Izuku stopped at some point. He didn't know when or why, but he was standing in a puddle of blood, Kurosawa Masashi's whimpering and broken body in front of him. Despite neutralizing the pro-hero, he was still about to fall over and to curl into a fetal position. Anger wasn't enough anymore. The quirk still doing ravages inside his mind, and he was clinging to his lucidity like a man in the shower clinging to a wet bar of soap. Some part of him whispered that the fear quirk made the brain release chemical substances that wouldn't simply disappear because Nightmare had stopped using his quirk. Trauma usually didn't have an off switch, and that explained why Ava was still on the floor, even though the quirk had switched target. He took one step. Just hang on for a little while. Then another, again and again, until he reached his phone. Anyone. A pro-hero injured a civilian. Make sure nothing happens to her. His legs failed him as he was out in the streets and into the heavy rain. He fell, hard enough to lose some skin on the pavement, and he stayed there, curled up, shivering so much that it was painful. Some part of him wanted to stay here, to let someone else handle the mess, let them catch up to him, he deserved it. But he knew that it was fear talking. A fear that wasn't his own but which was too familiar at the same time. All the demons he had tried to flee catching up to him and making him pay for daring to hope that he wasn't the same pitiful and weak quirkless boy who couldn't even talk back when someone advised him to jump from a roof. So Izuku stood again, his vision blurry, fighting the urge to scream, and he forced himself to walk until he wasn't out in the open anymore. He found a dark place where to hide, and his frozen fingers found his phone once again, because he knew that he was reaching his limits. Fear quirk. Help. Tranquil footsteps, only heard because the alley was sheltered from the rain. More footsteps, and more agitated energy as someone was trying to look for something. Then silence, tainted with horror. His name, a jacket over him. Picked up and carried away. Fear had a specific stench. Rancid and acidic. Impossible to mistake for something else. And when Hawks walked down the stairs of the pretty house in the pretty suburb, an address sent to him by anyone, this stench flooded his nostrils. He didn't gag, but he braced himself, ready to see what had caused anyone to call him and send him alone somewhere close to their interests. Theories, risks, and what he was going to say to the commission were circling inside his mind, for he was used to thinking fast in order not to lose any advantage. And yet, he was completely taken by surprise when he saw that the hero was still here. The winged pro-hero looked at the broken and whimpering mass of flesh and blood that Nightmare was. Hawks had seen victims of bike accidents that had died upon the impact with the asphalt but who hadn't looked half as bad as his colleague. And a civilian in the corner, curled into a ball, obviously dealing with the aftermaths of being confronted with her worst nightmare. Hawks easily guessed what had happened. Between the studio to take photos, the high-quality printer, and the computers that could have landed a rocket on the moon, it was clear that it was the kind of place that dealt in new identities. And since Nightmare's family was missing, it was easy to understand what the hell he was doing here. On the floor, bent like a pretzel, a metal bar, covered in blood. Not used on the woman, thankfully, but judging from the blood patterns, someone else had been here. Someone with enhanced strength. Fuck. Hawks walked to the woman, taking off his jacket and covering her with it. She might be covered in fur, but more warmth couldn't hurt her. He took one of her hand, and even if she didn't look at him, her fingers held his tightly, her claws threatening to pierce through his glove. It hurt a little. He didn't let go. It's going to be alright. No one is going to hurt you anymore. After all, this was Hawk's job. He called for 2 ambulances, specifying that one was a hero in a critical state and the other a civilian who had been hit by a fear quirk. The first because the ambulances would arrive in no time, and the second because fear quirks, when wielded by professionals, especially those trained by the Hero Commission, did ravages on one's mind and body. She would need the help of professional and probably to be sedated in the first 24 hours because right now, her body and mind was continuously submitted to the same kind of stress one lived through when someone was convinced that they were dying. He didn't let go of her hands, didn't stop talking to her, until the ambulances were there. 4 Chapter 23:23. A broken arm, a damaged elbow, a concussion, internal and external bruises, broken and bruised ribs, many contusions, and a general state of shock. Not that Izuku really noticed those. At first, the adrenaline and the anger had allowed him to bypass the pain. Then, the fear and the general certitude of his imminent demise had proved to be an efficient distraction. By the time All for One picked him up in this alley, he couldn't function anymore. His brain was a fog of dread and finality. Every moment was postponing his final breath, lengthening his agony. All for One's voice, holding him close and delicately, as if Izuku was something fragile that could shatter at any moment, imploring him to just breathe. Izuku didn't understand most of what he said, his ears only picking up the tone and the promise of safety hidden in his words, but that word kept coming back. That was another problem. Izuku could do that, could feel himself breathe, but air didn't seem to reach his lungs. Holding his breath, holding All for One close and hiding his face in his chest seemed better, seemed to do something against the painful weight on his chest. But for once in his life, he listened to All for One and he did his best to follow his advice. All for One could handle anyone trying to hurt Izuku again. With the external threats taken care of, Izuku only had to survive the internal ones. Hands touching his face, they didn't belong to Ao. It's only later that Izuku would realize that his mind had made the connection with her because he was being healed by quirk. Describing what it felt like to be subjected to this kind of fear would have been futile, but if one really wanted to try, They might have said that it was like being in the center of the crash of several contradicting convictions which all felt like the ultimate truth. He was going to die. Everything was in his head. Izuku was numb. Izuku was in pain. Everything was due to a quirk. All of that were truths that Izuku had been hiding from himself because it was too painful to deal with his wounds, his anger, and what he had done. Nothing mattered anymore. If he stopped clinging to whoever was holding him, something terrible would happen. His brain lying to him was nothing new, but every techniques and shields the teenager usually used had been swept away, leaving him with no protection. To call that a bad moment would have been an understatement of criminal proportions. When Izuku was finally brought back to reality, there was a weight wrapped around him. The teenager's fertile imagination summoned the image of the heavy restraining device heroes used on people with strength enhancer quirks, and One for All was about to burst to life and to test how solid it was when he realized that whatever was holding him was warm and breathing. Guessing who was clinging to him like a winkle to its rock should have been easy, but he would blame the fact that he had never seen All for One asleep until now. Izuku managed to squirm away, realizing that he wasn't injured anymore because the slightest movement should have hurt him enough to make him swallow a scream, and once he got away, he confirmed that All for One was the one who had been hugging him in his sleep. The supervillain didn't open his eyes or anything, but Izuku felt him waking up. He slowly took more space in the bed and let Izuku observe his new environment, probably deciding that he couldn't find any more trouble inside those walls. Not the walls of the apartment, though. Probably at the beach house, but not in a room where Izuku had ever been. The teenager took 2 steps on wobbly legs, utterly exhausted, but he carried on and left the room. His clothes were found in the washer of the nearest bathroom, which almost gave him a heart attack until he discovered that his phone and his wallet had been left on a little table. As he checked his phone, noting that All for One had tried to unlock it and been photographed for his troubles, he caught his reflection in the mirror. He was pale as a ghost, inky circles under his eyes, and he was wearing clothes that didn't belong to him. Black sweatpants and a white shirt with the words cardiac arrest in black letters, both fitting him, which was pretty creepy on its own, but his priority was the bruises that were showing on his bare arms. A quick checkup confirmed that those weren't the only ones. He had vague memories of the healing quirk used on him. Unlike Ao, who didn't go all the way because she couldn't spare too much energy, this one hadn't held back. If Izuku still had bruises, that meant he had been in an extremely sorry state. It was only then that it hit him. A pro-hero had almost murdered him. He had known since the moment he had stolen One for All that he was going to be a target, and that if he was caught, not only would they not be gentle, but there was a real risk that he could be tortured into giving the quirk back. But apparently, he was in the "it's okay if he dies" list. As someone who hadn't even been aware that this list existed, this was slightly disturbing. The teenager postponed his existential crisis, walked downstairs before slouching on the expensive coach, and called the only person he knew who had common sense. She answered in the second. "Gwen, tell me what happened, please." 7 hours had passed since his meeting with Ava. It was a small eternity. "Are you okay?" Nagisa chose to say instead, and Izuku loved her for this. For caring, even a little, about how he was doing. "I am tired," he admitted. "I am also in the dark. Do you know what happened after I checked out?" Nagisa was the one who handled the anyone identity when Izuku was busy or when he needed to trick gullible pro-heroes. "Ava is still in the hospital, but she is awake and pissed, from what I understand. She also wants to talk to you as soon as you're available. She isn't injured, and even though the police snooped in her place, they can't charge her with anything because all the proofs disappeared before they arrived. I guess we can thank Hawks for that." "I do not have the slightest idea," Izuku admitted. Throwing that specific problem at the winged hero had seemed like a good idea at the time, but the more he thought about that, the more he worried. Calling All for One to the rescue seemed more reasonable. Nightmare was alive when he left the scene. Nagisa continued. "Is that a bad thing?" From her tone, Izuku guessed that she wasn't asking about a pro-hero seeing his face, but about how Izuku would have felt if he had killed someone. Izuku didn't feel anything for the man who might have died from his injuries, maybe because he was still too exhausted from the healing. Or maybe he just didn't have it in him to care about a man who had attacked both Ava and him to find his family and terrorize them once again. "It is what it is," he soberly answered. "Alright, there are other things to take care of, but I can handle them." Later, Izuku would regret not asking about those other things. Izuku had intended to take 5 minutes before talking to Ava, but she called him just as he was putting down his phone. Nagisa had probably told her that he was awake. Ava, Ao and her were on friendly terms, and it wasn't rare for the information to travel extremely fast between the three of them. "Have you said anything to Nightmare?" she asked without bothering with small talk. "I do know who?" No, he didn't even ask questions. Oh, a significant pause happened. That's good. It was good in the sense that Izuku, unlike Ava, didn't have to discover how good he was at keeping secrets under torture. It would probably have been a nice training if All Might or the old hero who had attacked him in Hosu ever managed to capture him and to try to get One for All from him. But it also meant that Nightmare had tortured him because he wanted to. No need for information, just pain for the sake of pain. Change the subject, Midoriya Izuku. He didn't ask how she was, because he was acutely aware of her condition. Feeling like shit and repressing everything in order to function. "I heard that the police didn't have access to your files. That means the police can focus on the pro-hero who attacked you and put him in jail without being difficult." Silence answered him. Silences had many meanings. They could be awkward, embarrassed, stunned, angry, and Izuku had learned to recognize them through the years, but he had never heard the kind of pause that Ava made. He would soon realize that it was the trying to gently give you a bad news kind of silence. "Oh, honey, nothing will happen," Ava softly told him. "What?" Izuku screamed. The cry of pure indignation and rightful fury escaped him before he could stop it.
He glanced at the stairs, waiting 5 seconds to see if All for One was about to barge in to see what was happening or at least to put him back to bed, but he had apparently avoided the worst. Still, when he talked again, he made sure to control the volume.
"He broke into your home. He attacked you. Who cares about your activities? It's an actual crime, committed by a pro-hero. A vigilante would at least get 20 years out of this."
A vigilante, surely. But Nightmare is a pro-hero. One of the golden children of our society. While I am not the right kind of victim. It was like a hole was opening inside Izuku's chest. "I am a criminal," Ava continued. "I am strong and scary looking. No one will take my side over a pro-hero's, even though he broke into my house. He will just have to go in front of a jury and he will talk about his wife, how he still loves her and how he can't understand why she would take their child away from him. That he was just a desperate father trying to see his child again."
"There have been precedents," Izuku said. "Lady Mercy, Protector, and others. Listen, just give me 5 minutes to make research on my phone and I will show you all the heroes who fell because of something similar. But none of them had the backing of the Hero Commission. Don't fret about it. I pick my battles. For now, I am just relieved to know that no hero or policeman has access to my files." Izuku didn't say anything. Even when he had been being beaten by Kurosawa Masashi, he hadn't felt that powerless. Shoto was helping Dabi climb the wall when his phone biped, indicating a message. He'd probably dropped his brother. They were on the right side of the wall anyway. And he was looking at the message before his feet even touched the ground.
A wave of relief washed over him as he saw that it was Midoriya's. Gwen, the elusive shadow behind anyone, had simply told him that he had been hurt and hit by a fear quirk, and even if Kurogiri had confirmed that he was with All for One, the local super-villain was impossible to reach.
The relief vanished when he actually read the message. "Small Might 1541. Alive. Going to sleep some more."
"Why do we even bother helping him?" Dabi asked as he was reading above his shoulder.
"Because he is paying you and because he is my best friend. Best friends stood by each other, even when they were infuriating. Now let's go." Emotional exhaustion was a funny thing. Izuku put down his phone, aware that he needed to sleep. He was so tired that he was about to start crying from sheer exhaustion and the only thing his body wanted was to lie down and to hibernate for a week or two. However, he was aware that consciousness was the only thing allowing to keep a tight leash on many ugly emotions that had been awakened and brutally stirred by his ordeal. Fear, shame, anger, disgust. All of them plotting to steal his breath and his sanity, waiting the opportunity he had no choice but to give them. Curled up on the couch, the teenager looked at the stairs, leading to All for One's room.
Going back was the easiest option for him. He wouldn't be able to avoid the panic attack or whatever Nightmare's quirk was doing to him, something he was currently barely holding at bay, but that would be far less worse if All for One was here. In his presence, Izuku simply knew that nothing could reach Izuku without being punched into the stratosphere first.
But he couldn't allow himself to need All for One. Calling him in the first place, showing him weakness, had already been a mistake. So Izuku put down his cell phone on the coffee table and lied down, accepting that he was going to spend a bad moment, but that it would end.
He would have thought that sleep would elude him, but the darkness took hold of him as soon as he closed his eyes, softly dragging him down the depths of unconsciousness.
And as it did, unease and fear started to rise up. Until they were replaced with curiosity, the kind of devouring need to know that Izuku usually only got when he saw a new and interesting quirk he needed to crack open.
Izuku couldn't move because he didn't have legs. He couldn't speak because he didn't have a mouth. It should have scared him, but instead, he could only look around, in a land where the night sky was full of stars and where the earth was frozen. In front of him, a man he didn't know but who seemed eerily familiar. Young, thin, his white hair was long enough to touch the collar of his shirt and his green eyes were gentle and, something else. "You must be the ninth," he said. He had barely finished his sentence that a muffled sound of pure indignation echoed behind Izuku. The teenager couldn't move, but he did manage to look back just in time to see a form being dragged away by several panicked people. He couldn't quite make the details, but he could have sworn that whoever had been picked up and carried away had just sneaked a vicious kick on her way out. "Focus on me," the man who had greeted him gently said. "Don't worry, they will hold her back long enough for us to have a nice chat."
As he spoke, he put a hand on the side of Izuku's face to make him look at him again, the sensation warm and real but certainly not solid. It was as if he was being touched by pure energy, warm and gentle, but still energy and not flesh and bones. And as this contact was established, something inside Izuku reached out, wanting to know more.
Memories appeared around him. Memories of a time where quirks were something no one understood, something unnatural that broke the balance of the world, creating something new where the ones with power could create a new reality.
He saw One for All, before he even got the quirk that gave him this name. He saw All for One, arrogance and smugness oozing from him, as he exchanged quirks and favors to build a network of people devoted to him. And then, he woke up. The blast of power destroyed the beautiful and modern glass panels leading to the beach. It might have been poetic, glass going back to the sand from which it had been born. But as the couch on which Izuku has been sleeping brutally fell over because One for All had decided to throw something, the teenager couldn't spare any philosophical awe, his mind too busy dealing with the implications of what he had just seen.
One for All was a quirk supposed to stockpile power, passed through the generations. It had started at the dawn of quirks, accumulating the energy of all the previous holders, until Izuku. But power was a broad term and apparently, it didn't only mean strength. There was something else stockpiled by this quirk. Memories. Personalities.
It has something to do with the quirk singularity theory. Quirks evolved as generations went by. He needed to write this down. He needed to put his thoughts in his notebook so he would see things more clearly.
Izuku. All for one softly called from behind him. Izuku nodded at him, looking around to see if there was some paper around here. His notebook was at home but everyone had paper, even villains who had forced a quirk on their little brother because he didn't like his advices.
I heard, all for one seemed lost. I heard my little brother's voice. Izuku nodded. Yes, the quirk is haunted. What? All for one asked, his eyes comically wide, an odd expression on his face. The quirk is haunted, Izuku repeated as he walked by him and started to search the drawers.
His hands were trembling but not because of Nightmare's quirk. Actually, the fear might still be here, but far away. Inconsequential compared to the new revelations, and Izuku might have been a little frantic, but he preferred that to a general state of despair. He finally acquired the paper and even a pen while all for one was watching him, oddly quiet, and the teenager stopped, realizing that he was forgetting the destroyed windows.
I'm going to clean that up first, Izuku assured, a little embarrassed because he had just caused property damage in someone's house. Don't worry about it, the villain said, but he was still looking at him strangely, like Izuku was forgetting something. The staring continued. Would you like some iced tea? All for one finally said. He didn't wait for Izuku's answer, as he went to the fridge and poured 2 glasses. He put one in Izuku's hand, the one that wasn't holding the paper and the pen, and he chugged down his own glass like it was something stronger that he desperately needed.
Izuku drank his iced tea in silence, wondering what all for one had heard from his dreams.
It's only when his limbs started to feel heavy, his head nodding and his eyelids heavy, that he realized what all for one had just done, and he barely had the time to glare at him before the villain confiscated the glass and picked him up. Izuku fell asleep before they reached the bedroom.
He also did that with you. Until I was 15, I was convinced that hot cocoa was the kind of beverage that immediately put people to sleep.
Masashi was startled awake as something hit him in the chest, a sudden movement sending a wave of pain in his entire body and a burst of pure agony in what was left of his right leg. He blinked, haggard, and the first thing he saw was the ridiculous purple teddy bear, now on his knees, that Mika had brought him, as if that would make up for all his limbs being broken by a lunatic with All Might's power. The second thing he saw was the man sitting next to his hospital bed. Tall even though he was sitting, curly white hair and gray eyes. Something about him was familiar even though Masashi was certain that they hadn't met before. The man wasn't directly looking at the pro-hero, the view through the windows apparently more interesting.
You were taking too much time to wake up, he said as if it was explaining everything.
In any case, the pro-hero's finger was already on the alarm button, calling the nurses.
No one came. This floor was dedicated to pro-heroes and the staff gave the best care one could hope for. Things that civilians couldn't imagine were used on those who had a hero license in order to bring them back into fighting shape in record time. If no one was barging through the door of this room, it meant that something cataclysmic was happening or that the Hero Commission wanted him to have a private conversation with a top goon. Masashi had already been interrogated about the thief and he had refused to say anything for now. Not until he had guarantees. Now was probably the time where someone was supposed to scare him and to remind him that he wasn't untouchable. He knew he was taking a risk when he had broken in, a risk that would have paid off if he had found something of value. Instead, he had bet too much and lost the occasion, and probably a leg. I have met many interrogators in my life, the man said, still not looking at him. In my experience, the good ones are those who enjoy their jobs. They don't have to enjoy the pain, but they at least enjoy the power they wield over their prey.
I'm what was made of me, and everything I did it for my family.
The man laughed, the sound mirthless and promising a pain that he would enjoy inflicting.
So Masashi did it before he could. No more than 5 seconds, just to remind this man that even in this hospital bed, he was far from defenseless. And he found nothing where his quirk used to be. There was one pro-hero who could erase quirk and his name was Aizawa Shota. He was an underground hero who fled cameras. The other person who could prevent someone from using their quirk had escaped Tartarus a few months ago, and when that man looked at Masashi, something utterly inhuman in his eyes, the pro-hero had no doubt of who was facing him. All for one, he was supposed to be half dead, bearing the wounds the symbol of peace had inflicted.
Do you want to know what I despise the most about heroes?
Masashi tried to gulp down, but his mouth was horribly dry, as if every function of his body had frozen in absolute terror. The former emperor of the underworld leaned towards him. You all believe your own lies, he whispered to the pro-hero's ear. Masashi's heart was beating so fast that he could barely hear the words, but he forced himself to understand them, to be attentive, because the more All for One taught, the longer he would be spared from something horrible. I could tell you about your crimes, from breaking and entering to torture, and the obvious double standard there is in having a pro-hero able to do that and to walk away with a slap on the wrist. But if you don't mind, I will talk about your quirk. Maybe he is like the Hero Commission. Maybe he wants to know about the child who stole All Might's power.
A flicker of hope pierced through Masashi's heart. If this was true, this was a familiar territory. Secrets and how they could be used to ensure survival was his job.
If it's information that you want, Masashi didn't see All for One move. But he sensed the movement, so fast that it wasn't even a blur. A moment before All for One broke his jaw, making sure that he would stay quiet for the rest of the conversation.
It aims specifically at what the target fears the most, and the subconscious literally paralyzes the victim with fear, the villain continued as if there had been no interruption.
There is no escape. Only unending psychical violence. On someone already traumatized, it will worsen their psychological wounds. On someone with a history of anxiety or depression, it can send them into a very dangerous spiral. All for One paused, taking a short breath. His next words would be as calm as the previous one, but this one breath was saturated with a rage that brought tears to Masashi's eyes. On a child, it's nothing short than a chemical catastrophe. His jaw on fire, Masashi thought about his daughter, about his wife. He wanted to see them. He would have given everything to see them once again, even for a short moment. I thought about using your quirk to teach you what it felt like. I think I could have made your hair go white in less than an hour. But honestly, I have never needed a quirk to terrify someone. Anyone, you will die tonight. It will not be brutal. It will be slow, methodical, and you will beg me to die long before I am done with you. No one will come to save you. No one will mourn you afterwards. It couldn't end like that. Are you afraid of me yet? Maybe even terrified? Having the feeling that you're living a nightmare? Masashi nodded, because lying was beyond him. There was a point where fear saturated someone's mind and there was no place for deception. A point he had witnessed many times in his career but that he had never experienced until now. All for One smiled. How lovely, and I haven't even touched you yet. The proof that the quirk you're so proud of isn't worth much.
Kurogiri was watching a teenage villain sleep like a baby, dead to the world, and the warper was perfectly aware that if it became literal, Sensei would grab him by the back of the neck, drag him outside, and drown him in the sea. He wouldn't look away until Sensei was back. Even blinking felt like foolishly tempting fate. Yami didn't even stir. He just slept soundly, and for some reason, his fists were clenched on a piece of paper and a pen. But at this point in Kurogiri's life, he had stopped asking questions about this kid. In the end, Sensei came back at dawn, wearing fresh clothes and a smile on his face, which meant that someone had met a bloody end. Hanabata Mika loudly cracked her neck, drawing the horrified glance from a nurse that was walking in the opposite direction, but she would get over it. At least, she wasn't working in the hospital where Nightmare had been placed. It was another nurse who had found what was left of the pro-hero. On the walls, on the floor, and on the ceiling. Whoever had gotten to him had reduced most of him into a thin paste but left just enough to let them know that Nightmare had suffered for a long time. No one had heard anything. A man had been massacred in a hospital full of people, with nurses and doctors walking the hallways, and no one had heard even a call for help. Mika pushed the memories of those images away and she stopped to look at her reflection in a window. Dark straight haircuts that it barely touched her shoulders, light makeup that looked natural while sculpting her face, pink eyes, and she was wearing a navy blue suit. A picture of professionalism, the vision you wanted to see when you had problems, for she was here to take care of messes and everything would be fine as long as people listened to her.
With this last verification, she entered the room of a woman who had just passed the last 24 hours under sedation because of Nightmare's quirk. Certainly a criminal, but they couldn't prove it, a wolf quirk, and she had been admitted to this hospital under what had to be a false name. But what was really interesting about her was the woman at her bedside. Aomi now. Mika and her had been at the same university. Now had less tattoos back in the day and she was supposed to be the next recovery girl, but she had abandoned a brilliant future for this. But Mika was a professional and she focused on the wolf that pretended to be called Takeuchi Mio. Takeuchi-san, on behalf of the Hero Public Safety Commission, I can't tell you how sorry we are about what happened. That a pro-hero would have such a conduct. She made sure to arrange her face into a suitable expression. Please, let us pay for your medical bills. How gracious of you, now said. Takeuchi put a hand over her friend's arm. That's a good start, but you must be aware that it's not enough. Oh my. What happened to you was a tragedy. But the Hero Commission bears no guilt nor responsibility for this, Mika reminded her. My offer was an act of empathy, nothing more. The wolf smiled, showing very sharp teeth. Hanabata-san, I will be as direct as possible. You have a problem. Nightmare was your hound and your weapon. He needs to be held responsible, and since he isn't here anymore, you have to bear his karma. Mika was aware of this. Pro-heroes thought they could do whatever they wanted, but it was people like her that they called once they messed up. Nightmare had called her again and again, desperate for her to pull him out from the mess in which he had jumped head first. How do you know what happened to Nightmare? She asked, more to gain time than because she was interested. News travel fast, especially when they are so sordid. That last word confirmed that they were about to use the family card against her. I warned them that not finding Nightmare's family to contain the problem was going to blow back in our face. She already knew how this conversation was going to end, but she went to the motions, professional as always. In any case, it doesn't change much, Mika lied, pretending to be regretful. The Hero Commission isn't guilty of anything. Do you really think a trial would turn in your favor? You know, that's what I thought several hours ago, the wolf admitted. That nothing would happen. That I had to pick my battles. But this night helped me think, and I realized that I don't need to win. I simply need you to lose. Now looked at the wolf, pride and fondness in her eyes. Irritation stabbed Mika behind the ribs, repeatedly. The dead aren't good at defending themselves, the wolf continued, saying exactly what Mika had told her superiors when she had warned them they might have to make concessions. Now, his family can come back and testify when you are sued. The anti-quirk discrimination associations would jump on the opportunity to spread this. The Hero Commission would have to deal with a lot of attention towards their special heroes and how they're handling them. And do you really want to give the general public a reason to distrust the Hero Society? Now asked. Vigilantism is on the rise. Stain's message is circulating. Extortion? Mika asked her, some of her true feelings slipping. Really? Don't talk to her, the wolf barked. You're dealing with me. Mika used her quirk, nothing more than a gentle nudge at first. Please, think about this, she implored, and both women listened, relaxing slightly. Are you sure you want to take such a risk? Your name isn't Takeuchi Mio. You make a living from illegal activities. The trial would expose your identity. Doubt passed through the wolf's eyes, because she felt calmer and Mika's words made sense. Because that was what her quirk did. Make people trust her, assuring them that she had their best interests at heart. But the Hero Commission knows how to reward those who help them, she continued, increasing the influence of her quirk. Please, tell us about the person who was there with you. Any detail will help us so much, and in exchange, we will help you. The wolf looked at her, and ever so slightly, she shook her head, subconsciously fighting the quirk. Mika pushed just a little more, and now grabbed her friend's arm, glaring at Mika, because her quirk didn't completely work of people who already knew about her quirk. Don't worry yourself, the wolf said. I happen to be a law-abiding citizen. I pay my taxes, I have never been arrested, and I didn't even have a contravention to my real name. A trial won't be a problem. As for the rest, I must admit my memories are blurry. Mika didn't lose her smile or her serene expression. Well, no one can blame me for trying. Fortunately, I am allowed to make such a deal. It wasn't the first time the Hero Commission had to fix someone screwing up, and the non-disclosure agreement was on Mika's phone. The wolf and now read it, sent it to a lawyer who unfortunately knew what they were doing because they sent back another one, and they extorted a hefty sum out of Mika's bosses. The money transfer was made from phone to phone, and their bank account was in one of those countries which respected the privacy of their clients. That was the problem with criminals. They both know their rights and they were careful. Mika left without looking back at now. She could have been great and she had chosen mediocrity. With a little luck, they would never meet again. If not, she would be merciless. Her phone ringed while she was still in the hospital, which drew a glare from a nurse. A glance made Mika realize that she was the one she had met on the way in, except that the poor woman looked considerably more disheveled. Her sympathy didn't prevent her from answering her ward, Nightmare's potential replacement. Shinso, she smiled, for real for once. How are you doing? You drugged me, and you generate chaos wherever you go, and yet, you don't hear me complaining. Two things happened the night after Pro-Hero Nightmare's incident: the gruesome death of Kurosawa Masashi and the criminal fire of the lab in which samples taken on the crime scene had been processed. The arson destroyed almost all the blood samples of the third person present on the scene and who had put Nightmare in the hospital in the first place. As for the first sample to be analyzed, the result was deemed inconclusive. Probably contaminated, for several DNAs had been found. Finding out to whom the extra DNA belonged hadn't occurred to the lab assistant at the time, for several other samples had been available at the time and the computer he was using didn't survive the arson. 4 Chapter 24-24. A meeting alone with one of the major figures of the Hero Commission was extremely difficult to obtain. Extremely important people had to ask in advance, security clearances were needed, background checks were the norm, and the time and the location were chosen carefully. And yet, Hawk's presence here was no token of trust. Standing in the middle of the large room equipped with the technology coming straight from my island, he was aware that Mune Satoko could neutralize anyone long before they reached her desk. So when he stretched a wing, he did it slowly and carefully. Especially as some feathers were still singed. Anyone is a vigilante organization at its core, Hawks explained. Certainly illegal and criminal, but only a very small part of anyone is villainous. Civilians look for people with specific quirks, shady people find clients, but the real danger is that it's a community. They showed a potential to move as one and to communicate quickly during the Hosu attack, and they will get better at it. Whoever is in charge can mobilize many well-meaning people at once, and that's not something to be underestimated. People with a cause were always more dangerous than criminals. The latter were pragmatic and averse to risks, while vigilantes could find a lot of strength when they thought they were fighting the good fight. And now that they had seen the thief defeating the hero killer, they were galvanized. Do you know anything about the leader's identity or their goal? Mune asked, even though she knew the answer. I don't. Anyone was just a bunch of messages on a server and they wouldn't let Hawks approach, for now. But from what I saw, they are extremely smart and careful, they won't take any unnecessary risks. There were some simple pleasures in life: drinking a good cup of coffee, eating a hot katsudon and, apparently, denying answers to a control freak. Izuku was enjoying his second cup of coffee, prepared by the teenager himself and held in both hands so no one could put anything in it, his plate of toasts, eggs and bacon left untouched, while All for One was about to spontaneously combust. To Izuku's immense disappointment, the villain postponed his transformation into a neat pile of ashes and took a deep breath. During what should have been an appointment with your hairdresser, you were viciously attacked by a quirk that exposed you to many traumas. When I found you, you were injured and unresponsive. All for One's voice was similar to the noise of the waves crashing on the shore behind them. Calm, absolute, and you had to listen to it. The moment I took my eyes from you, something happened. Something that made you activate your quirk in your sleep. A quirk that might be the strongest singular quirk in existence and which also happened to break your bones if you're not careful. Technically, everything he was saying was reasonable, but Izuku absolutely refused to admit he could be right in any way. When I found you, All for One continued, you were incoherent, frantic, and apparently full of adrenaline. I was worried you would run off, activate your quirk again, or be hit at full strength by the aftermaths of the fear quirk. In those cases, the protocol is to make the patient calm again, and sleeping pills work wonders on people who are exhausted and desperately need sleep. But I can understand why you're angry at me and I apologize. Izuku blinked. Izuku, I am truly sorry, All for One repeated, looking actually contrite. Okay, Izuku said. He actually acknowledged that All for One had a point. Whatever had happened, Izuku had lost control of his quirk yesterday. Great, All for One smiled, bearing a striking resemblance to a shark who had just smelled blood in the water. Now, are you going to tell me what happened with One for All? No, Izuku answered softly. It wasn't because All for One had apologized that he had to forgive him. And the sight of that stalker silently fuming in frustration made Izuku's coffee taste even better. No dream of previous One for All holders had come to him during the second part of the night. Logic dictated that this had been an extremely vivid hallucination caused by Nightmare's quirk. But Izuku knew this was real, even though it was impossible and didn't make sense. Somehow, One for All didn't only stockpile energy but also memories and maybe the personality of the past One for All holders. Worse, those memories, that Izuku had jumped into like a kid discovering the secret stash of sweets, had showed either All for One and his little brother, or All for One alone. It meant that those were All for One's memories, that he was still connected to Izuku's quirk, somehow. Izuku had many questions but also an edge that he would lose as soon as he gave All for One the information he wanted. Especially as the villain was only the second person most suited to answer him. If he had dreamed of the little brother once, it could happen again and they could have a long discussion about what the hell was going on. He was just hoping that, next time, he would have a mouth to ask questions. All for One got up, passed behind Izuku, getting suspiciously closer, and the teenager slammed his palm on his cup of coffee so nothing would be added to it. Alas, this time, the beverage wasn't the target and the supervillain passed his arms around him and held him. Are you about to sleep or hold me to put me back to bed for my own good? I am considering it, All for One shrugged. Izuku did his best to squirm away but failed to escape the embrace. To his horror, All for One hadn't even been serious, so the hug lasted 15 minutes instead of the couple of seconds needed to block the flow of air in someone's trachea. What about the thief? Mune asked. Oh boy, I have confirmed that he has All Might's power and that he is indeed working for anyone. Actually, Hawks had done that by taking a terrifying blast to the face. High-ranked, probably in over his head, and he should have been my handler if it hadn't been for the nightmare incident. Months of running around to gain a little trust, only for another agent from the Hero Commission had almost killed his main target 3 days ago, destroying any goodwill he had managed to acquire and setting him back. Of course, there was still the Todoroki Shoto card. Hawks didn't forget that the thief had immediately reacted when Endeavor's son had been put at risk. Something to consider if the need arose, but it would have been too dangerous to deliver this information to the Hero Commission. Another agent was assigned to me, though, Hawks continued. A fire user who is involved in the theft operations that are alimenting the budget of anyone. He was probably chosen because I already know about him and so no other agent would be compromised. Gwen. Are you busy? Anyone. Harassed and persecuted by the usual culprit, but go on. Gwen. Your pet sociopath? Anyone. Indeed, Gwen. I am praying every day so I never meet him. First, there has been an influx of newcomers in the server, and between banning the nutjobs who wants the Stained Slayer to be their leader in this new era and making background checks, I have been working overtime, so you might want to adjust your budget. Anyone. I shall do my best to contain my enthusiasm. Gwen. Your heroic efforts bring me to tears. Second, and since we're speaking of background checks, I need one of your agents to see if someone is legit. Obsidian Heart wants to offer people places where they can hide and rest, but his computer is so empty that he must use it once a week. I need someone on site to be sure that it's safe. Anyone. Is it urgent? I meant to go on a mission with Salty Mac Nuggets, but I'm not at full strength yet. Gwen. Why not use Inferno? He keeps hassling me for jobs and babysitting Nuggets is a high-paying one. Anyone. That's actually a good idea. We went on our first mission yesterday, Hawks managed to say with a straight face. The president winced, also aware of what had happened. I am not going to babysit him on a boring mission, Dabi complained. He had called Izuku as soon as he had received the message. He is your problem, not mine. The teenager looked behind him, but there was no supervillain in bespoke suit in the busy street. Izuku had always been an independent child, and since his mother had started working again, he had gotten used to being alone. There was a world between being alone and being lonely, separating the habit of taking all the space and being able to do whatever you wanted no matter the time from this sudden feeling of wanting to reach out to anyone because the apartment was quiet and the people you saw seemed incredibly far away. On this day, in this beautiful house by the sea, he regretted those moments where he'd talked to his giant All Might plushie to fill the silence of the apartment. All for One was constantly touching him. So many head pats, impromptu hugs, hair ruffles, gentle touches on his shoulder, unauthorized snugging, and at one point, he actually picked Izuku up and put him on the couch just because he had yawned while writing in his notebook. Even if Izuku had dozed off about 5 seconds after he had informed the bane of his existence that he wasn't a toddler or a pet rabbit, this was unacceptable behavior. And now, he was on the run, and he didn't want to waste the 1 hour he had before All for One realized he was gone before warping to him. Maybe he wouldn't even need to use a quirk. Maybe he would just bend the laws of physics with his indignation. Do you remember when I specifically told you to wear a mask when you went on a mission? Izuku reminded Dabi. Do you remember how you ignored me? A silence that meant everything answered him. He knows your face, he knows where you live, and he probably knows where you buy your groceries. Izuku mercilessly reminded him. So make no mistake, he is your problem. I received the official report about this. It was eventful. By that, she meant she had read the bunch of lies about a pro-hero wandering to the countryside and finding a serial killer who kidnapped young people and threw them into a house full of death traps. The official version was that the villain had made it explode to try to kill Hawks. What had happened was more complicated, did not correspond to the simple and boring task he had been promised, and the explosion at the end had been perfectly avoidable. I hate you, Dabi growled as he was running behind Hawks, covered in mud and barely keeping up even though the pro-hero was carrying no less than 5 people with his feathers, while the freaking walls were trying to eat them. Less whining, more firing, Hawks growled back, and Dabi had done just that. In a dusty closed space, Hawks could still smell burnt chicken every time he moved and one of his eyebrow had been declared missing in action. Let's go back to the thief, Mune ordered. Is it possible that he is the one who killed Nightmare? Not even 24 hours after being hit by Nightmare's quirk? He would have been sedated and he will need time to recover, let alone to be in fighting shape. You're worse than a 3-year-old, All For One said right to Izuku, making the teenager jump 1 meter into the air. Unable to use some common sense and running around every time I look away. Once Izuku's heart stopped trying to jump out of his chest to run a marathon, he looked around, making sure that no one in town was paying attention to them, put on his serious face, and first tried to calmly talk with the adult. I need some alone time, he explained. You're free to enjoy your alone time in my company, All For One nodded. Okay, Izuku had tried. No one could say he hadn't done his best to reason with his man. Please, stop following me or I am going to have to do something drastic that neither of us will enjoy. Consider me intrigued, the strange man who was towering over Izuku said, apparently unaware of the many people around him, including a group of constructions workers who looked strong enough to catch the building and throw it away if it ever fell on them. Izuku took one deep breath, too quickly to consider the consequences of his choice or to have the wisdom to admit that this was a bad idea. Help, this man I don't know is trying to get me in his car. The last thing Izuku saw as he was running away was All For One giving his prettiest smile to a bunch of very non-amused adults walking to him. Even then Nightmare's killer used their bare hands, few people would be able to torture a man to death. It's possible that anyone has another power-type user. But I am not neglecting the possibility that one of Nightmare's old enemies found an occasion to get revenge. Or the Hero Commission. All the members didn't agree with each other and a pro-hero being put to retirement was a thing that happened. So, Shoto wondered out loud, do we talk about the fact All For One probably killed Nightmare? Midoriya and him were watching dramas in Dabi's apartment, snacks and drinks on the coffee table, and a coffee machine that had mysteriously appeared in the corner. I want to talk about anything but that, Midoriya said before emptying his 3rd cup of the afternoon. In that case, I think you should really do something about your caffeine addiction. I do not have a caffeine addiction, he dared to lie to Shoto while looking at him in the eyes. So you can stop whenever you want, yes. Shoto slowly raised his hand in direction of Midoriya's cup but his best friend protectively clutched his to his heart. Just not now, the one for all holder whispered. For Chapter 25-25 Sorihiko was holding his cane in one hand, his phone in the other, and a bag of taiyaki on his wrist, wondering why slow people always insisted on walking right in front of him. Did they not see the cane, aka the implied threat? He took a deep breath and he paused to let them the time to, slowly, walk away from his wrath. Toshinori, do you know what happened to Nightmare? I heard, Toshinori said, exhaustion in his voice. My first thought was that this is All For One's doing. My second is that the Hero Commission will soon regretfully inform us that they think the leak was coming from Nightmare, who can't defend himself anymore. Sorihiko actually hadn't thought about the last part but it made a whole lot of sense. In his defense, Toshinori had the misfortune of dealing more often with the HPSC than the retired hero. Was All For One there for the Nightmare's quirk or for? A young man chose this moment to try to rob him. Average height, dark blue hair shaved on the sides, the face of a moron, and a ridiculous knife in his hand. It looked like something straight out of one of Tenko's video games. Give me your wallet, your phone, everything, he said, shaking his blade at Sorihiko and finishing to prove that he had no idea of how to use it. The retired pro-hero raised an eyebrow, promptly ignored him, and started walking again. Or did he want to talk to Nightmare about something else? Someone with this kind of job knows many secrets. Behind him, the young hooligan recovered from his stupor and started to follow him, still waving his blade around. If he wasn't careful, he was going to poke his eye out. It's not confirmed but there is a possibility that he fought the boy. I think it's related to him, Toshinori continued. Let's call it a hunch related to my quirk. Hey, you fossil, Sorihiko stopped, turned towards the candidate to suicide. Toshinori, I am going to have to call you back, he apologized to his student as he was hanging up. Toshinori, currently being half buried under a pile of paperwork because Tenko had to study for an upcoming test, didn't even have the time to finish reading his file when Gran Torino called back. Sorry, Toshinori. Someone tried to rob me in daylight. Really, there's nowhere safe anymore. A low-pitched whine could be heard into the background. No one could prove that Toshinori winced in sympathy. I believe that All For One is hunting the thief. Well, I wish him luck. That brat is as slippery as an eel. Izuku was having a bad day but he was hiding it well. Not that it was surprising. He had elevated the art of hiding what he felt in order not to worry others to the rank of Olympic sport, starting his training when he was 5-year-old and pretending not to notice when his mother had cried and continuing on his merry way until he became a teenage criminal. However, when most of his bad days were his brain plunging him into a dark well and having fun keeping his head underwater, this one was a little different. He was angry. The various aches of his body were harder to deal with. He had no patience for the drama on the server. Nagisa had been volunteered to handle it and he could feel some nervous energy flowing within him, begging to be released in an explosive way. Maybe he was tired. Maybe the aftermaths of Nightmare's quirk were still affecting him. Maybe not knowing what his quirk was hiding was putting him on edge. Maybe the guilt from stealing the quirk of the symbol of peace, the man whose very life was put in danger because of Izuku. Maybe it was because he had been beaten half to death by a hero and it had left its traces. Maybe because a part of him hadn't felt in control of his own life for a while, circumstances always conspiring to make him meet a pro-hero, and it was always a painful introduction. Izuku stopped whining the time to take a step on his left, dodging the stream of flames Todoroki was throwing in his general direction, and he dropped to the sand, pulling a lateral kick that threw both sand and wind at his best friend. It didn't smother the flames as much as he would have wanted. Not enough power. Sloppy control leading to wasted energy. Keep your head in the game. Todoroki threw an ice wall in front of him, stalagmites already attacking Izuku, but he ran over them, keeping his footsteps light, one for all giving him power, and he was praying that the sole of his red sneakers would handle the shock. He drew more power from the quirk, and the next moment, the ice had shattered under his leap and he was colliding with Todoroki. His first intention had been to tackle him to the ground, but even though the momentum was enough to send the both of them stumbling in the sand, Todoroki once again attempted to stab Izuku with ice, unless he was trying to stop his fall. In both cases, the result would have been painful for Izuku, so he found wiser to grab Shoto by the shirt and the leg of his pants and to throw his best friend far away from him. Todoroki bounced twice on the sand before settling as an undignified mess at Dabi's feet. Said Todoroki's sibling loathed warm weather on principle and had spent the last hour on a beach towel, under an umbrella, covered head to toe, and hugging the icebox containing all the drinks and snacks that Kurogiri had brought. When he wasn't categorically refusing to share with them, he was glaring every time they sent sand in his direction. And yet, despite adamantly refusing to leave the shadow of the umbrella before he moved, he arose, letting go of the icebox, took one step, his hand reaching out to his little brother, only to take a photo with his phone. This will be worth gold once you're a pro hero. Shoto jumped back to his feet and threw himself at Dabi to snatch the phone. He immediately succeeded, in the sense that Dabi preferred to abandon the compromising photo and to go back to guard the snack box that he had left unprotected. As he did, two teenagers who had just been sparring for a while looked at it, then at each other. No words were needed. Todoroki and Izuku were experienced vigilante. Todoroki went to UA and was trained in different martial arts. Izuku had fought villains and pro-heroes alike and lived to tell the tales. They were talented fighters who knew the importance of strategy. And yet, they took one look at each other, nodded, and simply pounced on Dabi. No plan, no thoughts, just greedy hands reaching out for the ice cream. And it worked. After taking an elbow to the face for Todoroki and some vicious scratches on the arm for Izuku, they fled with their loot, pursued by Bluefire, at least until Kurogiri passed his head by a warp gate and they all immediately stopped using their quirks. Snacks were eaten behind an ice wall so Dabi couldn't get to them, the solid surface deliciously cool on their overheated backs. Izuku could have stayed there for a while, just hanging down with his friend, waiting for lunch to arrive. He also still had to empty the safe that Kurogiri had gratefully brought to the beach house. It was currently laying in the sand near the house, freshly gutted. The teenager might have lost patience at some point and kicked it until it opened just a little, then finished the rest with his bare hands. Now, the treasures unfairly stolen from him were within arm reach. But instead, Todoroki got up and walked to the designated sparring zone, completely expecting for them to finish their traditional 3 matches. So Izuku followed him. 2 minutes later, Dabi was taking another photo, of his boss this time, as the green-haired hellion was trapped in ice, his arms and legs sticking out 3 meters above the ground. He did his best to try to reach the ice, but that was it. He was trapped. Izuku didn't wait for Todoroki to completely melt the ice. Instead, as soon as he could move his shoulder, he finished the job himself, getting free as fast as he could. He didn't like not being able to move. He didn't like not being able to react to an incoming threat. And just like that, the anger he had been able to smother, to forget in a dark corner of his mind, simmered and started to spread within him. No matter how irrational it was, how this was a friendly match, how it had nothing to do with those times where his middle school friends used to hold him down as they were destroying his toys or when they got more physical. Nothing to do either with Nightmare, how Izuku had been tetanized, unable to do anything until it was almost too late. He was even angry at the mere idea of being so angry over those. He used to be past it. He used to be logical, to know that raging and screaming wouldn't change anything about the past. But that fear quirk seemed to have broken a dam and now, emotions that Izuku had locked away for years were surging within him. Dabi called for a rematch, wondering out loud who would be the winner today, and Todoroki prepared himself for the last match. Izuku should have said something. Todoroki wouldn't have cared. He would have understood, too much, maybe. A lifetime of relativism made him keep his mouth shut. There was no need to bother anyone when he could just grit his teeth and do it. It would be over soon. As soon as the fight started, Izuku took some distance. Todoroki's weakness was his stamina, and even now that he was using his left side to balance the effects of his quirk, it didn't mean that he could keep throwing ice forever. 6 times out of 10, Izuku was winning the third match because he was better at running circles around someone than his friend. Todoroki's ice started to spread, trying to reach him, but he quickly figured out that it was just wasted energy and he ran after him. That was when Izuku jumped. The leap took him through the air, higher than what he usually did, because once your feet left the ground, you were a sitting duck. But his arm was ready, an air blast more powerful than normal ready to be unleashed. Either it would send Todoroki flying, or his friend would find a way to counterattack. In both cases, the fight would be over soon. That was what Izuku wanted, for Todoroki to stop moving and for it to be done. And for a second, just before he flicked his finger, exhaustion and frustration echoed to anger. Pain, a burning, horrible pain, followed as something black and sizzling with burning hot energy burst from Izuku's arm, half swallowing him while following the trajectory that the air blast would have taken. Shoto didn't understand what was happening, he didn't have the time to. The black energy whipped at him, somehow avoiding the ice he had instinctively thrown in front of him, and whatever this was buzzed in rage, trashing and running wild, sand flying everywhere. One of the strands of energy touched the solid wooden table around which they were supposed to have lunch, shattering it upon the impact, and Shoto barely had the time to consider what it would do to a human body before the quirk took notice of him once again. Back on his feet, flames begging to be released, Dabi watched his little brother somehow avoiding being pierced by a dozen of whips. Shoto ran and dodged, throwing ice around to gain just a few moments, hard-earned respite that never lasted, even though Yami, half lost in a sea of swirling and violent darkness, was trying to stop whatever was happening. The boy with a power quirk that could one day rival All Might punched the ground, trying to anchor himself into the sand, a cry of rage or despair are both escaping him, but it was drowned out by the frantic shadows trying to throw him around like a puppet. Burn it, Dabi's instinct was screaming. The go-to-go solution to any problem in his life, but sometimes, instinct was not the best advisor, and Dabi did his best to silence the voice in his head. Using fire, least of all cremation, would do nothing against pure energy, but it would hurt the two boys. Instead, he could only watch as he saw Yami succumbing to panic and frustration, yelling something that Dabi didn't manage to hear but could figure it out, and the darkness grew even more, swallowing him whole. Dabi looked back at the house, where All For One and Kurogiri were. A dozen of seconds had passed, apparently not long enough for them to realize what happened, even though All For One was the only one who could contain whatever was happening. Shoto didn't wait for them. Being a graduate of the Endeavor, throw overwhelming force first and handle the rest later. School, he threw enough ice to cool down a Californian summer at Yami, fully intending to slow down Yami as he had just lost his fight and was flung in every direction. Shoto's iceberg were several meters thick and cold enough to feel like being hugged by a brick wall that would have been exposed to extreme temperature. Yami crashed through it. Some part of Dabi acknowledged that most people would have passed out and that Yami at least had the air knocked out from him, but it was secondary, a detail, as he saw that there was suddenly nothing between his little brother and demonic black tendrils. Shoto threw his arms in front of his face, already summoning more ice to shield himself, but his right side was covered in frost. Dabi's flames leapt in their direction, hoping that whatever the tentacles were, they would protect themselves, and Yami behind that had disappeared behind them. A portal of dark mist appeared in front of Shoto. And Yami, who probably couldn't notice any of that from where he was, kicked the air with a strength that sent a burst of wind that shifted part of the beach, flinging himself backwards and straight into the sea. Yami disappeared under the surface. The black energy didn't. Despite what movies said, at high speed, crashing into water still hurt, and Izuku should have brutally felt it. But not all pains were the same, and the absolute agony of something bursting from his flesh, burning around him and inside him, proved far too distracting to make said pain register. All in all, the cold water helped, if only for a moment. Everything seemed peaceful underwater, even the chaos of tendrils, still rampaging, seemed almost beautiful under the surface. At least, if it hadn't been for the new, more urgent burn in his lungs as the impact had ejected all the air from his lungs. Izuku thrashed around, trying to use full cowl to reach the surface, but it only seemed to bring more power to the energy that had exploded out of him, bringing even more maddening pain, and with that, the tentacles thrashed even more, hindering his movements, feeding his terror, trapping him, and bringing him deeper into the sea. Shoto was the first to react, icing plots of the sea in order to reach the angry thing of pure energy that emerged here and now from the water, but freezing seawater was harder than it appeared, even without the flow of the waves crashing on the shore. Fuyumi could have done it, and faster, her ice's quirk far stronger than anyone else in the family, but Shoto was already tired from the match with Yami. And yet, it wasn't Shoto's strength that failed. Instead, the dark tendrils shot through the ice. Maybe to cling to it and bring Yami to the surface. Maybe to destroy them. In any case, Shoto's ice shattered long before he could have reached Yami, and even if he did, he had more chance to be stabbed than to help him. Dabi turned towards Kurogiri. He wouldn't be able to do much against whatever was happening to Yami, but at the very least, he might be able to warp him to an environment where he could actually breathe. He hadn't finished turning towards the house that he almost got trampled by All For One. Izuku only realized that he had been warped back to safety when something massive tackled him to the rough sand, the hellish power still wreaking havoc around them, but somehow, All For One managed to anchor himself. More importantly, he managed to keep Izuku in place, no longer launched in every direction. The teenager tried to breathe, but his lungs full of water disagreed, and he coughed gallons and gallons of salt water, still suffocating even though he was back on dry land. And at the same time, even though he was here, he was there. Back in a familiar and desolate place, surrounded by the night sky, his body barely here, his body a fog that could see, hear, and move one hand, nothing more. He moved his head left and right, expecting to see All for One's little brother, hoping he would have answers about why a quirk bursting from his arm had tried to kill him. Instead, he found himself face to face with a bald man wearing goggles. "You have to try harder, dude," Izuku blinked. "Aren't you a quirk analyst?" the man continued. "Don't you know that emotions amplify some quirks and can make them go berserk? Especially one charged with one for all?" Izuku blinked a second time, acutely aware that he had finally taken his first and painful breath in the real world. Just as he was acutely aware that he could have died in the sea, or worse, hurt Todoroki. The man raised his arm, thin black tendrils of energy appearing in a beautiful construction. Black Whip is a useful quirk as long as you don't go overboard with it. Fear, anger, rage, all of those fuel the quirk, and if you can't control those emotions, you don't have a fat chance to control the power either. In the real world, Izuku ignored the pain or how he had almost died a moment before, focusing on his breathing instead. One breath in, one breath out. Slowly repressing the anger, the fear, and the unease back into the usual box, before locking it away. "I bet you didn't expect that when you grabbed one for all and ran." He paused for a moment, finally realizing that Izuku was glaring at him. "Okay, I understand that you're mad. But in my defense, no one asked you to jump in the water." Izuku was unfortunately lacking the mouth to ask him what the hell was wrong with him, but he raised his hand to his head, pretended to trace circles with his index, then pointed at the ghost with a certain vehemence. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You stole the most powerful quirk in the world. The crystallized wool of heroes whose only purpose in life was to kill All for One, and you never considered that there might be more to it? Like us, or our quirks?" Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what he was saying. "Yes, my dude. All of our quirks, supercharged by one for all, and you're about to be hit with the full might of them. And I prefer to warn you. None of us are happy with what you did to 8th. Izuku considered the implication of a bunch of ghosts having the power of executive decision over which quirk they could give him or throw in his way with no warning beforehand. His hand moved on his own, grabbing the black energy and getting an offended gasp out of the Black Whip user. The quirk spread over his fingers, like the strings with which children used to play, warm and beautiful. "Wait, Izuku fully brought himself back to reality, pinned down by All for One's weight. He slowly and carefully raised a hand to the villain's forearm, tapping it twice. All for One let go, barely leaving Izuku the space to sit on the ground. The teenager was soaked, covered in sand. It would be a miracle if his phone had survived the dip, and his throat hurt. His arm was still glowing with the red lines of one for all power, energy just under the surface, but Izuku held it in check. The abominable pain Black Whip had created was gone, but he was still haunted by its ghost, his muscles petrified as if they didn't dare to move again. The spot of beach where All for One had warped him was absolutely trashed. It looked like it had just gone through an alien invasion, but thankfully, it was away from the beach house so they wouldn't have to fix it one day after they had finished repairing the windows. Once they confirmed that Izuku's quirk rampage was over, Todoroki, Dabi and Kurogiri got closer. Curiously, they didn't ask Izuku how he was. Instead, one by one, they looked at All for One, quiet accusation in their eyes. Izuku wasn't quite sure why, but he did the same because he didn't want to be left out. The man who happened to be able to give quirks realized what was happening before Izuku. "This is not my fault." Izuku waited 10 minutes before he confirmed that this wasn't All for One's doing. Obviously, the delay was caused by the seawater hurting his throat and not because the situation amused him. "Snowdrift. I am not saying that I was right, but I was absolutely right. Inferno more infairies. You are wrong. Sometimes, people don't find out about the full extent of their quirk until later in life. For all we know, he thought he had a power quirk like his father, and the recent ordeal made him awaken his mother's quirk. Snowdrift. That's the most stupid thing I have ever heard. Inferno more infairies. What's your mother's quirk? Anyone? Snowdrift. What's your mother's quirk? Anyone? Okay, what's going on with you two?" When Izuku walked out from the room he was using in the beach house, he was freshly showered, his hair was puffy because of the hairdryer, and he was wearing gang orca shorts and a 13 shirt. Some people had safety blankets. Izuku had hero merch. He walked down the stairs, his bare feet making no sound, but All for One still heard him coming. Sitting at the kitchen table, his back to him, Izuku could see how he became aware of his presence by the way his shoulders stiffened. Izuku would have probably been far more freaked out by this new development with one for all if All for One's pain hadn't been so enjoyable. With the arm that hadn't been introduced to Black Whip, he checked the bag of rice containing his phone. He had been hoping that 15 minutes would have been enough to soak all the seawater, but he could still see some from behind the screen. Still not using his right arm, he let the phone fall back in the bag of rice, silently, technically without a phone, and since All for One had shooed Kurogiri, Dabi and Todoroki, Izuku could stay here indefinitely. It was amazing how quickly he had gotten used to the warp gates. Worse, his entire organization was dependent on it. Just like it depended on Izuku dispatching agents, on keeping an eye on the server, and he also needed it to reach his online clients. "If my phone isn't fixed in 2 hours, I will run into town and buy a new one. Or steal, borrow All for One's and call Nagisa so she can get me one." 5 words interrupted his thoughts. "Since when and from who?" All for One asked, his voice flat and not giving any hint about what he was thinking. Izuku, still mentally encouraging the bag of rice, looked up at All for One. The villain was eerily calm. The same way a calm sea was hiding the strongest currents and he was drinking the contents of his cup like it was something stronger than mere tea. What? Izuku, wordsmith that he was, asked. Since when do you have a second quirk and from who did you take it? The teenager tilted his head, puzzled. Yes, he had kinda taken the quirk from the Black Whip user but since it was already inside him, it was more akin to removing the baby wheels than an actual theft. And in any case, if All for One knew about that, he knew from whom this quirk was coming from. All for One kept looking at him, waiting for an answer. The realization hit Izuku. The quirk-stealing fiend was asking him if he had walked out at some point and yanked the quirk from a living and breathing person. I didn't steal a quirk, Izuku said, absolutely scandalized by the mere implication. All for One raised an eyebrow at him. I didn't steal a second quirk, Izuku sheepishly corrected himself. You of all people should know that One for All is the only transferable quirk around. Well, it appears that it's not. All for One paused. He slightly tilted his head to one side, reflection leaving the place for something else. A possibility, which judging from the way his eyes comically widened, appeared far more horrifying than the idea of spontaneously developing the ability to take quirks. It was Black Whip, All for One said on the same tone Izuku's mom used when she cursed the chair on which she had just stubbed her little toe. From the other side of the table, the villain reached out, grabbed Izuku's face between his hands and pulled him close, as if he was trying to sneak a peek into what was happening inside One for All through the teenager's eyes. Izuku, in balance above the table and not really appreciating having his skull snatched by a villain having an existential crisis, Izuku grabbed the thumbs, not the whole hands, and was pulling them away from his face, but All for One let go, as if he didn't have the strength to hold him anymore. You're going to get quirks belonging to a bunch of imbeciles whose greatest achievement in life was that they were killed by me, All for One continued, still not looking at him. Good to know what kind of relationship he had with Izuku's predecessors. 6 quirks, All for One muttered. 7, Izuku absent-mindedly corrected. All for One gave him a hard look. 6, he insisted, apparently not liking someone not appreciating his knowledge when it came to the quirk that he had personally shoved down his brother's throat back in the dawn of quirks. Even if you develop my brother's quirk, you will never use it. Izuku made a little noise of interrogation. The ability to give your quirk to someone else. Yikes. I was actually talking about All Might's quirk, the one he was born with, Izuku specified. All for One suddenly put his full attention on him, a smile spreading on his face. A horrible smile, half between the Cheshire Cat and a shark who had just smelled blood. Whatever was hidden in it, it made Izuku stand straighter, his feet back on the ground so he could stand faster if there was a problem. Oh, interesting, All for One purred, you actually don't know. Izuku didn't answer. He knew when he was being baited. All he had to do was to wait. And All for One didn't disappoint. Yagi was quirkless until a pitiful woman named Shimura Nana saw something in him and made him her successor. Why are you lying? The words had escaped Izuku's lips before he even had the time to think, because that couldn't be anything else. Izuku knew that this was a lie and an outrageous one at that. All for One raised an eyebrow, obviously amused. I'm really not. Izuku hesitated, not wanting to say that it was impossible because All Might had told him that he couldn't be a hero while being quirkless, however. All Might is still using a quirk. Izuku caught himself before he said too much, revealed too much. The shadow of One for All. A reserve, finite in nature, that will soon disappear. I am actually amazed he held onto it for as long as he did. All Might had told him that it wasn't realistic to try to be a hero without a quirk, and in his heart, Izuku had understood what it meant. But when he had planned to take One for All, when he had took it for himself, at no point had he considered that All Might be in the same situation as him. Someone who had found a quirk, and that meant that Izuku had condemned someone to become quirkless. After that, they stayed quiet. All for One was in the middle of what looked like a spectacular existential crisis, and Izuku had just started a smaller one of his own.